Book 11, Part A, of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claude Banta. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrieb. Book 11, A.D. 47 to 48, Part A, during the reign of Claudius. Translator's note: the four following books and the beginning of Book 11, which are lost, contained the history of a period of nearly 10 years, from A.D. 37 to A.D. 47. These years included the reign of Caius Caesar Caligula, the son of Germanicus by the elder Agrippina, and the first 6 years of the reign of Claudius. Caius Caesar's reign was 3 years, 10 months, and 8 days in duration. Claudius, Tiberius Claudius Drusus Nero Germanicus, the brother of Germanicus, succeeded him at the age of 50, and reigned from A.D. 41 to A.D. 54. The 11th book of the Annals opens with the 7th year of Claudius's reign. The power of his wife Messalina was then at its height. She was, it seems, jealous of a certain Poppaea Sabina, who is mentioned in Book 13, as having surpassed in beauty all the ladies of her day. This Poppaea was the daughter of the Poppaea Sabinus alluded to in Book 6, and the mother of the more famous Poppaea, afterwards the wife of the Emperor Nero. Messalina contrived to involve this lady and her lover, Valerius Asiaticus, in a ruinous charge. Asiaticus had been twice consul, once under Caius Caesar, a second time under Claudius in A.D. 46. He was rich as well as noble. The 11th book, as we have it, begins with the account of his prosecution by means Messalina, who, with the help of Lucius Vitellius, father of the Vitellius afterwards emperor, effected his ruin. Messalina believed that Valerius Asiaticus, who had been twice consul, was one of Poppaea's old lovers. At the same time she was looking greedily at the gardens which Lucullus had begun, and which Asiaticus was now adorning with singular magnificence, and so she suborned Suilius to accuse both him and Poppaea. With Suilius was associated Sosibius, tutor to Britannicus, who was to give Claudius an apparently friendly warning to beware of a power and wealth which threatened the throne. Asiaticus, he said, had been the ringleader in the murder of a Caesar, and then had not feared to face an assembly of the Roman people to own the deed, and challenge its glory for his own. Thus grown famous in the capital, and with a renown widely spread through the provinces, he was planning a journey to the armies of Germany. Born at Vienna, and supported by numerous and powerful connections, he would find it easy to rouse nations allied to his house. Claudius made no further inquiry, but sent Crispinus, commander of the Praetorians, with troops in hot haste, as though to put down a revolt. Crispinus found him at Baiae, loaded him with chains, and hurried him to Rome. No hearing before the Senate was granted him. It was in the emperor's chamber, in the presence of Messalina, that he was heard. There Suilius accused him of corrupting the troops, of binding them by bribes and indulgences to share in every crime, of adultery with Poppaea, and finally of unmanly vice. It was at this last that the accused broke silence, and burst out with the words, "Question thy own sons, Suilius, they will own my manhood." Then he entered on his defense. Claudius he moved profoundly, and he even drew tears from Messalina, but as she left the chamber to wipe them away, she warned Vitellius not to let the man escape. She hastened herself to effect Poppaea's destruction, and hired agents to drive her to suicide by the terrors of a prison. Caesar, meanwhile, was so unconscious that a few days afterwards he asked her husband Scipio, who was dining with him, why he sat down to table without his wife, and was told in reply that she had paid the debt of nature. When Claudius began to deliberate about the acquittal of Asiaticus, Vitellius, with tears in his eyes, spoke of his old friendship with the accused, and of their joint homage to the emperor's mother Antonia. He then briefly reviewed the services of Asiaticus to the state, his recent campaign in the invasion of Britain, and everything else which seemed likely to win compassion, and suggested that he should be free to choose his death. Claudius's reply was in the same tone of mercy. Some friends urged on Asiaticus the quiet death of self-starvation, but he declined it with thanks. He took his usual exercise, then bathed and dined cheerfully, and saying that he had better have fallen by the craft of Tiberius, or the fury of Caius Caesar, than by the treachery of a woman and the shameless mouth of Vitellius, he opened his veins, but not till he had inspected his funeral pyre, and directed its removal to another spot, lest the smoke should hurt the thick foliage of the trees. So complete was his calmness even to the last. The senators were then convoked, and Suilius proceeded to find new victims in 2 knights of the first rank, who bore the surname of Petra. The real cause of their destruction was that they had lent their house for the meetings of Nestor and Poppaea, but it was a vision of the night that was the actual charge against one of them. He had, it was alleged, beheld Claudius crowned with a garland of wheat, the ears of which were turned downwards, and from this appearance he foretold scanty harvests. Some said that it was a vine wreath, of which the leaves were white, which he saw, and that he interpreted it to signify the death of the emperor after the turn of autumn. It is, however, beyond dispute that in consequence of some dream, whatever it was, both the man and his brother perished. 1,500,000 sesterces and the decorations of the praetorship were voted to Crispinus. Vitellius bestowed 1,000,000 on Sosibius, for giving Britannicus the benefit of his teaching, and Claudius that of his counsels. I may add that when Scipio was called on for his opinion, he replied, "As I think what all men think about the deeds of Poppaea, suppose me to say what all men say." A graceful compromise, this, between the affection of the husband and the necessities of the senator. Suilius after this plied his accusations without cessation or pity, and his audacity had many rivals. By assuming to himself all the functions of laws and magistrates, the emperor had left exposed everything which invited plunder, and of all articles of public merchandise nothing was more venal than the treachery of advocates. Thus it happened that one Samius, a Roman knight of the first rank, who had paid 400,000 sesterces to Suilius, stabbed himself in the advocate's house on ascertaining his collusion with the adversary. Upon this, following the lead of Silius, consul-elect, whose elevation and fall I shall in due course relate, the senators rose in a body, and demanded the enforcement of the Cincian law, an old enactment which forbade any one to receive a fee or a gift for pleading a cause. When the men at whom this strong censure was levelled loudly protested, Silius, who had a quarrel with Suilius, attacked them with savage energy. He cited as examples the orators of old, who had thought fame with posterity the fairest recompense of eloquence, and, "Apart from this," he said, "the first noble accomplishments was debased by sordid services, and even good faith could not be upheld in its integrity when men looked at the greatness of their gains. If lawsuits turned to no one's profit, there would be fewer of them. As it was, quarrels, accusations, hatreds, and wrongs were encouraged, in order that as the violence of disease brings fees to the physician, so the corruption of the forum might enrich the advocate. They should remember Caius Icinia and Messala, and in later days Aruntius and Eserninius, men raised by a blameless life and by eloquence to the highest honors. So spoke the consul-elect, and others agreed with him. A resolution was being framed to bring the guilty under the law of extortion, when Suilius and Cossutianus and the rest, who saw themselves threatened with punishment rather than trial, for their guilt was manifest, gathered round the emperor and prayed forgiveness for the past. When he had nodded assent, they began to plead their cause. "Who," they asked, "can be so arrogant as to anticipate and hope an eternity of renown? It is for the needs and the business of life that the resource of eloquence is acquired, thanks to which no one, for want of an advocate, is at the mercy of the powerful. But eloquence cannot be obtained for nothing. Private affairs are neglected, in order that a man may devote himself to the business of others. Some support life by the profession of arms, some by cultivating land. No work is expected from anyone of which he has not before calculated the profits. It was easy for Asinius and Messala, enriched with the prizes of the conflict between Antony and Augustus. It was easy for Orontius and Acerninus, the heirs of wealthy families, to assume grand airs. We have examples at hand. How great were the fees for which Publius Clodius and Caius Curia were wont to speak. We are ordinary senators, seeking in the tranquillity of the state for none but peaceful gains. You must consider the plebeian, how he gains distinction from the gown. Take away the rewards of a profession, and the profession must perish." The emperor thought that these arguments, though less noble, were not without force. He limited the fee which might be taken to 10,000 sesterces, and those who exceeded this limit were liable to the penalties of extortion. About this same time, Mithridates, of whom I have before spoken as having ruled Armenia, and having been imprisoned by order of Caius Caesar, made his way back to his kingdom at the suggestion of Claudius, and in reliance on the help of Pharsamones. This Pharsamones, who was the king of the Iberians, and Mithridates' brother, now told him that the Parthians were divided, and that the highest questions of empire being uncertain, lesser matters were neglected. Gotarses, among his many cruelties, had caused the death of his brother Artabanus, with wife and son. Hence his people feared for themselves, and sent for Vardanes. Ever ready for daring achievements, Vardanes traversed 375 miles in 2 days, and drove before him the surprised and terrified Gotarses. Without moment's delay he seized the neighboring governments, Seleucia alone refusing his rule. Rage against the place, which indeed had also revolted from his father rather than considerations of policy, made him embarrass himself with the siege of a strong city, which the defense of a river flowing by it, with fortifications and supplies, had thoroughly secured. Gotarses meanwhile, aided by the resources of the Daci and Hyrcanians, renewed the war, and Vardanes, compelled to raise the siege of Seleucia, encamped on the plains of Bactria. Then it was that while the forces of the east were divided, and hesitated which side they should take, the opportunity of occupying Armenia was presented to Mithridates, who had the vigorous soldiers of Rome to storm the fortified heights, while his Iberian cavalry scoured the plain. The Armenians made no resistance after their governor Demonax had ventured on a battle and had been routed. Cotys, king of Lesser Armenia, to whom some of the nobles inclined, caused some delay, but he was stopped by a despatch from Claudius, and then everything passed into the hands of Mithridates, who showed more cruelty than was wise in a new ruler. The Parthian princes, however, just when they were beginning battle, came to a sudden agreement, on discovering a plot among their people, which Gotarses revealed to his brother. At first they approached each other with hesitation. Then, joining right hands, they promised before the altars of their gods to punish the treachery of their enemies, and to yield one to the other. Vardanes seemed more capable of retaining rule. Gotarses, to avoid all rivalry, retired into the depths of Hyrcania. When Vardanes returned, Seleucia capitulated to him, 7 years after its revolt, little to the credit of the Parthians, whom a single city had so long defied. He then visited the strongest governments, and was eager to recover Armenia, but was stopped by Vibius Marsus, governor of Syria, who threatened war. Meanwhile Gotarses, who repented of having relinquished his throne, at the solicitation of the nobility, to whom subjection is a special hardship in peace, collected a force. Vardanes marched against him to the river Charinda. A fierce battle was fought over the passage, Vardanes winning a complete victory, and in a series of successful engagements subduing the intermediate tribes as far as the river Sindis, which is the boundary between the Dahi and the Aryans. There his successes terminated. The Parthians, victorious though they were, rebelled against distant service. So, after erecting monuments on which he recorded his greatness, and the tribute won from peoples from whom no Araskid had won it before, he returned covered with glory, and therefore the more haughty and more intolerable to his subjects than ever. They arranged a plot, and slew him when he was off his guard and intent upon the chase. He was still in his first youth, and might have been one of the illustrious few among aged princes, had he sought to be loved by his subjects as much as to be feared by his foes. The murder of Vardanes threw the affairs of Parthia into confusion, as the people were in doubt who should be summoned to the throne. Many inclined to Gotarses, some to Meherdates, a descendant of Phraates, who was a hostage in our hands. Finally Gotarses prevailed. Established in the palace, he drove the Parthians by his cruelty and profligacy to send a secret entreaty to the Roman emperor, that Meherdates might be allowed to mount the throne of his ancestors. It was during this consulship, in the 800th year after the foundation of Rome, and the 64th after their celebration by Augustus, that the secular games were exhibited. I say nothing of the calculations of the two princes, which I have sufficiently discussed in my history of the Emperor Domitian, for he also exhibited secular games, at which indeed, being one of the priesthood of the 15 and praetor at the time, I specially assisted. It is in no boastful spirit that I mention this, but because this duty has immemorially belonged to the College of the 15, and the praetors have performed the chief functions in these ceremonies. While Claudius sat to witness the games of the circus, some of the young nobility acted on horseback the battle of Troy. Among them was Britannicus, the emperor's son, and Lucius Domitius, who became soon afterwards by adoption heir to the empire with the surname of Nero. The stronger popular enthusiasm which greeted him was taken to presage his greatness. It was commonly reported that snakes had been seen by his cradle, which they seemed to guard, a fabulous tale invented to match the marvels of other lands. Nero, never a disparager of himself, was wont to say that but one snake at most had been seen in his chamber. Something, however, of popular favor was bequeathed to him from the remembrance of Germanicus, whose only male descendant he was, and the pity felt for his mother Agrippina was increased by the cruelty of Messalina, who, always her enemy, and then more furious than ever, was only kept from planning an accusation and suborning informers by a new and almost insane passion. She had grown so fanatically enamored of Caius Silius, the handsomest of the young nobility of Rome, that she drove from his bed Junia Silana, a high-born lady, and had her lover wholly to herself. Silius was not unconscious of his wickedness and his peril, but a refusal would have ensured destruction, and he had some hope of escaping exposure. The prize too was great, so he consoled himself by awaiting the future and enjoying the present. As for her, careless of concealment, she went continually with a numerous retinue to his house. She haunted his steps, showered him on wealth and honors, and at last, as though empire had passed to another, the slaves, the freedmen, the very furniture of the emperor were to be seen in the possession of the paramour. Claudius, meanwhile, who knew nothing about his wife, and was busy with his functions as censor, published edicts severely rebuking the lawlessness of the people in the theatra, when they insulted Caius Pomponius, an ex-consul, who furnished verses for the stage, and certain ladies of rank. He introduced too a law restraining the cruel greed of the usurers, and forbidding them to lend at interest sums repayable on a father's death. He also conveyed by an aqueduct into Rome the waters which flow from the hills of Cimberwa, and he likewise invented and published for use some new letters, having discovered, as he said, that even the Greek alphabet had not been completed at once. It was the Egyptians who first symbolized ideas, and that by the figure of animals. These recordings, the most ancient of all human history, are still seen engraved on stone. The Egyptians also claim to have invented the alphabet, which the Phoenicians, they say, by means of their superior seamanship introduced into Greece, and of which they appropriated the glory, giving out that they had discovered what they had really been taught. Tradition indeed says that Cadmus, visiting Greece in a Phoenician fleet, was the teacher of this art to its yet barbarous tribes. According to one account, it was Cercrops of Athens, or Linus of Thebes, or Palmades of Argos in Trojan times who invented the shapes of 16 letters, and others, chiefly Simonides, added the rest. In Italy, the Etrurians learnt them from Demaratus of Corinth, and the Aborigines from the Arcadian Evander, and so the Latin letters have the same form as the oldest Greek characters. At first, too, our alphabet was scanty, and additions were afterwards made. Following this precedent, Claudius added 3 letters, which were employed during his reign and subsequently disused. These may still be seen on the tablets of brass set up in the squares and temples, on which new statutes are published. Claudius then brought before the Senate the subject of the College of Haruspices, that, as he said, the oldest of Italian sciences might not be lost through negligence. It had often happened in evil days for the Senate that advisers had been summoned, at whose suggestion ceremonies had been restored and observed more duly for the future. The nobles of Etruria, whether of their own accord or at the instigation of the Roman Senate, had retained this science, making it the inheritance of distinct families. It was now less zealously studied, through the general indifference to all sound learning and to the growth of foreign superstitions. At present all is well, but we must show gratitude to the favor of heaven by taking care that the rites observed during times of peril may not be forgotten in prosperity. A resolution of the Senate was accordingly passed, charging the pontiffs to see what should be retained or reformed with respect to the haruspices. It was in the same year that the Cherusci asked Rome for a king. They had lost all their nobles in their civil wars, and there was left but one scion of the royal house, Italicus by name, who lived at Rome. On the father's side he was descended from Flavus, the brother of Arminius. His mother was the daughter of Catumerus, chief of the Chatti. The youth himself was of distinguished beauty, a skilful horseman and swordsman, both after our fashion and that of his country. So the emperor made him a present of money, furnished him with an escort, and bade him enter with a good heart on the honors of his house. Never before, he said, had a native of Rome, no hostage but a citizen, gone to mount a foreign throne. At first his arrival was welcome to the Germans, and they crowded to pay him court, for he was untainted by any spirit of faction, and showed the same hearty goodwill to all, practising sometimes the courtesy and temperance which can never offend, but oftener those excesses of wine and lust in which barbarians delight. He was winning fame among his neighbours, and even far beyond them, when some who had found their fortune in party feuds, jealous of his power, fled to the tribes on the border, protesting that Germany was being robbed of her ancient freedom, and that the might of Rome was on the rise. "Is there really," they said, "no native of this country to fill the place of king without raising the son of the spy Flavus above all his fellows? It is idle to put forward the name of Arminius. Had even the son of Arminius come to the throne after growing to manhood on a hostile soil, he might well be dreaded, corrupted as he would be by the bread of dependence, by slavery, by luxury, by all foreign habits. But if Italicus had his father's spirit, no man, be it remembered, had ever waged war against his country and his home more savagely than that father." By these and like appeals they collected a large force. No less numerous were the partisans of Italicus. He was no intruder, they said, on an unwilling people. He had obeyed a call, superior as he was to all others in noble birth. Should they not put his valor to the test, and see whether he showed himself worthy of his uncle Arminius and his grandfather Catumerus? He need not blush because his father had never relinquished the loyalty which, with the consent of the Germans, he had promised to Rome. The name of liberty was a lying pretext in the mouths of men who, base in private, dangerous in public life, had nothing to hope except from civil discord. The people enthusiastically applauded him. After a fierce conflict among the barbarians, the king was victorious. Subsequently, in his good fortune, he fell into a despot's pride, was dethroned, was restored by the help of the Langobardi, and still, in prosperity or adversity, did mischief to the interests of the Cheruscan nation. It was during the same period that the Chauci, free as it happened from dissension at home, and emboldened by the death of Sanguininius, made, while Corbulo was on his way, an inroad into Lower Germany, under the leadership of Ganascus. The man was of the tribe of the Canine Fates, had served long as our auxiliary, had then deserted, and, getting some light vessels, had made piratical descents specially on the coast of Gaul, inhabited, he knew, by a wealthy and unwarlike population. Corbulo meanwhile entered the province with careful preparation, and soon winning a renown of which that campaign was the beginning, he brought his triremes up the channel of the Rhine, and the rest of his vessels up the estuaries and canals to which they were adapted. Having sunk the enemy's flotilla, driven out Ganascus, and brought everything into good order, he restored the discipline of former days among legions, which had forgotten the labours and toils of the soldier, and delighted only in plunder. No one was to fall out of the line, no one was to fight without orders. At the outposts, on guard, in the duties of day and of night, they were always to be under arms. One soldier, it was said, had suffered death for working at the trenches without his sword, another for wearing nothing as he dug but his poniard. These extreme and possibly false stories at least had their origin in the general's real severity. We may be sure that he was strict and implacable to serious offences, when such sternness in regard to trifles could be believed of him. The fear thus inspired variously affected his own troops and the enemy. Our men gained fresh valour, the barbarians felt their pride broken. The Frisians, who had been hostile or disloyal since the revolt which had been begun by the defeat of Lucius or Pronius, gave hostages and settled down on territories marked out by Corbulo, who at the same time gave them a senate, magistrates, and a constitution. That they might not throw off their obedience, he built a fort among them, while he sent envoys to invite the greater Chauci to submission and to destroy Genascus by stratagem. This stealthy attempt on the life of a deserter and a traitor was not unsuccessful, nor was it anything ignoble. Yet the Chauci were violently roused by the man's death, and Corbulo was now sowing the seeds of another revolt, thus getting a reputation which many liked, but of which many thought ill. Why, men asked, was he irritating the foe? His disasters will fall on the Senate. If he is successful, so famous a hero will be a danger to peace, and a formidable subject for a timid emperor. Claudius accordingly forbade fresh attacks on Germany, so emphatically as to order the garrisons to be withdrawn to the left bank of the Rhine. End of Book 11, Part A. Book 11, Part B, of the Annals, by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claude Banta. The Annals, by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrieb. Book 11, A.D. 47-48, Part B, during the reign of Claudius. Corbulo was actually preparing to encamp on hostile soil when the despatch reached him. Surprised as he was, and many as were the thoughts which crowded on him, thoughts of peril from the emperor, of scorn from the barbarians, of ridicule from the allies, he said nothing but this, "Happy the Roman generals of old," and gave the signal for retreat. To keep his soldiers free from sloth, he dug a canal of 23 miles in length between the Rhine and the Meuse, as a means of avoiding the uncertain perils of the ocean. The emperor, though he had forbidden war, yet granted him triumphal distinctions. Soon afterwards, Curtius Rufus obtained the same honor. He had opened mines in the territory of the Mattiaci for working certain veins of silver. The produce was small and soon exhausted. The toil meanwhile on the legions was only to a loss, while they dug channels for water and constructed below the surface works which are difficult enough in the open air. Worn out by the labor, and knowing that similar hardships were endured in several provinces, the soldiers wrote a secret despatch in the name of the armies, begging the emperor to give in advance triumphal distinctions to one to whom he was about to entrust his forces. Of the birth of Curtius Rufus, whom some affirm to have been the son of a gladiator, I would not publish a falsehood, while I shrink from telling the truth. On reaching manhood he attached himself to a quaestor, to whom Africa had been allotted, and was walking alone at midday in some unfrequented arcade in the town of Ardrumetum, when he saw a female figure of more than human stature, and heard a voice, "Thou, Rufus, art the man who will one day come into this province as proconsul." Raised high in hope by such a presage, he returned to Rome, where, through the lavish expenditure of his friends and his own vigorous ability, he obtained the quaestorship, and subsequently, in competition with well-born candidates, the praetorship, by the vote of the Emperor Tiberius, who threw a veil over the discredit of his origin, saying, "Curtius Rufus seems to me to be his own ancestor." Afterwards, throughout a long old age, of surly sycophancy to those above him, of arrogance to those beneath him, and of moroseness among his equals, he gained the high office of the consulship, triumphal distinctions, and at last the province of Africa. There he died, and so fulfilled the presage of his destiny. At Rome, meanwhile, without any motive then known or subsequently ascertained, Gnaeus Nonius, a Roman knight, was found wearing a sword amid a crowd who were paying their respects to the emperor. The man confessed his own guilt when he was being torn in pieces by torture, but gave up no accomplices, perhaps having none to hide. During the same consulship, Publius Dolabella proposed that a spectacle of gladiators should be annually exhibited at the cost of those who obtained the quaestorship. In our ancestors' days this honor had been a reward of virtue, and every citizen with good qualities to support him was allowed to compete for office. At first there were no distinctions even of age, which prevented a man in his early youth from becoming a consul or a dictator. The quaestors indeed were appointed while the king still ruled, and this the revival by Brutus of the lex curiata plainly shows. The consuls retained the power of selecting them, till the people bestowed this office as well as others. The first so created were Valerius Potitus and Aemilius Mamercus, 63 years after the expulsion of the Tarquins, and they were to be attached to the war department. As the public business increased, 2 more were appointed to attend to affairs at Rome. This number was again doubled, when to the contributions of Italy was added the tribute of the provinces. Subsequently Sulla, by one of his laws, provided that 20 should be elected to fill up the Senate, to which he had entrusted judicial functions. These functions the knights afterwards recovered, but the quaestorship was obtained without expense, by merit in the candidates, or by the good nature of the electors, till, at Dolabella's suggestion, it was, so to speak, put up to sale. In the consulship of Aulus Vitellius and Lucius Vipstanus, the question of filling up the Senate was discussed, and the chief men of Gallia Comata, as it was called, who had long possessed the rights of allies and of Roman citizens, sought the privilege of obtaining public offices at Rome. There was much talk of every kind on the subject, and it was argued before the emperor with vehement opposition. Italy, it was asserted, is not so feeble as to be unable to furnish its own capital with a senate. Once our native-born citizens sufficed for peoples of our own kin, and we are by no means dissatisfied with the Rome of the past. To this day we cite examples, which under our old customs the Roman character exhibited as to valor and renown. It is a small thing that the Veneti and Insubres have already burst into the Senate House, unless a mob of foreigners, a troop of captives, so to say, is now forced upon us. What distinctions will be left for the remnants of our noble houses, or for any impoverished senators from Latium? Every place will be crowded with these millionaires, whose ancestors of the 2nd and 3rd generations, at the head of hostile tribes, destroyed our armies with fire and sword, and actually besieged the divine Julius at Alesia. These are recent memories. What if there were to rise up the remembrance of those who fell in Rome's citadel, and at her altar by the hands of these same barbarians? Let them enjoy indeed the title of citizens, but let them not vulgarize the distinctions of the Senate and the honors of office. These and like arguments failed to impress the emperor. He at once addressed himself to answer them, and thus harangued the assembled Senate. My ancestors, the most ancient of whom was made at once a citizen and a noble of Rome, encourage me to govern by the same policy of transferring to this city all conspicuous merit wherever found. And indeed I know as facts that the Julii came from Alba, the Corunsani from Camerium, the Porci from Tusculum, and not to inquire too minutely into the past, that new members have been brought into the Senate from Etruria and Lucania, and the whole of Italy, that Italy itself was at last extended to the Alps, to the end that not only single persons, but entire countries and tribes might be united under our name. We had unshaken peace at home, we prospered in all our foreign relations, in the days when Italy beyond the Po was admitted to share our citizenship, and when, enrolling in our ranks the most vigorous of the provincials, under color of settling our legions throughout the world, we recruited our exhausted empire. Are we sorry that the Balbi came to us from Spain, and other men not less illustrious from Narbonne Gaul? Their descendants are still among us, and do not yield to us in patriotism. What was the ruin of Sparta and Athens but this, that mighty as they were in war, they spurned from them as aliens those whom they had conquered? Our founder Romulus, on the other hand, was so wise that he fought as enemies and then hailed as fellow citizens several nations on the very same day. Strangers have reigned over us. That freedmen's sons should be entrusted with public offices is not, as many wrongly think, a sudden innovation, but was a common practice in the old commonwealth. But it will be said we have fought with the Senones. I suppose that the Volsi and Achaeae never stood in array against us. Our city was taken by the Gauls. Well, we also gave hostages to the Etruscans, and passed under the yoke of the Samnites. On the whole, if you review all our wars, never has one been finished in a shorter time than that with the Gauls. Thenceforth they have preserved an unbroken and loyal peace, united as they now are with us by manners, education, and intermarriage. Let them bring us their gold and their wealth, rather than enjoy it in isolation. Everything, senators, which we now hold to be of the highest antiquity was once new. Plebeian magistrates came after patrician, Latin magistrates after plebeian, magistrates of other Italian peoples after Latin. This practice too will establish itself, and what we are this day justifying by precedents will be itself a precedent. The emperor's speech was followed by a decree of the Senate, and the Aedui were the first to obtain the rights of becoming senators at Rome. This compliment was paid to their ancient alliance, and to the fact that they alone of the Gauls cling to the name of brothers of the Roman people. About the same time the emperor enrolled in the ranks the patricians, such senators as were of the oldest families, and such as had had distinguished ancestors. There were now but scanty relics of the greater houses of Romulus, and of the lesser houses of Lucius Brutus, as they had been called, and those who were exhausted which the dictator Caesar by the Cassian law, and the emperor Augustus by the Sanian law had chosen into their place. These acts, as being welcome to the state, were undertaken with hearty gladness by the imperial censor. Anxiously considering how he was to rid the Senate of men of notorious infamy, he preferred a gentle method recently devised to one which accorded with the sternness of antiquity, and advised each to examine his own case and seek the privilege of laying aside his rank. Permission, he said, would be readily obtained. He would publish in the same list those who had been expelled and those who had been allowed to retire, that by this confounding together of the decision of the censors and the modesty of voluntary resignation the disgrace might be softened. For this the consul Vipstanus moved that Claudius should be called Father of the Senate. The title of Father of the country had, he argued, been indiscriminately bestowed. New services ought to be recognized by unusual titles. The emperor, however, himself stopped the consul's flattery as extravagant. He closed the lustrum, the census for which gave a total of 5,984,072 citizens. Then too ended his blindness as to his domestic affairs. He was soon compelled to notice and punish his wife's infamies, till he afterwards craved passionately for an unhallowed union. Messalina, now grown wary of the very facility of her adulteries, was rushing into strange excesses, when even Silius, either through some fatal infatuation, or because he imagined that amid the dangers which hung over him, danger itself was the best safety, urged the breaking off of all concealment. They were not, he said, in such an extremity as to have to wait for the emperor's old age. Harmless measures were for the innocent. Crime once exposed had no refuge but in audacity. They had accomplices in all who feared the same fate. For himself, as he had neither wife nor child, he was ready to marry and to adopt Britannicus. Messalina would have the same power as before, with the additional advantage of a quiet mind, if only they took Claudius by surprise, who, though unsuspicious of treachery, was hasty in his wrath. The suggestion was coldly received, not because the lady loved her husband, but from a fear that Silius, after attaining his highest hopes, would spurn an adulteress, and soon estimate at its true value the crime which in the midst of peril he had approved. But she craved the name of wife for the sake of the monstrous infamy, that last source of delight to the reckless. She waited only till Claudius set out for Ostia to perform a sacrifice, and then celebrated all the solemnities of marriage. I am well aware that it will seem a fable that any persons in the world could have been so obtuse in a city which knows everything and hides nothing, much more that these persons should have been a consul elect and the emperor's wife, that on an appointed day, before witnesses duly summoned, they should have come together as if for the purpose of legitimate marriage, that she should have listened to the words of the bridegroom's friends, should have sacrificed to the gods, have taken her place among a company of guests, have lavished her kisses and caresses, and passed the night in the freedom which marriage permits. But this is no story to excite wonder. I do but relate what I have heard, and what our fathers have recorded. The emperor's court indeed shuddered. Its powerful personages, especially the men who had much to fear from a revolution, from secret whisperings they passed to loud complaints. When an actor, they said, imprudently thrust himself into the imperial chamber, it certainly brought scandal to the state, but we were a long way from ruin. Now a young noble of stately beauty, of vigorous intellect, with the near prospect of the consulship, is preparing himself for a loftier ambition. There can be no secret about what is to follow such a marriage. Doubtless there was thrill of alarm when they thought of the apathy of Claudius, of his devotion to his wife, and of the many murders perpetrated at Messalina's bidding. On the other hand, the very good nature of the emperor inspired confident hope that if they could overpower him by the enormity of the charge, she might be condemned and crushed before she was accused. The critical point was this, that he should not hear her defense, and that his ears should be shut even against her confession. At first Callistus, of whom I have already spoken in connection with the assassination of Caius Caesar, Narcissus, who had contrived the death of Appius, and Paulus, who was then in the height of favor, debated whether they might not by secret threats turn Messalina from her passion for Silius, while they concealed all else. Then, fearing that they would be themselves involved in ruin, they abandoned the idea. Paulus out of cowardice, and Callistus from his experience in a former court, remembering that prudent rather than vigorous counsels ensure the maintenance of power. Narcissus persevered, only so far changing his plan as not to make her aware beforehand by a single word what was the charge or who was the accuser. Then he eagerly watched his opportunity, and as the emperor lingered long at Ostia, he sought two of the mistresses to whose society Claudius was especially partial, and by gifts, by promises, by dwelling on the power increased by the wife's fall, he induced them to undertake the work of the informer. On this Calpurnia, that was the woman's name, as soon as she was allowed a private interview, threw herself at the emperor's knees, crying out that Messalina was married to Silius. At the same time she asked Cleopatra, who was standing near her and waiting for the question, whether she knew it. Cleopatra nodding assent, she begged that Narcissus might be summoned. Narcissus entreated pardon for the past, for having concealed the scandal while confined to a Vedius or a Plautius. Even now, he said, he would not make charges of adultery, and seemed to be asking back the palace, the slaves, and the other belongings of imperial rank. These Silius might enjoy, only he must give back the wife and annul the act of marriage. "Do you know," he said, "of your divorce? The people, the army, the Senate saw the marriage of Silius. Act at once, or the new husband is master of Rome." Claudius then summoned all his most powerful friends. First he questioned Turianus, superintendent of the corn market. Next Lucius Geta, who commanded the praetorians. When they confessed the truth, the whole company clamored in concert that he must go to the camp, must assure himself of the praetorian cohorts, must think of safety before he thought of vengeance. It is quite certain that Claudius was so overwhelmed by terror that he repeatedly asked whether he was indeed in possession of the empire, whether Silius was still a subject. Messalina, meanwhile, more wildly profligate than ever, was celebrating in mid-autumn a representation of the vintage in her new home. The presses were being trodden, the vats were overflowing, women girt with skins were dancing, as bacchanals dance in their worship or their frenzy. Messalina with flowing hair shook the thyrsus, and Silius at her side, crowned with ivy and wearing the buskin, moved his head to some lascivious chorus. It is said that one Vettius Valens climbed a very lofty tree in sport, and when they asked him what he saw, replied, "A terrible storm from Ostia." Possibly such appearance had begun, possibly a word dropped by chance became a prophecy. Meanwhile, no mere rumor, but messengers from all parts brought the news that everything was known to Claudius, and that he was coming, bent on vengeance. Messalina upon this went to the gardens of Lucullus, Silius, to conceal his fear, to his business in the forum. The other guests were flying in all directions, when the centurions appeared and put every one in irons where they found them, either in public streets or in hiding. Messalina, though her peril took away all power of thought, promptly resolved to meet and face her husband, a course in which she had often found safety, while she bade Britannicus and Octavia hasten to embrace their father. She besought Vibidia, the eldest of the Vestal Virgins, to demand audience of the Supreme Pontiff, and to beg for mercy. Meanwhile, with only 3 companions, so lonely did she find herself in a moment, she traversed the whole length of the city, and, mounting on a cart used to remove garden refuse, proceeded along the road to Ostia, not pitied, so overpoweringly hideous were her crimes, by a single person. There was equal alarm on the emperor's side. They put but little trust in Geta, who commanded the praetorians, a man swayed with good cause to good or evil. Narcissus, in concert with others who dreaded the same fate, declared that the only hope of safety for the emperor lay in his transferring for that one day the command of the soldiers to one of the freedmen, and he offered to undertake it himself, and that Claudius might not be induced by Lucius Vitellius and Largus Asina to repent, while he was riding into Rome, he asked and took a seat in the emperor's carriage. It was currently reported in after times that while the emperor broke into contradictory exclamations, now inveighing against the infamies of his wife, and now returning in thought to the remembrance of his love and of his infant children, Vitellius said nothing but, "What audacity! What wickedness!" Narcissus indeed kept pressing him to clear up his ambiguities, and let the truth be known, but still he could not prevail upon him to utter anything that was not vague and susceptible of any meaning which might be put on it, or upon Larga Cecina to do anything but follow his example. And now Messalina had presented herself, and was insisting that the emperor should listen to the mother of Octavia and Britannicus, when the accuser roared out at her the story of Silius and her marriage. At the same moment, to draw Caesar's eye away from her, he handed him some papers which detailed her debaucheries. Soon afterwards, as he was entering Rome, his children by Messalina were to have shown themselves, had not Narcissus ordered their removal. Vibidia he could not repel, when, with a vehemently indignant appeal, she demanded that a wife should not be given up to death without a hearing. So Narcissus replied that the emperor would hear her, and that she should have an opportunity of disproving the charge. Meanwhile the Holy Virgin was to go and discharge her sacred duties. All throughout Claudius preserved a strange silence. Vitellius seemed unconscious. Everything was under the freedman's control. By his order, the paramour's house was thrown open, and the emperor conducted thither. First, on the threshold, he pointed out the statue of Silius's father, which a decree of the Senate had directed to be destroyed. Next, how the heirlooms of the Neros and the Drusi had been degraded into the price of infamy. Then he led the emperor, furious and bursting out in menace, into the camp, where the soldiers were purposely assembled. Claudius spoke to them a few words at the dictation of Narcissus. Shame indeed checked the utterance even of a righteous anger. Instantly there came a shout from the cohorts, demanding the names of the culprits and their punishment. Brought before the tribunal, Silius sought neither defense nor delay, but begged that his death might be hastened. A like courage made several knights of the first rank desirous of a speedy doom. Titius Proclus, who had been appointed to watch Messalina, and was now offering his evidence, Vettius Valens, who confessed his guilt, together with Pompeius Ubricus and Sophleius Trogus from among her accomplices, were ordered to execution. Decius Calpurnianus, too, commander of the watch, Sulpicius Rufus, who had the charge of the games, and Juncus Virgilianus, a senator, were similarly punished. Menester alone occasioned a pause. Rending off his clothes, he insisted on Claudius looking at the scars of his stripes, and remembering his words when he surrendered himself without reserve to Messalina's bidding. The guilt of others had been the result of presents or of large promises, his of necessity. He must have been the first victim had Silius obtained empire. Caesar was touched by his appeal and inclined to mercy, but his freedmen prevailed on him not to let any indulgence be shown to a playa when so many illustrious citizens had fallen. It mattered not whether he had sinned so greatly from choice or compulsion. Even the defense of Traulus Montanus, a Roman knight, was not admitted. A young man of pure life, yet of singular beauty, he had been summoned and dismissed within the space of one night by Messalina, who was equally capricious in her passions and dislikes. In the case of Suilius Caesonius and Plautius Laturinus, the extreme penalty was remitted. The latter was saved by the distinguished services of his uncle, the former by his very vices, having amid that abominable throng submitted to the worst degradation. Messalina, meanwhile, in the gardens of Lucullus, was struggling for life, and writing letters of entreaty, as she alternated between hope and fury. In her extremity it was her pride alone which forsook her. Had not Narcissus hurried on her death, ruin would have recoiled on her accuser. Claudius had returned home to an early banquet. Then, in softened mood, when the wine had warmed him, he bade someone go and tell the poor creature, this is the word they say he used, to come the morrow and plead her cause. Hearing this, seeing too that his wrath was subsiding and his passion returning, and fearing in the event of delay the effect of approaching night and conjugal recollections, Narcissus rushed out and ordered the centurions and the tribunes who were on guard to accomplish the deed of blood. Such, he said, was the emperor's bidding. Avitus, one of the freedmen, was appointed to watch and complete the affair. Hurrying on before with all speed to the gardens, he found Messalina stretched upon the ground, while by her side sat Lepida, her mother, who, though estranged from her daughter in prosperity, was now melted to pity by her inevitable doom, and urged her not to wait for the executioner. "Life," she said, "was over. All that could be looked for was honor in death." But in that heart, utterly corrupted by profligacy, nothing noble remained. She still prolonged her tears and idle complaints, till the gates were forced open by the rush of the newcomers, and there stood at her side the tribune, sternly silent, and the freedmen, overwhelming her with the copious insults of a servile tongue. Then, for the first time, she understood her fate, and put her hand to a dagger. In her terror she was applying it ineffectually to her throat and breast, when a blow from the tribune drove it through her. Her body was given up to her mother. Claudius was still at the banquet when they told him that Messalina was dead, without mentioning whether it was by her own or another's hand, nor did he ask the question, but called for the cup and finished his repast as usual. During the days which followed, he showed no sign of hatred or joy or anger or sadness, in a word, of any human emotion, either when he looked on her triumphant accusers or on her weeping children. The Senate assisted his forgetfulness by decreeing that her name and her statues should be removed from all places, public or private. To Narcissus were voted the decorations of the quaestorship, a mere trifle to the pride of one who rose in the height of his power above Pallas and Callistus. End of Book 11.
Book 12, Part 1 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 12, AD 48 to 54. Part 1. Claudius's freedmen choose his niece Agrippina as his wife. The destruction of Messalina shook the imperial house, for a strife arose among the freedmen who should choose a wife for Claudius, impatient as he was of a single life, and submissive to the rule of wives. The ladies were fired with no less jealousy. Each insisted on her rank, beauty, and fortune, and pointed to her claims to such a marriage. But the keenest competition was between Lollia Paulina, the daughter of Marcus Lollius, an ex-consul, and Julia Agrippina, the daughter of Germanicus. Callistus favoured the first, Pallas the second. Aelia Paetina, however, of the family of the Tuberones, had the support of Narcissus. The emperor, who inclined now one way, now another, as he listened to this or that adviser, summoned the disputants to a conference, and bade them express their opinions and give their reasons. Narcissus dwelt on the marriage of years gone by, on the tie of offspring, for Paetina was the mother of Antonia, and on the advantage of excluding a new element from his household by the return of a wife to whom he was accustomed, and who would assuredly not look with a stepmother's animosity on Britannicus and Octavia, who were next in her affections to her own children. Callistus argued that she was compromised by her long separation, and that were she to be taken back, she would be supercilious on the strength of it. It would be far better to introduce Lollia, for, as she had no children of her own, she would be free from jealousy, and would take the place of a mother toward her stepchildren. Pallas again selected Agrippina for special commendation, because she would bring with her Germanicus's grandson, who was thoroughly worthy of imperial rank, the scion of a noble house, and a link to unite the descendants of the Claudian family. He hoped that a woman who was the mother of many children, and still in the freshness of youth, would not carry off the grandeur of the Caesars to some other house. This advice prevailed, backed up as it was by Agrippina's charms. On the pretext of her relationship she paid frequent visits to her uncle, and so won his heart that she was preferred to the others, and, though not yet his wife, already possessed a wife's power. For as soon as she was sure of her marriage, she began to aim at greater things, and planned an alliance between Domitius, her son by Cneius Aenobarbus, and Octavia, the emperor's daughter. This could not be accomplished without a crime, for the emperor had betrothed Octavia to Lucius Silanus, a young man otherwise famous, whom he had brought forward as a candidate for popular favour by the honour of triumphal distinctions and by a magnificent gladiatorial show. But no difficulty seemed to be presented by the temper of a sovereign who had neither partialities nor dislikes but such as were suggested and dictated to him. Vitellius, accordingly, who used the name of censor to screen a slave's trickeries, and looked forward to new despotisms already impending, associated himself in Agrippina's plans, with a view to her favour, and began to bring charges against Silanus, whose sister, Junia Calvina, a handsome and lively girl, had shortly before become his daughter-in-law. Here was the starting point for an accuser. Vitellius put an infamous construction on the somewhat incautious, though not criminal, love between the brother and sister. The emperor listened, for his affection for his daughter inclined him the more to admit suspicions against his son-in-law. Silanus, meanwhile, who knew nothing of the plot, and happened that year to be praetor, was suddenly expelled from the Senate by an edict of Vitellius, though the roll of senators had been recently reviewed and the lustrum closed. Claudius at the same time broke off the connection. Silanus was forced to resign his office, and the one remaining day of his praetorship was conferred on Eprius Marcellus. In the year of the consulship of Caius Pompeius and Quintus Veranius, the marriage arranged between Claudius and Agrippina was confirmed, both by popular rumour and by their own illicit love. Still they did not yet dare to celebrate the nuptials in due form, for there was no precedent for the introduction of a niece into an uncle's house. It was positively incest, and if disregarded it would, people feared, issue in calamity to the state. These scruples ceased not till Vitellius undertook the management of the matter in his own way. He asked the emperor whether he would yield to the recommendations of the people and to the authority of the Senate. When Claudius replied that he was one among the citizens and could not resist their unanimous voice, Vitellius requested him to wait in the palace, while he himself went to the Senate. Protesting that the supreme interest of the Commonwealth was at stake, he begged to be allowed to speak first, and then began to urge that the very burdensome labours of the emperor in a world-wide administration required assistance, so that, free from domestic cares, he might consult the public welfare. How, again, could there be a more virtuous relief for the mind of an imperial censor than the taking of a wife to share his prosperity and his troubles, to whom he might entrust his inmost thoughts and the care of his young children, unused as he was to luxury and pleasure, and wont from his earliest youth to obey the laws? Vitellius, having first put forward these arguments in a conciliatory speech, and met with decided acquiescence from the Senate, began afresh to point out that, as they all recommended the emperor's marriage, they ought to select a lady conspicuous for noble rank and purity, herself too the mother of children. It cannot, he said, be long a question that Agrippina stands first in nobility of birth. She has given proof too that she is not barren, and she has suitable moral qualities. It is again a singular advantage to us, due to divine providence, for a widow to be united to an emperor who has limited himself to his own lawful wives. We have heard from our fathers, we have ourselves seen, that married women were seized at the caprice of the Caesars. This is quite alien to the propriety of our day. Rather let a precedent be now set for the taking of a wife by an emperor. But, it will be said, marriage with a brother's daughter is with us a novelty. True, but it is common in other countries, and there is no law to forbid it. Marriages of cousins were long unknown, but after a time they became frequent. Custom adapts itself to expediency, and this novelty will hereafter take its place among recognized usages. There were some who rushed out of the Senate, passionately protesting that if the emperor hesitated they would use violence. A promiscuous throng assembled, and kept exclaiming that the same too was the prayer of the Roman people. Claudius, without further delay, presented himself in the forum to their congratulations. Then, entering the Senate, he asked from them a decree which should decide that for the future marriages between uncles and brothers' daughters should be legal. There was, however, found only one person who desired such a marriage, Aledius Severus, a Roman knight, who, as many said, was swayed by the influence of Agrippina. Then came a revolution in the state, and everything was under the control of a woman, who did not, like Messalina, insult Rome by loose manners. It was a stringent and, so to say, masculine despotism. There was sternness and generally arrogance in public, no sort of immodesty at home, unless it conduced to power. A boundless greed of wealth was veiled under the pretext that riches were being accumulated as a prop to the throne. On the day of the marriage, Silanus committed suicide, having up to that time prolonged his hope of life, or else choosing that day to heighten the popular indignation. His sister Calvina was banished from Italy. Claudius further added that sacrifices, after the ordinances of King Tullius, and atonements were to be offered by the pontiffs in the grove of Diana, amid general ridicule at the idea, devising penalties and propitiations for incest at such a time. Agrippina, that she might not be conspicuous only by her evil deeds, procured for Aeneas Seneca a remission of his exile, and with it the praetorship. She thought this would be universally welcome, from the celebrity of his attainments, and it was her wish too for the boyhood of Domitius to be trained under so excellent an instructor, and for them to have the benefit of his counsels in their designs on the throne. For Seneca, it was believed, was devoted to Agrippina from a remembrance of her kindness, and an enemy to Claudius from a bitter sense of wrong. It was then resolved to delay no longer. Memmius Pollio, the consul-elect, was induced by great promises to deliver a speech, praying Claudius to betroth Octavia to Domitius. The match was not unsuitable to the age of either, and was likely to develop still more important results. Pollio introduced the motion in much the same language as Vitellius had lately used. So Octavia was betrothed, and Domitius, besides his previous relationship, became now the emperor's affianced son-in-law, and an equal of Britannicus, through the exertions of his mother, and the cunning of those who had been the accusers of Messalina, and feared the vengeance of her son. About the same time, an embassy from the Parthians, which had been sent, as I have stated, to solicit the return of Mehedates, was introduced into the Senate, and delivered a message to the following effect. They were not, they said, unaware of the treaty of alliance, nor did their coming imply any revolt from the family of the Arsacids. Indeed, even the son of Vonones, Phraates' grandson, was with them in their resistance to the despotism of Gotarzes, which was alike intolerable to the nobility and to the people. Already brothers, relatives, and distant kin had been swept off by murder after murder. Wives actually pregnant and tender children were added to Gotarzes' victims, while, slothful at home and unsuccessful in war, he made cruelty a screen for his feebleness. Between the Parthians and ourselves there was an ancient friendship founded on a state alliance, and we ought to support allies who were our rivals in strength, and yet yielded to us out of respect. Kings' sons were given as hostages, in order that when Parthia was tired of home rule, it might fall back on the emperor and the senate, and receive from them a better sovereign, familiar with Roman habits. In answer to these and like arguments, Claudius began to speak of the grandeur of Rome and the submissive attitude of the Parthians. He compared himself to the divine Augustus, from whom, he reminded them, they had sought a king, but omitted to mention Tiberius, though he too had sent them sovereigns. He added some advice for Mehedates, who was present, and told him not to be thinking of a despot and his slaves, but rather of a ruler among fellow citizens, and to practise clemency and justice, which barbarians would like the more for being unused to them. Then he turned to the envoys and bestowed high praise on the young foster son of Rome, as one whose self-control had hitherto been exemplary. Still, he said, they must bear with the caprices of kings, and frequent revolutions were bad. Rome, sated with her glory, had reached such a height that she wished even foreign nations to enjoy repose. Upon this, Caius Cassius, governor of Syria, was commissioned to escort the young prince to the bank of the Euphrates. Cassius was at that time preeminent for legal learning. The profession of the soldier is forgotten in a quiet period, and peace reduces the enterprising and indolent to an equality. But Cassius, as far as it was possible without war, revived ancient discipline, kept exercising the legions, in short, used as much diligence and precaution as if an enemy were threatening him. This conduct he counted worthy of his ancestors, and of the Cassian family which had won renown even in those countries. He then summoned those at whose suggestion a king had been sought from Rome, and having encamped at Zeugma, where the river was most easily fordable, and awaited the arrival of the chief men of Parthia and of Akbarus, king of the Arabs, he reminded Meherdates that the impulsive enthusiasm of barbarians soon flags from delay or even changes into treachery, and that therefore he should urge on his enterprise. The advice was disregarded through the perfidy of Akbarus, by whom the foolish young prince, who thought that the highest position merely meant self-indulgence, was detained for several days in the town of Edessa. Although a certain Carenes pressed them to come, and promised easy success if they hastened their arrival, they did not make for Mesopotamia, which was close to them, but by a long detour for Armenia, then ill suited to their movements, as winter was beginning. As they approached the plains, wearied with the snows and mountains, they were joined by the forces of Carenes, and having crossed the river Tigris, they traversed the country of the Adiabeni, whose king Izates had avowedly embraced the alliance of Meherdates, though secretly and in better faith he inclined to Gotarzes. In their march they captured the city of Ninos, the most ancient capital of Assyria, and a fortress historically famous as the spot where at the last battle between Darius and Alexander the power of Persia fell. Gotarzes, meanwhile, was offering vows to the local divinities on a mountain called Sambulos, with special worship of Hercules, who at a stated time bids the priests in a dream equip horses for the chase and place them near his temple. When the horses have been laden with quivers full of arrows, they scour the forest and at length return at night, with empty quivers, panting violently. Again the god, in a vision of the night, reveals to them the track along which he roamed through the woods, and everywhere slaughtered beasts are found. Gotarzes, his army not being yet in sufficient force, made the river Corma a line of defence, and though he was challenged to an engagement by taunting messages, he contrived delays, shifted his positions, and sent emissaries to corrupt the enemy and bribe them to throw off their allegiance. Izates of the Adiabeni, and then Akbarus of the Arabs, deserted with their troops, with their countrymen's characteristic fickleness, confirming previous experience, that barbarians prefer to seek a king from Rome than to keep him. Meherdates, stripped of his powerful auxiliaries, and suspecting treachery in the rest, resolved as his last resource to risk everything and try the issue of a battle. Nor did Gotarzes, who was emboldened by the enemy's diminished strength, refuse the challenge. They fought with terrible courage and doubtful result, till Carenes, who, having beaten down all resistance, had advanced too far, was surprised by a fresh detachment in his rear. Then Meherdates, in despair, yielded to promises from Paraces, one of his father's adherents, and was by his treachery delivered in chains to the conqueror. Gotarzes taunted him with being no kinsman of his or of the Arsacids, but a foreigner and a Roman, and, having cut off his ears, bade him live, a memorial of his own clemency, and a disgrace to us. After this Gotarzes fell ill and died, and Vonones, who then ruled the Medes, was summoned to the throne. He was memorable neither for his good nor bad fortune. He completed a short and inglorious reign, and then the empire of Parthia passed to his son, Vologeses. Mithridates of Bosporus, meanwhile, who had lost his power and was a mere outcast, on learning that the Roman general Didius and the main strength of his army had retired, and that Cotys, a young prince without experience, was left in his new kingdom with a few cohorts under Julius Aquila, a Roman knight, disdaining both, roused the neighbouring tribes and drew deserters to his standard. At last he collected an army, drove out the king of the Dandaridae, and possessed himself of his dominions. When this was known, and the invasion of Bosporus was every moment expected, Aquila and Cotys, seeing that hostilities had been also resumed by Zorsines, king of the Syraci, distrusted their own strength, and themselves too sought the friendship of the foreigner by sending envoys to Eunones, who was then chief of the Addorsi. There was no difficulty about alliance, when they pointed to the power of Rome in contrast with the rebel Mithridates. It was accordingly stipulated that Eunones should engage the enemy with his cavalry, and the Romans undertake the siege of towns. Then the army advanced in regular formation, the Addorsi in the van and the rear, while the centre was strengthened by the cohorts and native troops of Bosporus with Roman arms. Thus the enemy was defeated, and they reached Sosa, a town in Dandarica, which Mithridates had abandoned, where it was thought expedient to leave a garrison, as the temper of the people was uncertain. Next they marched on the Syraci, and after crossing the river Panda, besieged the city of Uspe, which stood on high ground, and had the defence of wall and fosses, only the walls, not being of stone, but of hurdles and wicker-work with earth between, were too weak to resist an assault. Towers were raised to a greater height, as a means of annoying the besieged with brands and darts. Had not night stopped the conflict, the siege would have begun and finished within one day. Next day they sent an embassy, asking mercy for the freeborn and offering 10,000 slaves. As it would have been inhuman to slay the prisoners, and very difficult to keep them under guard, the conquerors rejected the offer, preferring that they should perish by the just doom of war. The signal for massacre was therefore given to the soldiers, who had mounted the walls by scaling ladders. The destruction of Uspe struck terror into the rest of the people, who thought safety impossible when they saw how armies and ramparts, heights and difficult positions, rivers and cities alike yielded to their foe. And so Zorsines, having long considered whether he should still have regard to the fallen fortunes of Mithridates or to the kingdom of his fathers, and having at last preferred his country's interests, gave hostages and prostrated himself before the emperor's image, to the great glory of the Roman army, which all men knew to have come after a bloodless victory within 3 days' march of the river Tanais. In their return, however, fortune was not equally favourable. Some of their vessels, as they were sailing back, were driven on the shores of the Tauri and cut off by the barbarians, who slew the commander of a cohort and several centurions. Meanwhile Mithridates, finding arms an unavailing resource, considered on whose mercy he was to throw himself. He feared his brother Cotys, who had once been a traitor, then become his open enemy. No Roman was on the spot of authority sufficient to make his promises highly valued. So he turned to Eunones, who had no personal animosity against him, and had been lately strengthened by his alliance with us. Adapting his dress and expression of countenance as much as possible to his present condition, he entered the palace, and throwing himself at the feet of Eunones, he exclaimed, "Mithridates, whom the Romans have sought so many years by land and sea, stands before you by his own choice. Deal as you please with the descendant of the great Achaemenes, the only glory of which enemies have not robbed me." The great name of Mithridates, his reverse, his prayer full of dignity, deeply affected Eunones. He raised the suppliant, and commended him for having chosen the nation of the Addorsi, and his own good faith in suing for mercy. He sent at the same time envoys to Caesar, with a letter to this effect, that friendship between emperors of Rome and sovereigns of powerful peoples was primarily based on a similarity of fortune, and that between himself and Claudius there was the tie of a common victory. Wars had glorious endings whenever matters were settled by an amnesty. The conquered Zorsines had on this principle been deprived of nothing. For Mithridates, as he deserved heavier punishment, he asked neither power nor dominions, only that he might not be led in triumph, and pay the penalty of death. Claudius, though merciful to foreign princes, was yet in doubt whether it were better to receive the captive with the promise of safety, or to claim his surrender by the sword. To this last he was urged by resentment at his wrongs, and by thirst for vengeance. On the other hand, it was argued that it would be undertaking a war in a country without roads, on a harbourless sea, against warlike kings and wandering tribes, on a barren soil; that a weary disgust would come of tardy movements, and perils of precipitancy; that the glory of victory would be small, while much disgrace would ensue on defeat. Why should not the emperor seize the offer, and spare the exile, whose punishment would be the greater the longer he lived in poverty? Moved by these considerations, Claudius wrote to Eunones that Mithridates had certainly merited an extreme and exemplary penalty, which he was not wanting in power to inflict, but it had been the principle of his ancestors to show as much forbearance to a suppliant as they showed persistence against a foe. As for triumphs, they were won over nations and kings hitherto unconquered. After this, Mithridates was given up, and brought to Rome by Junius Chilo, the procurator of Pontus. There, in the emperor's presence, he was said to have spoken too proudly for his position, and words uttered by him to the following effect became the popular talk: "I have not been sent, but have come back to you. If you do not believe me, let me go and pursue me." He stood too with fearless countenance when he was exposed to the people's gaze near the rostra under military guard. To Chilo and Aquila were voted respectively the consular and praetorian decorations. In the same consulship, Agrippina, who was terrible in her hatred and detested Lollia for having competed with her for the emperor's hand, planned an accusation through an informer who was to tax her with having consulted astrologers and magicians and the image of the Clarian Apollo about the imperial marriage. Upon this, Claudius, without hearing the accused, first reminded the Senate of her illustrious rank, that the sister of Lucius Volusius was her mother, Cotta Messallinus her grand uncle, Memmius Regulus formerly her husband, for of her marriage to Caius Caesar he purposely said nothing, and then added that she had mischievous designs on the state, and must have the means of crime taken from her. Consequently her property should be confiscated, and she herself banished from Italy. Thus, out of immense wealth, only 5 million sesterces were left to the exile. Calpurnia, too, a lady of high rank, was ruined, simply because the emperor had praised her beauty in a casual remark, without any passion for her. And so Agrippina's resentment stopped short of extreme vengeance. A tribune was dispatched to Lollia, who was to force her to suicide. Next, on the prosecution of the Bithynians, Cadius Rufus was condemned under the law against extortion. Narbonne Gaul, for its special reverence of the Senate, received a privilege. Senators belonging to the province, without seeking the emperor's approval, were to be allowed to visit their estates, a right enjoyed by Sicily. Iturea and Judea, on the death of their kings, Sohaemus and Agrippa, were annexed to the province of Syria. It was also decided that the augury of the public safety, which for 25 years had been neglected, should be revived and henceforth observed. The emperor likewise widened the sacred precincts of the capital, in conformity with the ancient usage, according to which those who had enlarged the empire were permitted also to extend the boundaries of Rome. But Roman generals, even after the conquest of great nations, had never exercised this right, except Lucius Sulla and the divine Augustus. There are various popular accounts of the ambitious and vainglorious efforts of our kings in this matter. Still, I think it is interesting to know accurately the original plan of the precinct as it was fixed by Romulus. From the ox market, where we see the brazen statue of a bull, because that animal is yoked to the plough, A furrow was drawn to mark out the town, so as to embrace the great altar of Hercules. Then, at regular intervals, stones were placed along the foot of the Palatine hill to the altar of Consus, soon afterwards to the old courts, and then to the chapel of Larunda. The Roman Forum and the Capitol were not, it was supposed, added to the city by Romulus, but by Titus Tatius. In time the precinct was enlarged with the growth of Rome's fortunes. The boundaries now fixed by Claudius may be easily recognised, as they are specified in the public records. End of Book 12, Part 1. Book 12, Part 2 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 12, A.D. 48-54, Part 2. Claudius's son Britannicus, supplanted by Agrippina's son Nero. In the consulship of Caius Anticius and Marcus Suilius, the adoption of Domitius was hastened on by the influence of Pallas. Bound to Agrippina, first as the promoter of her marriage, then as her paramour, he still urged Claudius to think of the interests of the state, and to provide some support for the tender years of Britannicus. So, he said, it had been with the divine Augustus, whose stepsons, though he had grandsons to be his stay, had been promoted. Tiberius, too, though he had offspring of his own, had adopted Germanicus. Claudius would also do well to strengthen himself with a young prince who could share his cares with him. Overcome by these arguments, the emperor preferred Domitius to his own son, though he was but 2 years older, and made a speech in the Senate, the same in substance as the representations of his freedmen. It was noted by learned men that no previous example of adoption into the patrician family of the Claudii was to be found, and that from Attus Clausus there had been one unbroken line. However, the emperor received formal thanks, and still more elaborate flattery was paid to Domitius. A law was passed adopting him into the Claudian family with the name of Nero. Agrippina, too, was honoured with the title of Augusta. When this had been done, there was not a person so void of pity as not to feel keen sorrow at the position of Britannicus. Gradually forsaken by the very slaves who waited on him, he turned into ridicule the ill-timed attentions of his stepmother, perceiving their insincerity. For he is said to have had by no means a dull understanding, and this is either a fact, or perhaps his perils won him sympathy, and so he possessed the credit of it, without actual evidence. Agrippina, to show her power even to the allied nations, procured the dispatch of a colony of veterans to the chief town of the Ubii, where she was born. The place was named after her. Agrippa, her grandfather, had, as it happened, received this tribe when they crossed the Rhine under our protection. During the same time there was a panic in Upper Germany through an irruption of plundering bands of Chatti. Thereupon Lucius Pomponius, who was in command, directed the Vangiones and Nemetes with the allied cavalry to anticipate the raid, and suddenly to fall upon them from every quarter while they were dispersed. The general's plan was backed up by the energy of the troops. These were divided into 2 columns, and those who marched to the left cut off the plunderers just on their return after a riotous enjoyment of their spoil, when they were heavy with sleep. It added to the men's joy that they had rescued from slavery after 40 years some survivors of the defeat of Varus. The column which took the right hand and the shorter route inflicted greater loss on the enemy who met them, and ventured on a battle. With much spoil and glory they returned to Mount Taunus, where Pomponius was waiting with the legions, to see whether the Chatti, in their eagerness for vengeance, would give him a chance of fighting. They, however, fearing to be hemmed in on one side by the Romans, on the other by the Cherusci, with whom they are perpetually at feud, sent envoys and hostages to Rome. To Pomponius was decreed the honour of a triumph, a mere fraction of his renown with the next generation, with whom his poems constitute his chief glory. At this same time Vannius, whom Drusus Caesar had made king of the Suevi, was driven from his kingdom. In the commencement of his reign he was renowned and popular with his countrymen, but subsequently, with long possession, he became a tyrant, and the enmity of neighbours, joined to intestine strife, was his ruin. Vibilius, king of the Hemunduri, and Vangio and Sido, sons of a sister of Vannius, led the movement. Claudius, though often entreated, declined to interpose by arms in the conflict of the barbarians, and simply promised Vannius a safe refuge in the event of his expulsion. He wrote instructions to Publius Atelius Hister, governor of Pannonia, that he was to have his legions, with some picked auxiliaries from the province itself, encamped on the river bank, as a support to the conquered and a terror to the conqueror, who might otherwise, in the elation of success, disturb also the peace of our empire. For an immense host of Ligii, with other tribes, was advancing, attracted by the fame of the opulent realm which Vannius had enriched during 30 years of plunder and of tribute. Vannius's own native force was infantry, and his cavalry was from the Iazyges of Sarmatia, an army which was no match for his numerous enemy. Consequently he determined to maintain himself in fortified positions and protract the war. But the Iazyges, who could not endure a siege, dispersed themselves throughout the surrounding country and rendered an engagement inevitable, as the Ligii and Hermunduri had there rushed to the attack. So Vannius came down out of his fortresses, and though he was defeated in battle, notwithstanding his reverse, he won some credit by having fought with his own hand and received wounds on his breast. He then fled to the fleet which was awaiting him on the Danube, and was soon followed by his adherents, who received grants of land and were settled in Pannonia. Vangio and Sido divided his kingdom between them. They were admirably loyal to us, and among their subjects, whether the cause was in themselves or in the nature of despotism, much loved while seeking to acquire power, and yet more hated when they had acquired it. Meanwhile in Britain, Publius Ostorius, the propraetor, found himself confronted by disturbance. The enemy had burst into the territories of our allies with all the more fury, as they imagined that a new general would not march against them with winter beginning, and with an army of which he knew nothing. Ostorius, well aware that first events are those which produce alarm or confidence, by a rapid movement of his light cohorts, cut down all who opposed him, pursued those who fled, and lest they should rally, and so an unquiet and treacherous peace might allow no rest to the general and his troops, he prepared to disarm all whom he suspected, and to occupy with encampments the whole country to the Avon and Severn. The Iceni, a powerful tribe which war had not weakened, as they had voluntarily joined our alliance, were the first to resist. At their instigation the surrounding nations chose as a battlefield a spot walled in by a rude barrier, with a narrow approach impenetrable to cavalry. Through these defences the Roman general, though he had with him only the allied troops, without the strength of the legions, attempted to break, and having assigned their positions to his cohorts, he equipped even his cavalry for the work of infantry. Then at a given signal they forced the barrier, routing the enemy who were entangled in their own defences. The rebels, conscious of their guilt and finding escape barred, performed many noble feats. In this battle Marius Ostorius, the general's son, won the reward for saving a citizen's life. The defeat of the Iceni quieted those who were hesitating between war and peace. Then the army was marched against the Cangi. Their territory was ravaged, spoil taken everywhere without the enemy venturing on an engagement, or if they attempted to harass our march by stealthy attacks, their cunning was always punished. And now Ostorius had advanced within a little distance of the sea, facing the island Hibernia, when feuds broke out among the Brigantes, and compelled the general's return, for it was his fixed purpose not to undertake any fresh enterprise till he had consolidated his previous successes. The Brigantes, indeed, when a few who were beginning hostilities had been slain and the rest pardoned, settled down quietly. But on the Silures neither terror nor mercy had the least effect. They persisted in war, and could be quelled only by legions encamped in their country. That this might be the more promptly effected, a colony of a strong body of veterans was established at Camalodunum on the conquered lands, as a defence against the rebels, and as a means of imbuing the allies with respect for our laws. The army then marched against the Silures, a naturally fierce people, and now full of confidence in the might of Caractacus, who by many an indecisive and many a successful battle had raised himself far above all the other generals of the Britons. Inferior in military strength, but deriving an advantage from the deceptiveness of the country, he at once shifted the war by a stratagem into the territory of the Ordovices, where, joined by all who dreaded peace with us, he resolved on a final struggle. He selected a position for the engagement, in which advance and retreat alike would be difficult for our men, and comparatively easy for his own, and then on some lofty hills, wherever their sides could be approached by a gentle slope, he piled up stones to serve as a rampart. A river, too, of varying depth was in his front, and his armed bands were drawn up before his defences. Then, too, the chieftains of the several tribes went from rank to rank, encouraging and confirming the spirit of their men by making light of their fears, kindling their hopes, and by every other warlike incitement. As for Caractacus, he flew hither and thither, protesting that that day and that battle would be the beginning of the recovery of their freedom, or of everlasting bondage. He appealed by name to their forefathers, who had driven back the dictator Caesar, by whose valour they were free from the Roman axe and tribute, and still preserved inviolate the persons of their wives and of their children. While he was thus speaking, the host shouted applause. Every warrior bound himself by his national oath not to shrink from weapons or wounds. Such enthusiasm confounded the Roman general. The river, too, in his face, the rampart they had added to it, the frowning hilltops, the stern resistance, and masses of fighting men everywhere apparent, daunted him. But his soldiers insisted on battle, claiming that valour could overcome all things, and the prefects and tribunes, with similar language, stimulated the ardour of the troops. Ostorius, having ascertained by a survey the inaccessible and the assailable points of the position, led on his furious men, and crossed the river without difficulty. When he reached the barrier, as long as it was a fight with missiles, the wounds and the slaughter fell chiefly on our soldiers, but when he had formed the military testudo, and the rude ill-compacted fence of stones was torn down, and it was an equal hand-to-hand engagement, the barbarians retired to the heights. Yet even there both light and heavy-armed soldiers rushed to the attack. The first harassed the foe with missiles, while the latter closed with them, and the opposing ranks of the Britons were broken, destitute as they were of the defence of breastplates or helmets. When they faced the auxiliaries, they were felled by the swords and javelins of our legionaries. If they wheeled round, they were again met by the sabres and spears of the auxiliaries. It was a glorious victory. The wife and daughter of Caractacus were captured, and his brothers, too, were admitted to surrender. There is seldom safety for the unfortunate, and Caractacus, seeking the protection of Catis Mandua, queen of the Brigantes, was put in chains and delivered up to the conquerors, 9 years after the beginning of the war in Britain. His fame had spread thence and travelled to the neighbouring islands and provinces, and was actually celebrated in Italy. All were eager to see the great man who for so many years had defied our power. Even at Rome the name of Caractacus was no obscure one, and the emperor, while he exalted his own glory, enhanced the renown of the vanquished. The people were summoned as to a grand spectacle. The praetorian cohorts were drawn up under arms in the plain in front of their camp. Then came a procession of the royal vassals, and the ornaments and neck-chains and the spoils which the king had won in wars with other tribes were displayed. Next were to be seen his brothers, his wife and daughter, last of all Caractacus himself. All the rest stooped in their fear to abject supplication, not so the king, who neither by humble look nor speech sought compassion. When he was set before the emperor's tribunal, he spoke as follows: "Had my moderation in prosperity been equal to my noble birth and fortune, I should have entered this city as your friend rather than as your captive, and you would not have disdained to receive, under a treaty of peace, a king descended from illustrious ancestors and ruling many nations. My present lot is as glorious to you as it is degrading to myself. I had men and horses, arms and wealth. What wonder if I parted with them reluctantly? If you Romans choose to lord it over the world, does it follow that the world is to accept slavery? Were I to have been at once delivered up as prisoner, neither my fall nor your triumph would have become famous. My punishment would be followed by oblivion, whereas if you save my life, I shall be an everlasting memorial of your clemency." Upon this the emperor granted pardon to Caractacus, to his wife, and to his brothers. Released from their bonds, they did homage also to Agrippina, who sat near, conspicuous on another throne, in the same language of praise and gratitude. It was indeed a novelty, quite alien to ancient manners, for a woman to sit in front of Roman standards. In fact, Agrippina boasted that she was herself a partner in the empire which her ancestors had won. The Senate was then assembled, and speeches were delivered full of pompous eulogy on the capture of Caractacus. It was as glorious, they said, as the display of Syphax by Scipio, or of Perses by Lucius Paulus, or indeed of any captive prince by any of our generals to the people of Rome. Triumphal distinctions were voted to Ostorius, who thus far had been successful, but soon afterwards met with reverses, either because when Caractacus was out of the way our discipline was relaxed under an impression that the war was ended, or because the enemy, out of compassion for so great a king, was more ardent in his thirst for vengeance. Instantly they rushed from all parts on the camp prefect, and legionary cohorts left to establish fortified positions among the Silures, and had not speedy succour arrived from towns and fortresses in the neighbourhood, our forces would then have been totally destroyed. Even as it was, the camp prefect, with 8 centurions and the bravest of the soldiers, were slain, and shortly afterwards a foraging party of our men, with some cavalry squadrons sent to their support, was utterly routed. Ostorius then deployed his light cohorts, but even thus he did not stop the flight till our legions sustained the brunt of the battle. Their strength equalized the conflict, which after a while was in our favour. The enemy fled with trifling loss as the day was on the decline. Now began a series of skirmishes, for the most part like raids in woods and morasses, with encounters due to chance or to courage, to mere heedlessness or to calculation, to fury or to lust of plunder, under directions from the officers or sometimes even without their knowledge. Conspicuous above all in stubborn resistance were the Silures, whose rage was fired by words rumoured to have been spoken by the Roman general, to the effect that as the Sugambri had been formerly destroyed or transplanted into Gaul, so the name of the Silures ought to be blotted out. Accordingly they cut off 2 of our auxiliary cohorts, the rapacity of whose officers let them make incautious forays, and by liberal gifts of spoil and prisoners to the other tribes, they were luring them too into revolt, when Ostorius, worn out by the burden of his anxieties, died, to the joy of the enemy, who thought that a campaign at least, though not a single battle, had proved fatal to a general whom none could despise. The emperor, on hearing of the death of his representative, appointed Aulus Didius in his place, that the province might not be left without a governor. Didius, though he quickly arrived, found matters far from prosperous, for the legion under the command of Manlius Valens had meanwhile been defeated, and the disaster had been exaggerated by the enemy to alarm the new general, while he again magnified it, that he might win the more glory by quelling the movement, or have a fairer excuse if it lasted. This loss too had been inflicted on us by the Silures, and they were scouring the country far and wide, till Didius hurried up and dispersed them. After the capture of Caractacus, Venutius of the Brigantes, as I have already mentioned, was preeminent in military skill. He had long been loyal to Rome, and had been defended by our arms, while he was united in marriage to the queen Cartismandua. Subsequently a quarrel broke out between them, followed instantly by war, and he then assumed a hostile attitude also towards us. At first, however, they simply fought against each other, and Cartismandua, by cunning stratagems, captured the brothers and kinsfolk of Venutius. This enraged the enemy, who was stung with shame at the prospect of falling under the dominion of a woman. The flower of their youth, picked out for war, invaded her kingdom. This we had foreseen. Some cohorts were sent to her aid, and a sharp contest followed, which was at first doubtful, but had a satisfactory termination. The legion under the command of Caesius Nasica fought with a similar result. For Didius, burdened with years and covered with honours, was content with acting through his officers and merely holding back the enemy. These transactions, though occurring under two propraetors and occupying several years, I have closely connected, lest, if related separately, they might be less easily remembered. I now return to the chronological order. In the 5th consulship of Tiberius Claudius, with Sextius Cornelius Orfitus for his colleague, Nero was prematurely invested with the dress of manhood, that he might be thought qualified for political life. The emperor willingly complied with the flatteries of the Senate, who wished Nero to enter on the consulship in his 20th year, and meanwhile, as consul-elect, to have proconsular authority beyond the limits of the capital, with the title of Prince of the Youth of Rome. A donative was also given to the soldiery in Nero's name, and presents to the city populace. At the games, too, of the circus, which were then being celebrated to win for him popular favour, Britannicus wore the dress of boyhood, Nero the triumphal robe, as they rode in the procession. The people would thus behold the one with the decorations of a general, the other in a boy's habit, and would accordingly anticipate their respective destinies. At the same time, those of the centurions and tribunes who pitied the lot of Britannicus were removed, some on false pretexts, others by way of a seeming compliment. Even of the freedmen, all who were of incorruptible fidelity were discarded on the following provocation. Once, when they met, Nero greeted Britannicus by that name, and was greeted in return as Domitius. Agrippina reported this to her husband with bitter complaint, as the beginning of a quarrel, as implying, in fact, contempt of Nero's adoption, and a cancelling at home of the Senate's decree and the people's vote. She said, too, that, if the perversity of such malignant suggestions were not checked, it would issue in the ruin of the state. Claudius, enraged by what he took as a grave charge, punished with banishment or death all his son's best instructors, and set persons appointed by his stepmother to have the care of him. Still Agrippina did not yet dare to attempt her greatest scheme, unless Lucius Geta and Rufius Crispinus were removed from the command of the praetorian cohorts, for she thought that they cherished Messalina's memory and were devoted to her children. Accordingly, as the emperor's wife persistently affirmed that faction was rife among these cohorts, through the rivalry of the two officers, and that there would be stricter discipline under one commander, the appointment was transferred to Burrus Afranius, who had a brilliant reputation as a soldier, but knew well to whose wish he owed his promotion. Agrippina, too, continued to exalt her own dignity. She would enter the Capitol in a chariot, a practice which, being allowed of old only to the priests and sacred images, increased the popular reverence for a woman who, up to this time, was the only recorded instance of one who, an emperor's daughter, was sister, wife, and mother of a sovereign. Meanwhile her foremost champion, Vitellius, in the full tide of his power and in extreme age, so uncertain are the fortunes of the great, was attacked by an accusation of which Junius Lupus, a senator, was the author. He was charged with treason and designs on the throne. The emperor would have lent a ready ear, had not Agrippina, by threats rather than entreaties, induced him to sentence the accuser to outlawry. This was all that Vitellius desired. Several prodigies occurred in that year. Birds of evil omen perched on the Capitol, houses were thrown down by frequent shocks of earthquake, and as the panic spread, all the weak were trodden down in the hurry and confusion of the crowd. Scanty crops, too, and consequent famine, were regarded as token of calamity. Nor were there merely whispered complaints. While Claudius was administering justice, the populace crowded round him with a boisterous clamour, and drove him to a corner of the Forum, where they violently pressed on him till he broke through the furious mob with a body of soldiers. It was ascertained that Rome had provisions for no more than 15 days, and it was through the signal bounty of heaven and the mildness of the winter that its desperate plight was relieved. And yet in past days Italy used to send supplies for the legions into distant provinces, and even now it is not a barren soil which causes distress. But we prefer to cultivate Africa and Egypt, and trust the life of the Roman people to ships and all their risks. End of Book 12, Part 2. Book 12, Part 3 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 12, AD 48 to 54, Part 3. War with the Armenians, Iberians, and Parthians. In the same year war broke out between the Armenians and Iberians, and was the cause of very serious disturbances between Parthia and Rome. Volgices was king of the Parthians. On the mother's side he was the offspring of a Greek concubine, and he obtained the throne by the retirement of his brothers. Pharasmanes had been long in possession of Iberia, and his brother Mithridates ruled Armenia with our powerful support. There was a son of Pharasmanes named Rhadamistus, tall and handsome, of singular bodily strength, trained in all the accomplishments of his countrymen, and highly renowned among his neighbours. He boasted so arrogantly and persistently that his father's prolonged old age kept back from him the little kingdom of Iberia, as to make no concealment of his ambition. Pharasmanes, accordingly, seeing the young prince had power in his grasp, and was strong in the attachment of his people, fearing too his own declining years, tempted him with other prospects, and pointed to Armenia, which, as he reminded him, he had given to Mithridates after driving out the Parthians. But open violence, he said, must be deferred. Artful measures which might crush him unawares were better. So Rhadamistus pretended to be at feud with his father, as though his stepmother's hatred was too strong for him, and went to his uncle. While he was treated by him like a son with excessive kindness, he lured the nobles of Armenia into revolutionary schemes without the knowledge of Mithridates, who was actually loading him with honours. He then assumed a show of reconciliation with his father, to whom he returned, telling him all that could be accomplished by treachery was now ready, and that he must complete the affair by the sword. Meanwhile Pharasmanes invented pretexts for war. When he was fighting with the king of the Albanians and appealing to the Romans for aid, his brother, he said, had opposed him, and he would now avenge that wrong by his destruction. At the same time he gave a large army to his son, who by a sudden invasion drove Mithridates in terror from the open country, and forced him into the fortress of Gorneas, which was strongly situated and garrisoned by some soldiers under the command of Caelius Pollio, a camp prefect, and Casperius, a centurion. There is nothing of which barbarians are so ignorant as military engines and the skilful management of sieges, while that is a branch of military science which we especially understand. And so Rhadamistus, having attempted the fortified walls in vain or with loss, began a blockade, and finding that his assaults were despised, tried to bribe the rapacity of the camp prefect. Casperius protested earnestly against the overthrow of an allied king and of Armenia, the gift of the Roman people, through iniquity and greed of gain. At last, as Pollio pleaded the overpowering numbers of the enemy, and Rhadamistus the orders of his father, the centurion stipulated for a truce, and retired, intending, if he could not deter Pharasmanes from further hostilities, to inform Umidius Quadratus, the governor of Syria, of the state of Armenia. By the centurion's departure, the camp prefect was released, so to say, from surveillance, and he now urged Mithridates to conclude a treaty. He reminded him of the tie of brotherhood, of the seniority in age of Pharasmanes, and of their other bonds of kindred, how he was united by marriage to his brother's daughter, and was himself the father-in-law of Rhadamistus. The Iberians, he said, were not against peace, though for the moment they were the stronger. The perfidy of the Armenians was notorious, and he had nothing to fall back on but a fortress without stores, so he must not hesitate to prefer a bloodless negotiation to arms. As Mithridates wavered, and suspected the intentions of the camp prefect, because he had seduced one of the king's concubines, and was reputed a man who could be bribed into any wickedness, Casperius, meantime, went to Pharasmanes, and required of him that the Iberians should raise the blockade. Pharasmanes, to his face, replied vaguely, and often in a conciliatory tone, while by secret messages he recommended Rhadamistus to hurry on the siege by all possible means. Then the price of infamy was raised, and Pollio by secret corruption induced the soldiers to demand peace, and to threaten that they would abandon the garrison. Under this compulsion Mithridates agreed to a day and a place for negotiation, and quitted the fortress. Rhadamistus at first threw himself into his embraces, feigning respect and calling him father-in-law and parent. He swore an oath, too, that he would do him no violence either by the sword or by poison. At the same time he drew him into a neighbouring grove, where he assured him that the appointed sacrifice was prepared for the confirmation of peace in the presence of the gods. It is a custom of these princes, whenever they join alliance, to unite their right hands and bind together the thumbs in a tight knot. Then, when the blood has flowed into the extremities, they let it escape by a slight puncture, and suck it in turn. Such a treaty is thought to have a mysterious sanctity, as being sealed with the blood of both parties. On this occasion, he who was applying the knot pretended that it has fallen off, and suddenly seizing the knees of Mithridates, flung him to the ground. At the same moment a rush was made by a number of persons, and chains were thrown round him. Then he was dragged along by a fetter, an extreme degradation to a barbarian, and soon the common people, whom he had held under a harsh sway, heaped insults on him with menacing gestures, though some, on the contrary, pitied such a reverse of fortune. His wife followed him with his little children, and filled every place with her wailings. They were hidden away in different covered carriages, till the orders of Pharasmanes were distinctly ascertained. The lust of rule was more to him than his brother and his daughter, and his heart was steeled to any wickedness. Still he spared his eyes the seeing them slain before his face. Rhadamistus, too, seemingly mindful of his oath, neither unsheathed the sword, nor used poison against his sister and uncle, but had them thrown on the ground, and then smothered them under a mass of heavy clothes. Even the sons of Mithridates were butchered for having shed tears over their parents' murder. Quadratus, learning that Mithridates had been betrayed, and that his kingdom was in the hands of his murderers, summoned a council, and having informed them of what had occurred, consulted them whether he should take vengeance. Few cared for the honour of the state, most argued in favour of a safe course, saying that any crime in a foreign country was to be welcomed with joy, and that the seeds of strife ought to be actually sown, on the very principle on which Roman emperors had often, under a show of generosity, given away this same kingdom of Armenia to excite the minds of the barbarians. Rhadamistus might retain his ill-gotten gains as long as he was hated and infamous, for this was more to Rome's interest than for him to have succeeded with glory. To this view they assented, but that they might not be thought to have approved the crime and received contrary orders from the emperor, envoys were sent to Pharasmanes, requiring him to withdraw from Armenian territory and remove his son. Julius Pelignus was then procurator of Cappadocia, a man despised alike for his feebleness of mind and his grotesque personal appearance. He was, however, very intimate with Claudius, who, when in private life, used to beguile the dullness of his leisure with the society of jesters. This Pelignus collected some provincial auxiliaries, apparently with the design of recovering Armenia, but while he plundered allies instead of enemies, finding himself, through the desertion of his men and the raids of the barbarians, Utterly defenceless, he went to Rhadamistus, whose gift so completely overcame him that he positively encouraged him to assume the ensigns of royalty, and himself assisted at the ceremony, authorising and abetting. When the disgraceful news had spread far and wide, lest the world might judge of other governors by Pelignus, Helvidius Priscus was sent in command of a legion to regulate, according to circumstances, the disordered state of affairs. He quickly crossed Mount Taurus, and had restored order to a great extent more by moderation than by force, when he was ordered to return to Syria, that nothing might arise to provoke a war with Parthia. For Vologeses, thinking that an opportunity presented itself of invading Armenia, which, though the possession of his ancestors, was now, through a monstrous crime, held by a foreign prince, raised an army, and prepared to establish Tiridates on the throne, so that not a member of his house might be without kingly power. On the advance of the Parthians, the Iberians dispersed without a battle, and the Armenian cities, Artaxata and Tigranocerta, submitted to the yoke. Then a frightful winter, or deficient supplies, with pestilence arising from both causes, forced Vologeses to abandon his present plans. Armenia was thus again without a king, and was invaded by Rhadamistus, who was now fiercer than ever, looking on the people as disloyal and sure to rebel on the first opportunity. They, however, though accustomed to be slaves, suddenly threw off their tameness and gathered round the palace in arms. Rhadamistus had no means of escape but in the swiftness of the horses which bore him and his wife away. Pregnant as she was, she endured, somehow or other, out of fear of the enemy and love of her husband, the first part of the flight. But after a while, when she felt herself shaken by its continuous speed, she implored to be rescued by an honourable death from the shame of captivity. He at first embraced, cheered, and encouraged her, now admiring her heroism, now filled with a sickening apprehension at the idea of her being left to any man's mercy. Finally, urged by the intensity of his love and familiarity with dreadful deeds, he unsheathed his scimitar, and having stabbed her, dragged her to the bank of the Araxes, and committed her to the stream, so that her very body might be swept away. Then in headlong flight he hurried to Iberia, his ancestral kingdom. Zenobia, meanwhile, this was her name, as she yet breathed and showed signs of life on the calm water at the river's edge, was perceived by some shepherds, who, inferring from her noble appearance that she was no base-born woman, bound up her wound and applied to it their rustic remedies. As soon as they knew her name and her adventure, they conveyed her to the city of Artaxata, whence she was conducted at the public charge to Tiridates, who received her kindly and treated her as a royal person. In the consulship of Faustus Sulla and Salvius Otho, Furius Scribonianus was banished on the ground that he was consulting the astrologers about the emperor's death. His mother, Junia, was included in the accusation as one who still resented the misfortune of exile which she had suffered in the past. His father, Camillus, had raised an armed insurrection in Dalmatia, and the emperor, in again sparing a hostile family, sought the credit of clemency. But the exile did not live long after this. Whether he was cut off by a natural death or by poison was matter of conflicting rumours, according to people's belief. A decree of the Senate was then passed for the expulsion of the astrologers from Italy, stringent but ineffectual. Next, the emperor, in a speech, commended all who, from their limited means, voluntarily retired from the senatorian order, while those were degraded from it who, by retaining their seats, added effrontery to poverty. During these proceedings he proposed to the Senate a penalty on women who united themselves in marriage to slaves, and it was decided that those who had thus demeaned themselves, without the knowledge of the slave's master, should be reduced to slavery, if, with his consent, should be ranked as freedwomen. To Pallas, who, as the emperor declared, was the author of this proposal, were offered, on the motion of Barea Serranus, consul-elect, the decorations of the praetorship and 15 million sesterces. Cornelius Scipio added that he deserved public thanks for thinking less of his ancient nobility as a descendant from the kings of Arcadia than of the welfare of the state, and allowing himself to be numbered among the emperor's ministers. Claudius assured them that Pallas was content with the honour, and that he limited himself to his former poverty. A decree of the Senate was publicly inscribed on a bronze tablet, heaping the praises of primitive frugality on a freedman, the possessor of 300 million sesterces. Not equally moderate was his brother, surnamed Felix, who had for some time been governor of Judea, and thought that he could do any evil act with impunity, backed up as he was by such power. It is true that the Jews had shown symptoms of commotion in a seditious outbreak, and when they heard of the assassination of Caius, there was no hearty submission, as a fear still lingered that any of the emperors might impose the same orders. Felix, meanwhile, by ill-timed remedies, stimulated disloyal acts, while he had as a rival in the worst wickedness Ventidius Cumanus, who held a part of the province, which was so divided that Galilee was governed by Cumanus, Samaria by Felix. The two peoples had long been at feud, and now less than ever restrained their enmity from contempt of their rulers. And accordingly they plundered each other, letting loose bands of robbers, forming ambuscades, and occasionally fighting battles, and carrying the spoil and booty to the two procurators, who at first rejoiced at all this, but, as the mischief grew, they interposed with an armed force, which was cut to pieces. The flame of war would have spread through the province, but it was saved by Quadratus, governor of Syria. In dealing with the Jews, who had been daring enough to slay our soldiers, there was little hesitation about their being capitally punished. Some delay, indeed, was occasioned by Cumanus and Felix, for Claudius, on hearing the causes of the rebellion, had given authority for deciding also the case of these procurators. Quadratus, however, exhibited Felix as one of the judges, admitting him to the bench with the view of cowing the ardour of the prosecutors, and so Cumanus was condemned for the crimes which the two had committed, and tranquillity was restored to the province. Not long afterwards, some tribes of the wild population of Cilicia, known as the Clitae, which had often been in commotion, established a camp under a leader, Troxobor, on their rocky mountains, whence rushing down on the coast and on the towns, they dared to do violence to the farmers and townsfolk, frequently even to the merchants and shipowners. They besieged the city Anemurium, and routed some troopers sent from Syria to its rescue under the command of Curtius Severus, for the rough country in the neighbourhood, suited as it is for the fighting of infantry, did not allow of cavalry operations. After a time, Antiochus, king of that coast, having broken the unity of the barbarian forces by cajolery of the people and treachery to their leader, slew Troxobor and a few chiefs, and pacified the rest by gentle measures. About the same time, the mountain between Lake Fucinus and the river Liris was bored through, and that this grand work might be seen by a multitude of visitors, preparations were made for a naval battle on the lake, just as formerly Augustus exhibited such a spectacle in a basin he had made this side the Tiber, though with light vessels and on a smaller scale. Claudius equipped galleys with 3 and 4 banks of oars, and 19,000 men. He lined the circumference of the lake with rafts, that there might be no means of escape at various points, but he still left full space for the strength of the crews, the skill of the pilots, the impact of the vessels, and the usual operations of a sea fight. On the raft stood companies of the praetorian cohorts and cavalry, with a breastwork in front of them, from which catapults and ballistas might be worked. The rest of the lake was occupied by marines on decked vessels. An immense multitude from the neighbouring towns, others from Rome itself, eager to see the sight or to show respect to the emperor, crowded the banks, the hills, and mountain tops, which thus resembled a theatre. The emperor, with Agrippina seated near him, presided. He wore a splendid military cloak, she a mantle of cloth of gold. A battle was fought with all the courage of brave men, though it was between condemned criminals. After much bloodshed, they were released from the necessity of mutual slaughter. When the sight was over, the outlet of the water was opened. The careless execution of the work was apparent, the tunnel not having been bored down so low as the bottom or middle of the lake. Consequently, after an interval, the excavations were deepened, and to attract a crowd once more, a show of gladiators was exhibited, with floating pontoons for an infantry engagement. A banquet, too, was prepared close to the outflow of the lake, and it was the means of greatly alarming the whole company, for the water, in the violence of its outburst, swept away the adjoining parts, shook the more remote, and spread terror with the tremendous crash. At the same time, Agrippina availed herself of the emperor's fright to charge Narcissus, who had been the agent of the work, with avarice and peculation. He too was not silent, but inveighed against the domineering temper of her sex and her extravagant ambition. In the consulship of Didius Junius and Quintus Haterius, Nero, now 16 years of age, married Octavia, the emperor's daughter. Anxious to distinguish himself by noble pursuits and the reputation of an orator, he advocated the cause of the people of Ilium, and having eloquently recounted how Rome was the offspring of Troy and Aeneas the founder of the Julian line, with other old traditions akin to myths, he gained for his clients exemption from all public burdens. His pleading, too, procured for the colony of Bononia, which had been ruined by a fire, a subvention of 10 million sesterces. The Rhodians also had their freedom restored to them, which had often been taken away, or confirmed, according to their services to us in foreign wars, or their seditious misdeeds at home. Apamea, too, which had been shaken by an earthquake, had its tribute remitted for 5 years. Claudius, on the other hand, was being prompted to exhibit the worst cruelty by the artifices of the same Agrippina. On the accusation of Tarquitius Priscus, she ruined Statilius Taurus, who was famous for his wealth, and at whose gardens she cast a greedy eye. Priscus had served under Taurus in his proconsular government of Africa, and, after their return, charged him with a few acts of extortion, but particularly with magical and superstitious practices. Taurus, no longer able to endure a false accusation and an undeserved humiliation, put a violent end to his life before the Senate's decision was pronounced. Tarquitius was, however, expelled from the Senate, a point which the senators carried out of hatred for the accuser, notwithstanding the intrigues of Agrippina. That same year the emperor was often heard to say that the legal decisions of the commissioners of the imperial treasury ought to have the same force as if pronounced by himself. Lest it might be supposed that he had stumbled inadvertently into this opinion, its principle was also secured by a decree of the Senate on a more complete and ample scale than before. It had indeed already been arranged by the divine Augustus that the Roman knights who governed Egypt should hear causes, and that their decisions were to be as binding as those of Roman magistrates, and after a time most of the cases formerly tried by the praetors were submitted to the knights. Claudius handed over to them the whole administration of justice for which there had been, by sedition or war, so many struggles. The Sempronian laws vesting judicial power in the equestrian order, and those of Servilius restoring it to the Senate, while it was for this above everything else that Marius and Sulla fought of old. But those were days of political conflict between classes, and the results of victory were binding on the state. Caius Oppius and Cornelius Balbus were the first who were able, with Caesar's support, to settle conditions of peace and terms of war. To mention after them the Mattii, Vedii, and other too influential names of Roman knights would be superfluous, when Claudius, we know, raised freedmen whom he had set over his household to equality with himself and with the laws. Next, the emperor proposed to grant immunity from taxation to the people of Cos, and he dwelt much on their antiquity. The Argives, or Coeus, the father of Latona, were the earliest inhabitants of the island. Soon afterwards, by the arrival of Aesculapius, the art of the physician was introduced, and was practised with much fame by his descendants. Claudius named them one by one, with the periods in which they had respectively flourished. He said too that Xenophon, of whose medical skill he availed himself, was one of the same family, and that they ought to grant his request and let the people of Cos dwell free from all tribute in their sacred island, as a place devoted to the sole service of their god. It was also certain that many obligations under which they had laid Rome, and joint victories with her, might have been recounted. Claudius, however, did not seek to veil under any external considerations a concession he had made, with his usual good nature, to an individual. Envoys from Byzantium, having received audience, in complaining to the Senate of their heavy burdens, recapitulated their whole history. Beginning with the treaty which they concluded with us when we fought against that king of Macedonia, whose supposed spurious birth acquired for him the name of the pseudo-Philip, they reminded us of the forces which they had afterwards sent against Antiochus, Perses, and Aristonicus, of the aid they had given Antonius in the pirate war, of their offers to Sulla, Lucullus, and Pompeius, and then of their late services to the Caesars, when they were in occupation of a district peculiarly convenient for the land or sea passage of generals and armies, as well as for the conveyance of supplies. It was indeed on that very narrow strait which parts Europe from Asia, at Europe's furthest extremity, that the Greeks built Byzantium. When they consulted the Pythian Apollo as to where they should found a city, the oracle replied that they were to seek a home opposite to the blind men's country. This obscure hint pointed to the people of Chalcedon, who, though they arrived there first and saw before others the advantageous position, chose the worse. For Byzantium has a fruitful soil and productive seas, as immense shoals of fish pour out of the Pontus, and are driven by the sloping surface of the rocks under water to quit the windings of the Asiatic shore, and take refuge in these harbours. Consequently the inhabitants were at first money-making and wealthy traders, but afterwards, under the pressure of excessive burdens, they petitioned for immunity, or at least relief, and were supported by the emperor, who argued to the Senate that, exhausted as they were by the late wars in Thrace and Bosporus, they deserved help. So their tribute was remitted for 5 years. In the year of the consulship of Marcus Asinius and Manius Acilius, it was seen to be portended by a succession of prodigies that there were to be political changes for the worse. The soldiers' standards and tents were set in a blaze by lightning. A swarm of bees settled on the summit of the Capitol. Births of monsters, half man, half beast, and of a pig with hawk's talons were reported. It was accounted a portent that every order of magistrates had had its number reduced, a quaestor, an aedile, a tribune, a praetor, and consul having died within a few months. But Agrippina's terror was the most conspicuous. Alarmed by some words dropped by Claudius when half intoxicated, that it was his destiny to have to endure his wife's infamy and at last punish it, she determined to act without a moment's delay. First she destroyed Lepida, from motives of feminine jealousy. Lepida, indeed, as the daughter of the younger Antonia, as the grand-niece of Augustus, the cousin of Agrippina, and sister of her husband Cneius, thought herself of equally high rank. In beauty, youth, and wealth they differed but slightly. Both were shameless, infamous, and intractable, and were rivals in vice as much as in the advantages they had derived from fortune. It was indeed a desperate contest whether the aunt or the mother should have most power over Nero. Lepida tried to win the young prince's heart by flattery and lavish liberality, while Agrippina, on the other hand, who could give her son empire, but could not endure that he should be emperor, was fierce and full of menace. It was charged on Lepida that she had made attempts on the emperor's consort by magical incantations, and was disturbing the peace of Italy by an imperfect control of her troops of slaves in Calabria. She was for this sentenced to death, notwithstanding the vehement opposition of Narcissus, who, as he more and more suspected Agrippina, was said to have plainly told his intimate friends that his destruction was certain, whether Britannicus or Nero were to be emperor, but that he was under such obligations to Claudius that he would sacrifice life to his welfare. Messalina and Silius had been convicted, and now again there were similar grounds for accusation. If Nero were to rule, or Britannicus succeed to the throne, he would himself have no claim on the then reigning sovereign. Meanwhile a stepmother's treacherous schemes were convulsing the whole imperial house, with far greater disgrace than would have resulted from his concealment of the profligacy of the emperor's former wife. Even as it was, there was shamelessness enough, seeing that Pallas was her paramour, so that no one could doubt that she held honour, modesty, and her very person, everything, in short, cheaper than sovereignty. This and the like he was always saying, and he would embrace Britannicus, expressing earnest wishes for his speedy arrival at a mature age, and would raise his hand, now to heaven, now to the young prince, with entreaty that as he grew up he would drive out his father's enemies, and also take vengeance on the murderers of his mother. Under this great burden of anxiety he had an attack of illness, and went to Sinuessa to recruit his strength with its balmy climate and salubrious waters. Thereupon Agrippina, who had long decided on the crime, and eagerly grasped at the opportunity thus offered, and did not lack instruments, deliberated on the nature of the poison to be used. The deed would be betrayed by one that was sudden and instantaneous, while, if she chose a slow and lingering poison, there was a fear that Claudius, when near his end, might, on detecting the treachery, return to his love for his son. She decided on some rare compound which might derange his mind and delay death. A person skilled in such matters was selected, Locusta by name, who had lately been condemned for poisoning, and had long been retained as one of the tools of despotism. By this woman's art the poison was prepared, and it was to be administered by an eunuch, Halotus, who was accustomed to bring in and taste the dishes. All the circumstances were subsequently so well known that writers of the time have declared that the poison was infused into some mushrooms, a favourite delicacy, and its effect not at the instant perceived, from the emperor's lethargic or intoxicated condition. His bowels too were relieved, and this seemed to have saved him. Agrippina was thoroughly dismayed. Fearing the worst, and defying the immediate obloquy of the deed, she availed herself of the complicity of Xenophon, the physician, which she had already secured. Under pretence of helping the emperor's efforts to vomit, this man, it is supposed, introduced into his throat a feather smeared with some rapid poison, for he knew that the greatest crimes are perilous in their inception, but well rewarded after their consummation. Meanwhile the Senate was summoned, and prayers rehearsed by the consuls and priests for the emperor's recovery, though the lifeless body was being wrapped in blankets with warm applications, while all was being arranged to establish Nero on the throne. At first Agrippina, seemingly overwhelmed by grief and seeking comfort, clasped Britannicus in her embraces, called him the very image of his father, and hindered him by every possible device from leaving the chamber. She also detained his sisters, Antonia and Octavia, closed every approach to the palace with a military guard, and repeatedly gave out that the emperor's health was better, so that the soldiers might be encouraged to hope, and that the fortunate moment foretold by the astrologers might arrive. At last, at noon on the 13th of October, the gates of the palace were suddenly thrown open, and Nero, accompanied by Burrus, went forth to the cohort which was on guard after military custom. There, at the suggestion of the commanding officer, he was hailed with joyful shouts and set on a litter. Some, it is said, hesitated, and looked round and asked where Britannicus was. Then, when there was no one to lead a resistance, they yielded to what was offered them. Nero was conveyed into the camp, and having first spoken suitably to the occasion, and promised a donative after the example of his father's bounty, he was unanimously greeted as emperor. The decrees of the Senate followed the voice of the soldiers, and there was no hesitation in the provinces. Divine honours were decreed to Claudius, and his funeral rites were solemnized on the same scale as those of Augustus, for Agrippina strove to emulate the magnificence of her great-grandmother Livia. But his will was not publicly read, as the preference of the stepson to the son might provoke a sense of wrong and angry feeling in the popular mind. End of Book 12.
Book 13, Part 1 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Annals of Publius Cornelius Tacitus, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodribb. Book 13, A.D. 54–58, Part 1. The Funeral of Claudius. The first death under the new emperor, that of Junius Silanus, proconsul of Asia, was, without Nero's knowledge, planned by the treachery of Agrippina. Not that Silanus had provoked destruction by any violence of temper, apathetic as he was, and so utterly despised under former despotisms that Caius Caesar used to call him the Golden Sheep. The truth was that Agrippina, having contrived the murder of his brother, Lucius Silanus, dreaded his vengeance, for it was the incessant popular talk that preference ought to be given over Nero, who was scarcely out of his boyhood and had gained the empire by crime, to a man of mature age, of blameless life, of noble birth, and, as a point then much regarded, of the line of the Caesars. Silanus, in fact, was the son of a great-grandson of Augustus. This was the cause of his destruction. The agents of the deed were Publius Caesar, a Roman knight, and Helius, a freedman, men who had the charge of the emperor's domains in Asia. They gave the proconsul poison at a banquet, too openly to escape discovery. With no less precipitation, Narcissus, Claudius's freeman, whose quarrels with Agrippina I have mentioned, was driven to suicide by his cruel imprisonment and hopeless plight, even against the wishes of Nero, with whose yet concealed vices he was wonderfully in sympathy from his rapacity and extravagance. And now they had proceeded to further murders, but for the opposition of Afranius Burrus and Aeneas Seneca. These two men guided the emperor's youth with a unity of purpose seldom found where authority is shared, and though their accomplishments were wholly different, they had equal influence. Burrus, with his soldiers' discipline and severe manners, Seneca, with lessons of eloquence and a dignified courtesy, strove alike to confine the frailty of the prince's youth, should he loathe virtue, within allowable indulgences. They had both alike to struggle against the domineering spirit of Agrippina, who, inflamed with all the passions of an evil ascendancy, had Pallas on her side, at whose suggestion Claudius had ruined himself by an incestuous marriage and a fatal adoption of a son. Nero's temper, however, was not one to submit to slaves, and Pallas, by a surly arrogance quite beyond a freedman, had provoked disgust. Still every honour was openly heaped on Agrippina, and to a tribune who according to military custom asked the watchword, Nero gave "the best of mothers." The Senate also decreed her 2 lictors with the office of priestess to Claudius, and voted to the late emperor a censor's funeral, which was soon followed by deification. On the day of the funeral the prince pronounced Claudius's panegyric, and while he dwelt on the antiquity of his family and on the consulships and triumphs of his ancestors, there was enthusiasm both in himself and in his audience. The praise of his graceful accomplishments and the remark that during his reign no disaster had befallen Rome from the foreigner were heard with favour. When the speaker passed on to his foresight and wisdom, no one could refrain from laughter, though the speech, which was composed by Seneca, exhibited much elegance, as indeed that famous man had an attractive genius which suited the popular ear of the time. Elderly men who mused their leisure with comparing the past and the present observed that Nero was the first emperor who needed another man's eloquence. The dictator Caesar rivaled the greatest orators, and Augustus had an easy and fluent way of speaking, such as became a sovereign. Tiberius, too, thoroughly understood the art of balancing words, and was sometimes forcible in the expression of his thoughts, or else intentionally obscure. Even Caius Caesar's disordered intellect did not wholly mar his faculty of speech, nor did Claudius, when he spoke with preparation, lack elegance. Nero from early boyhood turned his lively genius in other directions. He carved, painted, sang, or practised the management of horses, occasionally composing verses which showed that he had the rudiments of learning. When he had done with his mimicries of sorrow, he entered the Senate, and having first referred to the authority of the senators and the concurrence of the soldiery, he then dwelled on the counsels and examples which he had to guide him in the right administration of empire. His boyhood, he said, had not had the taint of civil wars or domestic feuds, and he brought with him no hatreds, no sense of wrong, no desire of vengeance. He then sketched the plan of his future government, carefully avoiding anything which had kindled recent odium. He would not, he said, be judge in all cases, or, by confining the accuser and the accused within the same walls, let the power of a few favourites grow dangerously formidable. In his house there should be nothing venal, nothing open to intrigue. His private establishment and the state should be kept entirely distinct. The Senate should retain its ancient powers. Italy and the state provinces should plead their causes before the tribunals of the consuls, who would give them a hearing from the senators. Of the armies he would himself take charge, especially entrusted to him. He was true to his word, and several arrangements were made on the Senate's authority. No one was to receive a fee or a present for pleading a cause. The quaestors elect were not to be under the necessity of exhibiting gladiatorial shows. This was opposed by Agrippina as a reversal of the legislation of Claudius, but it was carried by the senators who used to be summoned to the palace, in order that she might stand close to a hidden door behind them, screened by a curtain, which was enough to shut her out of sight, but not out of hearing. When envoys from Armenia were pleading their nation's cause before Nero, she actually was on the point of mounting the emperor's tribunal and of presiding with him, but Seneca, when everyone else was paralyzed with alarm, motioned to the prince to go and meet his mother. Thus, by an apparently dutiful act, a scandalous scene was prevented. With the close of the year came disquieting rumours that the Parthians had again broken their bounds and were ravaging Armenia, from which they had driven Rhadamistus, who, having often possessed himself of the kingdom and as often been thrust out of it, had now relinquished hostilities. Rome, with its love of talking, began to ask how a prince of scarce 17 was to encounter and avert this tremendous peril, and how they could fall back on one who was ruled by a woman, or whether battles and sieges and the other operations of war could be directed by tutors. Some, on the contrary, argued that this was better than it would have been, had Claudius in his feeble and spiritless old age, when he would certainly have yielded to the bidding of slaves, been summoned to the hardships of a campaign. Burrus, at least, and Seneca were known to be men of very varied experience, and as for the emperor himself, how far was he really short of mature age, when Cnaeus Pompeius and Caesar Octavianus, in their 18th and 19th years respectively, bore the brunt of civil wars? The highest rank chiefly worked through its prestige and its counsels more than by the sword at hand. The emperor would give a plain proof whether he was advised by good or bad friends by putting aside all jealousy and selecting some eminent general, rather than by promoting out of favoritism a rich man backed up by interest. Amidst this and like popular talk, Nero ordered the young recruits levied in the adjacent provinces to be brought up for the supply of the legions of the East, and the legions themselves to take up a position on the Armenian frontier, while 2 princes of old standing, Agrippa and Antiochus, were to prepare a force for the invasion of the Parthian territories. The Euphrates, too, was to be spanned by bridges. Lesser Armenia was entrusted to Aristobulus, Sophene to Sohemus, each with the ensigns of royalty. There rose up at this crisis a rival to Vologeses in his son Vardanus, and the Parthians quitted Armenia, apparently intending to defer hostilities. All this, however, was described with exaggeration to the Senate in the speeches of those members who proposed a public thanksgiving, and that on the days of the thanksgiving the prince should wear the triumphal robe and enter Rome in ovation. Lastly, that he should have statues on the same scale as those of Mars the Avenger, and in the same temple. To their habitual flattery was added a real joy at his having appointed Domitius Corbulo to secure Armenia, thus opening, as it seemed, a field to merit. The armies of the East were so divided that half the auxiliaries and 2 legions were to remain in the province of Syria under its governor, Quadratus Ummidius, while Corbulo was to have an equal number of citizen and allied troops, together with the auxiliary infantry and cavalry which were in winter quarters in Cappadocia. The confederate kings were instructed to obey orders just as the war might require, but they had especially strong liking for Corbulo. That general, with a view to the prestige which in a new enterprise is supremely powerful, speedily accomplished his march, and at Aegae, a city of Cilicia, met Quadratus, who had advanced to the place under an apprehension that, should Corbulo once enter Armenia to take command of the army, he would draw all eyes on himself, by his noble stature, his imposing eloquence, and the impression he would make, not only by his wisdom and experience, but also by the mere display of showy attributes. Meantime both sent messages to King Vologeses, advising him to choose peace rather than war, and to give hostages, and so continue the habitual reverence of his ancestors towards the people of Rome. Vologeses, wishing to prepare for war at an advantage, or to rid himself of suspected rivals under the name of hostages, delivered up some of the noblest of the Arsacids. A centurion, Instius, sent perhaps by Eumedes on some previous occasion, received them after an interview with the king. Corbulo, on knowing this, ordered Arrius Verus, commander of a cohort, to go and take the hostages. Hence arose a quarrel between the commander and the centurion, and to stop such a scene before foreigners, the decision of the matter was left to the hostages and to the envoys who conducted them. They preferred Corbulo, for his recent renown, and from a liking which even enemies felt for him. Then there was a feud between the two generals. Eumedes complained that he was robbed of what his prudence had achieved, while Corbulo, on the other hand, appealed to the fact that Vologeses had not brought himself to offer hostages till his own appointment to the conduct of the war turned the king's hopes into fears. Nero, to compose their differences, directed the issue of a proclamation that for the successes of Quadratus and Corbulo the laurel was to be added to the imperial fasces. I have closely connected these events, though they extend into another consulship. The emperor in the same year asked the Senate for a statue to his father Domitius, and also that the consular decorations might be conferred on Asconius Labeo, who had been his guardian. Statues to himself of solid gold and silver he forbade, in opposition to offers made, and although the Senate passed a vote that the year should begin with the month of December, in which he was born, he retained for its commencement the old sacred associations of the 1st of January. Nor would he allow the prosecution of Carinus Sylla, a senator whom a slave accused, or of Julius Densus, a knight whose partiality for Britannicus was construed into a crime. In the year of his consulship with Lucius Anticius, when the magistrates were swearing obedience to imperial legislation, he forbade his colleague to extend the oath to his own enactments, for which he was warmly praised by the senators, in the hope that his youthful spirit, elated with the glory won by trifles, would follow on to nobler aspirations. Then came an act of mercy to Plautius Lateranus, who had been degraded from his rank for adultery with Messalina, and whom he now restored, assuring them of his clemency in a number of speeches which Seneca, to show the purity of his teaching, or to display his genius, published to the world by the emperor's mouth. Meanwhile the mother's influence was gradually weakened, as Nero fell in love with a freedwoman, Acte by name, and took into his confidence Otho and Claudius Senecio, 2 young men of fashion, the first of whom was descended from a family of consular rank, while Senecio's father was one of the emperor's freedmen. Without the mother's knowledge, then, in spite of her opposition, they had crept into his favour by debaucheries and equivocal secrets, and even the prince's older friends did not thwart him, for here was a girl who without harm to anyone gratified his desires, when he loathed his wife Octavia, high-born as she was and of approved virtue, either from some fatality or because vice is overpoweringly attractive. It was feared too that he might rush into outrages on noble ladies were he debarred from this indulgence. Agrippina, however, raved with a woman's fury about having a freed woman for a rival, a slave girl for her daughter-in-law, with like expressions. Nor would she wait till her son repented or wearied of his passion. The fouler her reproaches, the more powerfully did they inflame him, till, completely mastered by the strength of his desire, he threw off all respect for his mother, and put himself under the guidance of Seneca, one of whose friends, Aeneas Serenus, had veiled the young prince's intrigue in its beginning by pretending to be in love with the same woman, and had lent his name as the ostensible giver of the presents secretly sent by the emperor to the girl. Then Agrippina, changing her tactics, plied the lad with various blandishments, and even offered the seclusion of her chamber for the concealment of indulgences which youth and the highest rank might claim. She went further. She pleaded guilty to an ill-timed strictness, and handed over to him the abundance of her wealth, which nearly approached the imperial treasures, and, from having been of late extreme in her restraint of her son, became now, on the other hand, lax to excess. The change did not escape Nero. His most intimate friends dreaded it, and begged him to beware of the arts of a woman who was always daring and was now false. It happened at this time that the emperor, after inspecting the apparel in which wives and mothers of the imperial house had been seen to glitter, selected a jewelled robe and sent it as a gift to his mother, with the unsparing liberality of one who was bestowing by preference on her a choice and much coveted present. Agrippina, however, publicly declared that so far from her wardrobe being furnished by these gifts, she was really kept out of the remainder, and that her son was merely dividing with her what he derived wholly from herself. Some there were who put even a worse meaning on her words, and so Nero, furious with those who abetted such arrogance in a woman, removed Pallas from the charge of the business with which he had been entrusted by Claudius, and in which he acted, so to say, as the controller of the throne. The story went that as he was departing with a great retinue of attendants, the emperor rather wittily remarked that Pallas was going to swear himself out of office. Pallas had in truth stipulated that he should not be questioned for anything he had done in the past, and that his accounts with the state were to be considered as balanced. Thereupon, with instant fury, Agrippina rushed into frightful menaces, sparing not the prince's ears her solemn protest, "that Britannicus was now of full age, he who was the true and worthy heir of his father's sovereignty, which his son, by mere admission and adoption, was abusing in outrages on his mother. She shrank not from an utter exposure of the wickedness of that ill-starred house, of her own marriage, to begin with, and of her poisonous craft. All that the gods and she herself had taken care of was that her stepson was yet alive. With him she would go to the camp, where on one side should be heard the daughter of Germanicus, on the other the crippled Burrus and the exiled Seneca, claiming, forsooth, with disfigured hand and a pedant's tongue, the government of the world." As she spoke, she raised her hand in menace and heaped insults on him, as she appealed to the deified Claudius, to the infernal shades of the Silani, and to those many fruitless crimes. Nero was confounded at this, and as the day was near on which Britannicus would complete his 14th year, he reflected, now on the domineering temper of his mother, and now again on the character of the young prince, which a trifling circumstance had lately tested, sufficient, however, to gain for him wide popularity. During the feast of Saturn, amid other pastimes of his playmates, at a game of lot-drawing for king, the lot fell to Nero, upon which he gave all his other companions different orders, and such as would not put them to the blush. But when he told Britannicus to step forward and begin a song, hoping for a laugh at the expense of a boy who knew nothing of sober, much less of riotous society, the lad with perfect coolness commenced some verses which hinted at his expulsion from his father's house and from supreme power. This procured him pity, which was the more conspicuous as night with its merriment had stripped off all disguise. Nero saw the reproach and redoubled his hate. Pressed by Agrippina's menaces, having no charge against his brother and not daring openly to order his murder, he meditated a secret device and directed poison to be prepared through the agency of Julius Pollio, tribune of one of the praetorian cohorts, who had in his custody a woman under sentence for poisoning, Locusta by name, with a vast reputation for crime. That every one about the person of Britannicus should care nothing for right or honour had long ago been provided for. He actually received his first dose of poison from his tutors, and passed it off his bowels, as it was rather weak or so qualified as not at once to prove deadly. But Nero, impatient at such slow progress in crime, threatened the tribune, and ordered the poisoner to execution for prolonging his anxiety, while they were thinking of the popular talk and planning their own defence. Then they promised that death should be as sudden as if it were the hurried work of the dagger, and a rapid poison of previously tested ingredients was prepared close to the emperor's chamber. It was customary for the imperial princes to sit during their meals with other nobles of the same age, in the sight of their kinsfolk, at a table of their own, furnished somewhat frugally. There Britannicus was dining, and as what he ate and drank was always tested by the taste of a select attendant, the following device was contrived, that the usage might not be dropped or the crime betrayed by the death of both prince and attendant. A cup as yet harmless, but extremely hot and already tasted, was handed to Britannicus. Then, on his refusing it because of its warmth, poison was poured in with some cold water, and this so penetrated his entire frame that he lost alike voice and breath. There was a stir among the company. Some, taken by surprise, ran hither and thither, while those whose discernment was keener remained motionless, with their eyes fixed on Nero, who, as he still reclined in seeming unconsciousness, said that this was a common occurrence from a periodical epilepsy with which Britannicus had been afflicted from his earliest infancy, and that his sight and senses would gradually return. As for Agrippina, her terror and confusion, though her countenance struggled to hide it, so visibly appeared that she was clearly just as ignorant as was Octavia, Britannicus's own sister. She saw, in fact, that she was robbed of her only remaining refuge, and that here was a precedent for parricide. Even Octavia, notwithstanding her youthful inexperience, had learned to hide her grief, her affection, and indeed every emotion. And so, after a brief pause, the company resumed its mirth. One and the same night witnessed Britannicus's death and funeral, preparations having been already made for his obsequies, which were on a humble scale. He was, however, buried in the Campus Martius, amid storms so violent that in the popular belief they portended the wrath of heaven against a crime which many were even inclined to forgive when they remembered the immemorial feuds of brothers and the impossibility of a divided throne. It is related by several writers of the period that many days before the murder Nero had offered the worst insult to the boyhood of Britannicus, so that his death could no longer seem a premature or dreadful event, though it happened at the sacred board, without even a moment for the embraces of his sisters, hurried on too as it was under the eyes of an enemy, on the sole surviving offspring of the Claudii, the victim first of dishonour, then of poison. The emperor apologized for the hasty funeral by reminding people that it was the practice of our ancestors to withdraw from view any grievously untimely death, and not to dwell on it with panegyrics or display. For himself he said that as he had now lost a brother's help, his remaining hopes centered in the state, and all the more tenderness ought to be shown by the Senate and people towards a prince who was the only survivor of a family born to the highest greatness. End of Book 13, Part 1. Book 13, Part 2 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodribb. Book 13, AD 54 to 58, Part 2, the beginning of the reign of Nero. He then enriched his most powerful friends with liberal presents. Some there were who reproached men of austere professions with having on such an occasion divided houses and estates among themselves, like so much spoil. It was the belief of others that a pressure had been put on them by the emperor, who, conscious as he was of guilt, hoped for merciful consideration if he could secure the most important men by wholesale bribery. But his mother's rage no lavish bounty could allay. She would clasp Octavia to her arms, and have many a secret interview with her friends. With more than her natural rapacity, she clutched at money everywhere, seemingly for a reserve, and courteously received tribunes and centurions. She honored the names and virtues of the nobles who still were left, seeking apparently a party and a leader. Of this Nero became aware, and he ordered the departure of the military guard now kept for the emperor's mother, as it had formerly been for the imperial consort, along with some German troops, added as a further honor. He also gave her a separate establishment, that throngs of visitors might no longer wait on her, and removed her to what had been Antonia's house. And whenever he went there himself, he was surrounded by a crowd of centurions, and used to leave her after a hurried kiss. Of all things human, the most precarious and transitory is a reputation for power which has no strong support of its own. In a moment Agrippina's doors were deserted. There was no one to comfort or to go near her, except a few ladies, whether out of love or malice was doubtful. One of these was Junia Silana, whom Messalina had driven from her husband Caius Silius, as I have already related. Conspicuous for her birth, her beauty, and her wantonness, she had long been a special favourite of Agrippina, till after a while there were secret mutual dislikes. because Sexius Africanus, a noble youth, had been deterred from marrying Silana by Agrippina, who repeatedly spoke of her as an immodest woman in the decline of life, not to secure Africanus for herself, but to keep the childless and wealthy widow out of a husband's control. Silana, having now a prospect of vengeance, suborned as accusers two of her creatures, Iturius and Calvisius, not with the old and often repeated charges about Agrippina's mourning the death of Britannicus, or publishing the wrongs of Octavia, but with a hint that it was her purpose to encourage in revolutionary designs rebellious Plautus, who at his mother's side was as nearly connected as Nero with the divine Augustus, and then, by marrying him and making him emperor, again seized the control of the state. All this Iturius and Calvisius divulged to Atemetus, a freedman of Domitia, Nero's aunt. Exulting in the opportunity, for Agrippina and Domitia were in bitter rivalry, Atemetus urged Paris, who was himself also a freedman of Domitia, to go at once and put the charge in the most dreadful form. Night was far advanced, and Nero was still sitting over his cups, when Paris entered, who was generally wont at such times to heighten the emperor's enjoyments, but who now wore a gloomy expression. He went through the whole evidence in order, and so frightened his hearer as to make him resolve not only on the destruction of his mother and of Plautus, but also on the removal of Burrus from the command of the guards, as a man who had been promoted by Agrippina's interest, and was now showing his gratitude. We have it on the authority of Fabius Rusticus that a note was written to Caecina Tuscus, entrusting to him the charge of the praetorian cohorts, but that through Seneca's influence that distinguished post was retained for Burrus. According to Plinius and Cluvius, no doubt was felt about the commander's loyalty. Fabius certainly inclines to the praise of Seneca, through whose friendship he rose to honour. Proposing as I do to follow the conscientious testimony of historians, I shall give the differences in their narratives under the writers' names. Nero, in his bewilderment and impatience to destroy his mother, could not be put off till Burrus answered for her death, should she be convicted of the crime, but anyone, he said, much more apparent, must be allowed a defence. Accusers there were none forthcoming, they had before them only the word of a single person from an enemy's house, and this the night with its darkness and prolonged festivity, and everything savouring of recklessness and folly, was enough to refute. Having thus allayed the prince's fears, they went at daybreak to Agrippina, that she might know the charges against her, and either rebut them or suffer the penalty. Burrus fulfilled his instructions in Seneca's presence, and some of the freedmen were present to witness the interview. Then Burrus, when he had fully explained the charges with the authors' names, assumed an air of menace. Instantly Agrippina, calling up all her high spirit, exclaimed, quote, "I wonder not that Silana, who has never borne offspring, knows nothing of a mother's feelings. Parents do not change their children as lightly as a shameless woman does her paramours. And if Iturius and Calvisius, after having wasted their whole fortunes, are now, as their last resource, repaying an old hag for their hire by undertaking to be informers, it does not follow that I am to incur the infamy of plotting a son's murder, or that a Caesar is to have the consciousness of like guilt. As for Domitia's enmity, I should be thankful for it were she to vie with me in goodwill towards my Nero. Now through her paramour Atemetus and the actor Paris she is, so to say, concocting a drama for the stage. She at her bay was increasing the magnificence of her fish-ponds, when I was planning in my councils his adoption with a proconsul's powers and a consul-elect's rank and every other step to empire. Only let the man come forward who can charge me with having tampered with the praetorian cohorts in the capital, with having sapped the loyalty of the provinces, or, in a word, with having bribed slaves and freedmen into any wickedness. Could I have lived, with Britannicus in the possession of power? And if Plautus or any other were to become master of the state, so as to sit in judgment on me, accusers forsooth would not be forthcoming, to charge me not merely with a few incautious expressions prompted by the eagerness of affection, but with guilt from which a son alone could absolve me." End quote. There was profound excitement among those present, and they even tried to soothe her agitation, but she insisted on an interview with her son. Then, instead of pleading her innocence as though she lacked confidence, or her claims on him, by way of reproach, she obtained vengeance on her accusers and rewards for her friends. The superintendence of the corn supply was given to Phoenius Rufus, the direction of the games which the emperor was preparing to Orontius Stella, and the province of Egypt to Caius Balbillus. Syria was to be assigned to Publius Antius, but he was soon put off by various artifices and finally detained at Rome. Celana was banished, Calvisius and Iturius exiled for a time. Atamitus was capitally punished, while Paris was too serviceable to the emperor's profligacy to allow of his suffering any penalty. Plautus for the present was silently passed over. Next, Pallas and Burrus were accused of having conspired to raise Cornelius Sulla to the throne, because of his noble birth and connection with Claudius, whose son-in-law he was by his marriage with Antonia. The promoter of the prosecution was one Paetus, who had become notorious by frequent purchases of property confiscated to the exchequer, and was now convicted clearly of imposture. But the proved innocence of Pallas did not please men so much as his arrogance offended them. When his freedmen, his alleged accomplices, were called, he replied that at home he signified his wishes only by a nod or a gesture, or, if further explanation was required, he used writing, so as not to degrade his voice in such company. Burrus, though accused, gave his verdict as one of the judges. The prosecutor was sentenced to exile, and the account books in which he was reviving forgotten claims of the exchequer were burnt. At the end of the year, the cohort usually on guard during the games was withdrawn, that there might be a greater show of freedom, that the soldiery too might be less demoralized when no longer in contact with the license of the theatre, and that it might be proved whether the populace, in the absence of a guard, would maintain their self-control. The emperor, on the advice of the augurs, purified Rome by illustration, as the temples of Jupiter and Minerva had been struck by lightning. In the consulship of Quintus Volusius and Publius Scipio there was peace abroad, but a disgusting licentiousness at home on the part of Nero, who, in a slave's disguise so as to be unrecognized, would wander through the streets of Rome to brothels and taverns, with comrades who seized on goods exposed for sale and inflicted wounds on any whom they encountered, some of these last knowing him so little that he even received blows himself, and showed the marks of them in his face. When it was notorious that the emperor was the assailant, and the insults on men and women of distinction were multiplied, other persons too, on the strength of a license once granted under Nero's name, ventured with impunity on the same practices, and had gangs of their own, till night presented the scenes of a captured city. Julius Montanus, a senator, but one who had not yet held any office, happened to encounter the prince in the darkness, and because he fiercely repulsed his attack, and then on recognizing him begged for mercy, as though this was a reproach, was forced to destroy himself. Nero was for the future more timid, and surrounded himself with soldiers and a number of gladiators, who, when a fray began on a small scale and seemed a private affair, were to let it alone, but if the injured persons resisted stoutly, they rushed in with their swords. He also turned the license of the games and the enthusiasm for the actors into something like a battle by the impunity he allowed and the rewards he offered, and especially by looking on himself, sometimes concealed, but often in public view, till, with the people at strife and the fear of a worse commotion, the only remedy which could be devised was the expulsion of the offending actors from Italy, and the presence once more of the soldiery in the theatre. During the same time there was a discussion in the Senate on the misconduct of the freedman class, and a strong demand was made that, as a check on the undeserving, patrons should have the right of revoking freedom. There were several who supported this, but the consuls did not venture to put the motion without the emperor's knowledge, though they recorded the Senate's general opinion, to see whether he would sanction the arrangement, considering that only a few were opposed to it, while some loudly complained that the irreverent spirit which freedom had fostered had broken into such excess that freedmen would ask their patrons' advice as to whether they should treat them with violence, or, as legally, their equals, and would actually threaten them with blows, at the same time recommending them not to punish. What right, it was asked, was conceded to an injured patron but that of temporarily banishing the freedman 100 miles off to the shores of Campania? In everything else, legal proceedings were equal and the same for both. Some weapon ought to be given to the patrons which could not be despised. It would be no grievance for the enfranchised to have to keep their freedom by the same respectful behavior which had procured it for them. but as for notorious offenders, they deserved to be dragged back into slavery, that fear might be a restraint where kindness had had no effect. It was argued in reply that, though the guilt of a few ought to be the ruin of the men themselves, there should be no diminution of the rights of the entire class. For it was, they contended, a widely diffused body. From it the city tribes, the various public functionaries, the establishments of the magistrates and priests were for the most part supplied, as well as the cohorts of the city guard. Very many too of the knights and several of the senators derived their origin from no other source. If freedmen were to be a separate class, the paucity of the free-born would be conspicuously apparent. Not without good reason had our ancestors, in distinguishing the position of the different orders, thrown freedom open to all. Again, two kinds of enfranchisement had been instituted, so as to leave room for retracting the boon or for a fresh act of grace. Those whom the patron had not emancipated with the freedom-giving rod were still held, as it were, by the bonds of slavery. Every master should carefully consider the merits of each case, and be slow to grant what once given could not be taken away. This view prevailed, and the emperor replied to the Senate that, whenever freedmen were accused by their patrons, they were to investigate each case separately, and not to annul any right to their common injury. Soon afterwards, his aunt Domitia had her freedman Paris taken from her, avowedly by civil law, much to the emperor's disgrace, by whose direction a decision that he was freeborn was obtained. Still there yet remained some shadow of a free state. A contest arose between Publius, the praetor, and Antistius, a tribune of the people, for the tribune had ordered the release of some disorderly applauders of certain actors, whom the praetor had imprisoned. The Senate approved the imprisonment, and censured the presumption of Antistius. Tribunes were also forbidden to usurp the authority of praetors and consuls, or to summon from any part of Italy persons liable to legal proceedings. It was further proposed by Lucius Piso, consul-elect, that tribunes were not to try any case in their own houses, that a fine imposed by them was not to be entered on the public books by the officials of the exchequer till 4 months had expired, and that in the meantime appeals were to be allowed, which the consuls were to decide. Restrictions were also put on the powers of the aediles, and a limit fixed to the amount of bail or penalty which curule and plebeian aediles could respectively exact. On this, Helvidius Priscus, a tribune of the people, followed up a personal quarrel he had with Oboltronius Sabinus, one of the officials of the exchequer, by insinuating that he stretched his right of confiscation with merciless rigor against the poor. The emperor then transferred the charge of the public accounts from these officers to the commissioners. The arrangement of this business had been variously and frequently altered. Augustus allowed the Senate to appoint commissioners. Then, when corrupt practices were suspected in the voting, men were chosen by lot for the office out of the whole number of praetors. This did not last long, as the lot strayed away to unfit persons. Claudius then again appointed quaestors, and that they might not be too lax in their duties from fear of offending, he promised them promotion out of the usual course. But what they lacked was the firmness of a mature age, entering, as they did, on this office as their first step, and so Nero appointed ex-praetors of approved competency. During the same consulship, Vipsanius Lenus was condemned for rapacity in his administration of the province of Sardinia. Sistius Proclus was acquitted of extortion, his accusers dropping the charge. Clodius Quirinalis, having, when in command of the crews at Ravenna, caused grievous distress to Italy by his profligacy and cruelty, just as if it were the most contemptible of countries, forestalled his doom by poison. Caninius Rebilus, one of the first men in legal knowledge and vastness of wealth, escaped the miseries of an old age of broken health by letting the blood trickle from his veins, though men did not credit him with sufficient resolution for a self-inflicted death, because of his infamous effeminacy. Lucius Volusius, on the other hand, died with a glorious name. There was his long life of 93 years, his conspicuous wealth, honourably acquired, and his wise avoidance of the malignity of so many emperors. During Nero's second consulship, with Lucius Piso for his colleague, little occurred deserving mention, unless one were to take pleasure in filling volumes with the praise of the foundations and timber work on which the emperor piled the immense amphitheatre in the field of Mars. But we have learned that it suits the dignity of the Roman people to reserve history for great achievements, and to leave such details to the city's daily register. I may mention that the colonies of Nuceria and Capua were strengthened by an addition of veterans. To every member of the city populace 400 sesterces were given, and 40 million paid into the exchequer to maintain the credit of the citizens. A tax also of 4% on the sale of slaves was remitted, an apparent more than a real boon, for as the seller was ordered to pay it, purchasers found that it was added as part of the price. The emperor by an edict forbade any magistrate or procurator in the government of a province to exhibit a show of gladiators or of wild beasts, or indeed any other public entertainment, for hitherto our subjects had been as much oppressed by such bribery as by actual extortion, while governors sought to screen by corruption the guilty deeds of arbitrary caprice. The Senate next passed a decree providing alike for punishment and safety. If a master were murdered by his slaves, all those who were enfranchised by his will and lived under the same roof were to suffer the capital punishment with his other slaves. Lucius Varius, an ex-consul, who had been crushed in the past under charges of extortion, was restored to his rank as a senator. Pomponia Graecina, a distinguished lady, wife of the Plautius, who returned from Britain with an ovation, was accused of some foreign superstition and handed over to her husband's judicial decision. Following ancient precedent, he heard his wife's cause in the presence of kinsfolk, involving, as it did, her legal status and character, and he reported that she was innocent. This Pomponia lived a long life of unbroken melancholy. After the murder of Julia, Drusus's daughter, by Messalina's treachery, for 40 years she wore only the attire of a mourner, with a heart ever sorrowful. For this, during Claudius's reign, she escaped unpunished, and it was afterwards counted a glory to her. The same year saw many impeached. One of these, Publius Sylla, prosecuted by the province of Asia, the emperor could not acquit, and so he put off the case till the man died of old age. Sylla, as I have related, had murdered Silanus, the proconsul, and the magnitude of this crime veiled his other enormities. Costatianus Capito was accused by the people of Cilicia. He was a man stained with the foulest guilt, and had actually imagined that his audacious wickedness had the same rights in a province as he had claimed for it at Rome. But he had to confront a determined prosecution, and at last abandoned his defence. Eprius Marcellus, from whom Lycia demanded compensation, was so powerfully supported by corrupt influence that some of his accusers were punished with exile, as though they had imperilled an innocent man. End of Book 13, Part 2.
Book 13, Part 3a of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 13, A.D. 54–58, Part 3a, Military Actions in the East. Nero entered on his third consulship with Valerius Messalla, whose great-grandfather, the orator Corvinus, was still remembered by a few old men, as having been the colleague of the divine Augustus, Nero's great-grandfather, in the same office. But the honour of a noble house was further increased by an annual grant of 500,000 sesterces, on which Messalla might support virtuous poverty. Aurelius Cotta, too, and Haetorius Antonius had yearly stipends assigned them by the emperor, though they had squandered their ancestral wealth in profligacy. Early in this year a war between Parthia and Rome about the possession of Armenia, which, feebly begun, had hitherto dragged on, was vigorously resumed. For Vologeses would not allow his brother Tiridates to be deprived of a kingdom in which he had himself given him, or to hold it as a gift from a foreign power, and Corbulo, too, thought it due the grandeur of Rome that he should recover what Lucullus and Pompeius had formerly won. Besides, the Armenians, in the fluctuation of their allegiance, sought the armed protection of both empires, though by their country's position, by resemblance of manners, and by the ties of intermarriage they were more connected with the Parthians, to whose subjection, in their ignorance of freedom, they rather inclined. Corbulo, however, had more to struggle against in the supineness of his soldiers than in the treachery of the enemy. His legions, indeed, transferred as they had been from Syria and demoralized by a long peace, endured most impatiently the duties of a Roman camp. It was well known that army contained veterans who had never been on piquet duty or on night guard, and to whom the rampart and the fosse were new and strange sights. Men without helmets or breastplates, sleek money-making traders who had served their time in towns. Corbulo, having discharged all who were old or in ill health, sought to supply their places, and levies were held in Galatia and Cappadocia, and to those were added a legion from Germany, with all its auxiliary cavalry and light infantry. The entire army was kept under canvas, though the winter was so severe that the ground, covered as it was with ice, did not yield a place for tents without being dug up. Many of the men had their limbs frostbitten through the intensity of the cold, and some perished on guard. A soldier was observed whose hands mortified as he was carrying a bundle of wood, so that sticking to their burden they dropped off from his arms, now mere stumps. The general, lightly clad, with head uncovered, was continually with his men on the march, amid their labours. He had praise for the brave, comfort for the feeble, and was a good example to all. And then, as many shrank from the rigour of the climate and of the service, and deserted, he sought a remedy in strictness of discipline. Not, as in other armies, was a first or a second offence condoned, but the soldier who had quitted his colours instantly paid the penalty with his life. This was shown by experience to be a wholesome measure, better than mercy, for there were fewer desertions in that camp than in those in which leniency was habitual. Meanwhile, Corbulo kept his legions within the camp till spring weather was fairly established, and having stationed his auxiliary infantry at suitable points, he directed them not to begin an engagement. The charge of these defensive positions he entrusted to Pacius Orfitus, who had held the post of first rank centurion. Though this officer had reported that the barbarians were heedless, and that an opportunity for success presented itself, he was instructed to keep within his entrenchments and wait for a stronger force. But he broke the order, and on the arrival of a few cavalry squadrons from the nearest forts, who in their inexperience insisted on fighting, he engaged the enemy and was routed. Panic-stricken by his disaster, those who ought to have given him support returned in precipitate flight to their respective encampments. Corbulo heard of this with displeasure. He sharply censured Pacius, the officers and soldiers, and ordered them to have their quarters outside the lines. There they were kept in disgrace, and were released only on the intercession of the whole army. Tiridates, meantime, who, besides his own dependencies, had the powerful aid of his brother Vologeses, ravaged Armenia, not in stealthy raids as before, but in open war, plundering all whom he thought loyal to Rome, while he eluded an action with any force which was brought against him, and thus flying hither and thither, he spread panic more widely by rumour than arms. So Corbulo, frustrated in his prolonged efforts to bring on an engagement and compelled, like the enemy, to carry hostilities everywhere, divided his army, so that his generals and officers might attack several points simultaneously. He at the same time instructed King Antiochus to hasten to the provinces on his frontier, as Parasmenes, after having slain his son Rhadaministus as a traitor to prove his loyalty to us, was following up more keenly than ever his old feud with the Armenians. Then, for the first time, we won the friendship of the Masci, a nation which became preeminently attached to Rome, and they overran the wilds of Armenia. Thus the intended plans of Tiridates were wholly reversed, and he sent envoys to ask on behalf of himself and of the Parthians, why, when hostages had lately been given and a friendship renewed, which might open the way up to further acts of goodwill, he was thus driven from Armenia, his ancient possession. As yet, he said, Vologeses had not bestirred himself, simply because they preferred negotiation to violence. Should, however, war be persisted in, the Arsacids would not want the courage and good fortune which had already been proved more than once by disaster to Rome. Corbulo, in reply, when he was certain that Vologeses was detained by the revolt of Hyrcania, advised Tiridates to address a petition to the emperor, assuring him that he might reign securely and without bloodshed, by relinquishing a prospect in the remote future for the sake of one more solid within his reach. As no progress was made towards a final settlement of peace by the interchange of messages, it was at last decided to fix a time and a place for an interview between the leaders. 1,000 troopers, Tiridates said, would be his escort. What force of every kind was to be with Corbulo he did not prescribe, provided they came in peaceful fashion, without breastplates and helmets. Any human being, to say nothing of an old and wary general, would have seen through the barbarians' cunning, which assigned a limited number on one side and offered a larger on the other, expressly with a treacherous intent. For, were they to be exposed to a cavalry trained in the use of arrows, with the person undefended, numbers would be unavailing. Corbulo, however, pretending not to understand this, replied that they would do better to discuss matters requiring consideration for their common good in the presence of the entire armies, and he selected a place partly consisting of gently sloping hills, suited for ranks of infantry, partly of a spreading plain where troops of cavalry could maneuver. On the appointed day, arriving first, he posted his allied infantry with the king's auxiliaries on the wings, the 6th Legion in the centre, with which he had united 3,000 men of the 3rd, brought up in the night from another camp, with one eagle, so as to look like a single legion. Tiridates towards evening showed himself at some distance, whence he could be seen rather than heard. And so the Roman general, without any conference, ordered his troops to retire to their respective camps. The king either suspected a stratagem from those simultaneous movements in different directions, or, intending to cut off our supplies as they were coming up from the Sea of Pontus and the town of Trapezus, hastily withdrew. He could not, however, make any attack on the supplies, as they were brought over mountains in the occupation of our forces. Corbulo, that war might not be uselessly protracted, and also to compel the Armenians to defend their possessions, prepared to destroy their fortresses, himself undertaking the assault on the strongest of all in that province, named Volatum. The weaker he assigned to Cornelius Flaccus, his lieutenant, and to Instaeus Capito, his camp prefect. Having then surveyed the defences and provided everything suitable for storming them, he exhorted his soldiers to strip off his home this vagabond foe, who was preparing neither for peace nor for war, but who confessed his treachery and cowardice by flight, and so to secure alike glory and spoil. Then, forming his army into 4 divisions, he led one in the dense array of the Testudo close up to the rampart, to undermine it, while others were ordered to apply scaling ladders to the walls, and many more were to discharge brands and javelins from engines. The slingers and artillerymen had a portion assigned to them from which to hurl their missiles at a distance, so that, with equal tumult everywhere, no support might be given from any point to such as were pressed. So impetuous were the efforts of the army that within a 3rd part of one day the walls were stripped of their defenders, the barriers of the gates overthrown, the fortifications scaled and captured, and all the adult inhabitants massacred, without the loss of a soldier, and with but very few wounded. The non-military population were sold by auction. The rest of the booty fell to the conquerors. Corbulo's lieutenant and camp prefect met with similar success. 3 forts were stormed by them in one day, and the remainder, some from panic, others by the consent of the occupants, capitulated. This inspired them with confidence to attack the capital of the country, Artaxata. The legions, however, were not marched by the nearest route, for, should they cross the river Avaxes, which washes the city's walls by a bridge, they would be within missile range. They passed over it at a distance, where it was broad and shallow. Meantime Tiridates, ashamed of seeming utterly powerless, by not interfering with the siege, and afraid that, in attempting to stop it, he would entangle himself and his cavalry on difficult ground, resolved finally to display his forces, and either give battle on the first opportunity, or by a pretended flight, prepare the way for some stratagem. Suddenly he threw himself on the Roman columns, without, however, surprising our general, who had formed his army for fighting as well as for marching. On the right and left flanks marched the 3rd and 6th legions, with some picked men of the 10th in the centre. The baggage was secured within the lines, and the rear was guarded by 1,000 cavalry, who were ordered to resist any close attack of the enemy, but not to pursue his retreat. On the wings were the foot archers and the remainder of the cavalry, with a more extended line along the left wing, along the base of some hills, so that should the enemy penetrate the centre, he might be encountered both in front and flank. Tiridates faced us in skirmishing order, but not within missile range, now threatening attack, now seemingly afraid, with the view of loosening our formation and falling on isolated divisions. Finding that there was no breaking of our ranks from rashness, and that only one cavalry officer advanced too boldly, and that he, falling pierced with arrows, conformed the rest in obedience by the warning, he retired on the approach of darkness. Corbulo then encamped on the spot, and considered whether he should push on his legions without their baggage to our Taxata and blockade the city, on which he supposed Tiridates had fallen back. When his scouts reported that the king had undertaken a long march, and that it was doubtful whether Media or Albania was its destination, he waited for daylight, and then sent on his light-armed troops, which were meanwhile to hover round the walls and begin the attack from a distance. The inhabitants, however, opened the gates of their own accord, and surrendered themselves and their property to the Romans. This saved their lives. The city was fired, demolished, and levelled to the ground, as it could not be held without a strong garrison from the extent of the walls, and we had not sufficient force to be divided between adequately garrisoning it and carrying on the war. If again the place were left untouched and unguarded, no advantage or glory would accrue from its capture. Then, too, there was a wonderful occurrence, almost a divine interposition. While the whole space outside the town, up to its buildings, was bright with sunlight, the enclosure within the walls was suddenly shrouded in a black cloud, seamed with lightning flashes, and thus the city was thought to be given up to destruction, as if heaven was wroth against it. For all this Nero was unanimously saluted emperor, and by the Senate's decree a thanksgiving was held. Statues also, arches, and successive consulships were voted to him, and among the holy days were to be included the day on which the victory was won, that on which it was announced, and that on which the motion was brought forward. Other proposals too of a like kind were carried, on a scale so extravagant that Caius Cassius, after having assented to the rest of the honours, argued that if the gods were to be thanked for the bountiful favours of fortune, even a whole year would not suffice for the thanksgivings, and therefore there ought to be a classification of sacred and business days, so they might observe divine ordinances, and yet not interfere with human affairs. A man who had struggled with various calamities and earned the hate of many, was then impeached and condemned, but not without angry feelings towards Seneca. This was Publius Suilius. He had been terrible and venal, while Claudius reigned, and when times were changed he was not so much humbled as his enemies wished, and was one who would rather seem a criminal than a suppliant. With the intent of crushing him, so men believed, a decree of the Senate was revived, along with the penalty of the Cincian law against persons who had pleaded for hire. Suilius spared not complaint or indignant remonstrance. Free-spoken because of his extreme age, as well as from his insolent temper, he taunted Seneca with his savage enmity against the friends of Claudius, under whose reign he had endured a most righteously deserved exile. The man, he said, familiar as he was only with profitless studies, and with the ignorance of boyhood, envied those who employed a lively and genuine eloquence in the defence of their fellow citizens. He had been Germanicus's quaestor, while Seneca had been a paramour in his house. Was it to be thought a worse offence to obtain a reward for honest service, with the litigant's consent, than to pollute the chambers of the imperial ladies? By what kind of wisdom or maxims of philosophy had Seneca, within 4 years of royal favour, amassed 300 million sesterces? At Rome the wills of the childless were, so to say, caught in his snare, while Italy and the provinces were drained by boundless usury. His own money, on the other hand, had been acquired by industry and was not excessive. He would suffer persecutions, perils, anything, indeed, rather than make an old and self-learned position of honour to bow before an upstart prosperity. Persons were not wanting to report all this to Seneca, in the exact words, or with the worst sense put upon it. Accusers were also found who alleged that our allies had been plundered, when Suilius governed the province of Asia, and that there had been embezzlement of public moneys. Then, as an entire year had been granted to them for inquiries, it seemed a shorter plan to begin with his crimes at Rome, the witnesses of which were on the spot. These men charged Suilius with having driven Quintus Pomponius by a relentless prosecution into the extremity of civil war. with having forced Julia, Drus's daughter, and Sabina Poppaea to suicide, with having treacherously ruined Valerius Asiaticus, Lucius Saturninus, and Cornelius Lupus. In fact, with the wholesale conviction of troops of Roman knights, and with all the cruelty of Claudius. His defence was that of all this he had done nothing on his own responsibility, but had simply obeyed the emperor, till Nero stopped such pleadings, by stating that he had ascertained from his father's notebooks that he had never compelled the prosecution of a single person. Suilius then sheltered himself under Messalina's orders, and the defence began to collapse. Why, it was asked, was no one else chosen to put his tongue at the service of that savage harlot? We must punish the instruments of atrocious acts, when having gained the rewards of wickedness, they impute the wickedness to others. And so, with the loss of half his property, his son and granddaughter being allowed to retain the other half, and what they had inherited under their mother's or grandmother's wills also being exempted from confiscation, Suilius was banished to the Balearic Isles. Neither in the crisis of his peril, nor after his condemnation, did he quail in spirit. Rumour said that he supported that lonely exile by a life of ease and plenty. When the accusers attacked his son Nerolinus on the strength of the men's hatred of the father and of some charges of extortion, the emperor interposed, as if implying that vengeance was fully satisfied. End of Book 13, Part 3a. Book 13, Part 3b of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Broadrib. Book 13, AD 54-58, Part 3b. Military Actions in the East. About the same time Octavius Sagida, a tribune of the people, who was enamored to frenzy of Pontia, a married woman, bribed her by most costly presents into an intrigue, and then into abandoning her husband. He had offered her marriage and had won her consent. But as soon as she was free, she devised delays, pretending that her father's wishes were against it, and having secured the prospect of a richer husband, she repudiated her promises. Octavius, on the other hand, now remonstrated, now threatened. His good name, he protested, was lost, his means exhausted, and as for his life, which was all that was left to him, he surrendered it to her mercy. When she spurned him, he asked the solace of one night, with which to soothe his passion, that he might set bounds to it for the future. A night was fixed, and Pontia entrusted the charge of her chamber to a female slave acquainted with her secret. Octavius, attended by one freed man, entered with a dagger concealed under his dress. Then, as usual in lovers' quarrels, there were tidings, entreaties, reproaches, excuses, and some period of the darkness was given up to passion. Then, when seemingly about to go, and she was fearing nothing, he stabbed her with the steel, and having wounded and scared away the slave girl who was hurrying to her, rushed out of the chamber. Next day the murder was notorious, and there was no question as to the murderer, for it was proved that he had passed some time with her. The freedman, however, declared the deed was his, that he had, in fact, avenged his patron's wrongs. He had made some impression by the nobleness of his example, when the slave girl recovered and revealed the truth. Octavius, when he ceased to be tribune, was prosecuted before the consuls by the father of the murdered woman, and was condemned by the sentence of the Senate under the law concerning assassins. A profligacy equally notorious in that same year proved the beginning of the great evils to the state. There was at Rome one Sabina Poppaea. Her father was Titus Olius, but she had assumed the name of her maternal grandfather, Poppaeus Sabinus, a man of illustrious memory and preeminently distinguished by the honours of a consulship and a triumph. As for Olius, before he attained promotion, the friendship of Sejanus was his ruin. This Poppaea had everything but a right mind. Her mother, who surpassed in personal attractions all the ladies of her day, had bequeathed alike her fame and beauty. Her fortune adequately corresponded to the nobility of her descent. Her conversation was charming, and her wit anything but dull. She professed virtue, while she practised laxity. Seldom did she appear in public, and it was always with her face partly veiled, either to disappoint men's gaze or to set off her beauty. Her character she never spared, making no distinction between a husband and a paramour, while she was never a slave to her own passion or that of her lover. Wherever there was a prospect of advantage, there she transferred her favours. And so, while she was living as the wife of Rufius Crispinus, a Roman knight, by whom she had a son, she was attracted by the youth and fashionable elegance of Otho, and by the fact, too, that he was reputed to have Nero's most ardent friendship. Without any delay, the intrigue was followed by marriage. Otho now began to praise his wife's beauty and accomplishments to the emperor, either from a lover's thoughtlessness or to inflame Nero's passion, in the hope of adding to his own influence by the further tie which would arise out of the possession of the same woman. Often as he rose from the emperor's table, he was heard repeatedly to say that he was going to her, to the high birth and beauty which had fallen to his lot, to that which all men pray for, the joy of the fortunate. These and like incitements allowed but of brief delay. Once having gained admission, Poppaea won by her way of artful blandishments, pretending that she could not resist her passion, and that she was captivated by Nero's person. Soon, as the emperor's love grew ardent, she would change and be supercilious, and if she were detained more than 1 or 2 nights, would say again and again that she was a married woman, and could not give up her husband, attached as she was to Otho by a manner of life which no one equalled. His ideas and his style were grand. At his house everything worthy of the highest fortune was ever before her eyes. Nero, on the contrary, with his slave-girl mistress, tied down by his attachment to Acte, had derived nothing from his slavish associations but what was low and degrading. Otho was now cut off from Nero's usual familiar intercourse, and then even from interviews and from the royal suite, and at last was appointed governor of the province of Lusitania, that he might not be the emperor's rival at Rome. There he lived up to the time of the civil wars, not in the fashion of his disgraceful past, but uprightly and virtuously, a pleasure-loving man when idle, and self-restrained when in power. Hitherto Nero had sought a veil for his abominations and wickedness. He was particularly suspicious of Cornelius Sulla, whose apathetic temper he interpreted as really the reverse, inferring that he was, in fact, an artful dissembler. Graptus, one of the emperor's freedmen, whose age and experience had made him thoroughly acquainted with the imperial household from the time of Tiberius, quickened these apprehensions by the following falsehood. The Mulvian Bridge was then a famous haunt of nightly profligacy, and Nero used to go there, that he might take his pleasures more freely outside the city. So Graptus, taking advantage of an idle panic into which the royal attendants had chanced to have been thrown on their return by one of those youthful frolics which were then everywhere practised, invented a story that a treacherous attack had been planned on the emperor, should he go back by the Flaminian road, and that through the favour of destiny he had escaped it, as he went home by a different way to Sallust's gardens. Sulla, he said, was the author of this plot. Not one, however, of Sulla's slaves or clients was recognized, and his character, despicable as it was, and incapable of a daring act, was utterly at variance with the charge. Still, just as if he had been found guilty, he was ordered to leave his country, and confined himself within the walls of Massilia. During the same consulship, a hearing was given to 2 conflicting deputations from Puteoli, sent to the Senate by the town council and by the populace. The first spoke bitterly of the violence of the multitude, the second of the rapacity of the magistrates and of all the chief citizens. That the disturbance, which had gone as far as stoning and threats of fire, might not lead on to bloodshed and armed fighting, Caius Cassius was appointed to apply some remedy. As they would not endure his rigour, the charge of the affair was at his own request transferred to the brothers Scribonia, to whom was given a praetorian cohort, the terror of which, coupled with the execution of a few persons, restored peace to the townspeople. I should not mention a very trivial decree of the Senate which allowed the city of Syracuse to exceed the prescribed number in their gladiatorial shows, had not Paetus Thrasius spoken against it and furnished his traducers with a ground for censuring his motion. Why, it was asked, if he thought that the public welfare required freedom of speech in the Senate, did he pursue such trifling abuses? Why should he not speak for or against peace and war, or on the taxes and laws and other matters, involving Roman interests. The senators, as often as they received the privilege of stating an opinion, were at liberty to say what they pleased, and to claim that it should be put to the vote. Was it the only worthy object of reform to provide that the Syracusans should not give shows on a larger scale? Were all other matters in every department of the empire as admirable as if Thracia and not Nero had the direction of them? But, if the highest affairs were passed by and ignored, how much more ought there to be no meddling with things wholly insignificant? Thracia, in reply, when his friends asked an explanation, said that it was not in ignorance of Rome's actual condition that he sought to correct such decrees, but that he was giving what was due to the honor of the senators, in making it evident that those who attended even to the merest trifles would not disguise their responsibility for important affairs. That same year, repeated demands on the part of the people, who denounced the excessive greed of the revenue collectors, made Nero doubt whether he should not order the repeal of all indirect taxes, and so confer a most splendid boon on the human race. But this sudden impulse was checked by the senators, who, having first heartily praised the grandeur of his conception, pointed out that the dissolution of the empire must ensue if the revenues which supported the state were to be diminished. For as soon as the customs were swept away, there would follow a demand for the abolition of the direct taxes. Many companies for the collection of the indirect taxes had been formed by consuls and tribunes, when the freedom of the Roman people was still in its vigor, and arrangements were subsequently made to ensure an exact correspondence between the amount of income and the necessary disbursements. Certainly some restraint, they admitted, must be put on the cupidity of the revenue collectors, that they might not, by new oppressions, bring into odium what for so many years had been endured without a complaint. Accordingly, the emperor issued an edict that the regulations about every branch of the public service, which had hitherto been kept secret, should be published, that claims which had been dropped should not be revived after a year, that the praetor at Rome, the propraetor or proconsul in the provinces, should give judicial precedence to all cases against the collectors, that the soldiers should retain their immunities except when they traded for profit, with other very equitable arrangements, which for a short time were maintained and were subsequently disregarded. However, the repeal of the 2% and 2.5% tax remains in force, as well as that of others bearing names invented by the collectors to cover their illegal exactions. In our transmarine provinces the conveyance of corn was rendered less costly, and it was decided that merchant ships should not be assessed with their owners' property, and that no tax should be paid on them. 2 men under prosecution from Africa, in which province they had held proconsular authority, Sulpicius Camerinus and Pomponius Silvanus, were acquitted by the emperor. Camerinus had against him few private persons who charged him with cruelty rather than with extortion. Silvanus was beset by a host of accusers, who demanded time for summoning their witnesses, while the defendant insisted on being at once put on his defense, and he was successful through his wealth, his childlessness, and his old age, which he prolonged beyond the life of those by whose corrupt influence he had escaped. Up to this time everything had been quiet in Germany, from the temper of the generals, who, now that triumphal decorations had been vulgarized, hoped for greater glory by the maintenance of peace. Paulinus Pompeius and Lucius Vetus were then in command of the army. Still, to avoid keeping the soldiers in idleness, the first completed the embankment begun 63 years before by Drusus to confine the waters of the Rhine, while Vestus prepared to connect the Moselle and the Arar by a canal, so that troops crossing the sea and then conveyed on the Rhone and Arar might sail by this canal into the Moselle and the Rhine, and thence to the ocean. Thus, the difficulties of the route being removed, there would be communication for ships between the shores of the west and of the north. Aelius Gracillus, the governor of Belgica, discouraged the work by seeking to deter Vetus from bringing his legions into another man's province, and so drawing to himself the attachment of Gaul. This result, he repeatedly said, would excite the fears of the emperor, an assertion by which meritorious undertakings are often hindered. Meantime, from the continued inaction of our armies, a rumor prevailed that the commanders had been deprived of the right of leading them against the enemy. Thereupon the Frisi moved up their youth to the forests and swamps, and their non-fighting population over the lakes to the river banks, and established themselves in unoccupied lands reserved for the use of our soldiers, under the leadership of Verridus and Malorix, the kings of the tribe, as far as the Germans are under kings. Already they had settled themselves in houses, and had sown the fields, and were cultivating the soil as if it had been their ancestors, when Dubius Avitus, who had succeeded Paulinus in the province, by threatening them with a Roman attack if they did not retire into their old country or obtain a new territory from the emperor, constrained Verridus and Malorix to become suppliants. They went to Rome, and while they waited for Nero, who was intent on other engagements, among the sights shown to the barbarians they were admitted into Pompey's theatre, where they might behold the vastness of the Roman people. There, at their leisure, for in the entertainment, ignorant as they were, they found no amusement, they asked questions about the crowd on the benches, about the distinctness of classes, who were the knights, where was the senate, till they observed some persons in foreign dress on the seats of the senators. Having asked who they were, when they were told that this honour was granted to envoys from those nations which were distinguished for their bravery and their friendship to Rome, they exclaimed that no men on earth surpassed the Germans in arms or in loyalty. Then they went down and took their seat among the senators. The spectators hailed the act good-naturedly, as due to the impulsiveness of a primitive people and to an honourable rivalry. Nero gave both of them the Roman franchise, and ordered the Frisi to withdraw from the territory in question. When they disdained obedience, some auxiliary cavalry, by a sudden attack, made it a necessity for them, capturing or slaughtering those who obstinately resisted. Of this same territory the Ampsivari now possessed themselves, a tribe more powerful not only from their numbers, but from having the sympathy of the neighbouring peoples, as they had been expelled by the Chauci and had to beg, as homeless outcasts, a secure exile. Their cause was pleaded by a man, famous among those nations and loyal to Rome, Biocallus by name, who reminded us that on the Cheruscan revolt he had been imprisoned by the order of Arminius, that afterward he had served under the leadership of Tiberius and Germanicus, and that to a 50 years' obedience he was adding the merit of subjecting his tribe to our dominion. What an extent of plain, he would say, lies open into which the flocks and herds of the Roman soldiers may some day be sent! Let them by all means keep retreats for their cattle, while men are starving, only let them not prefer a waste and a solitude to friendly nations. Once these fields belonged to the Chamavi, then to the Tabantes, after them to the Usipi. As heaven is for the gods, so the earth has been given to mankind, and lands unoccupied are common to all. Then, looking up to the sun and invoking the other heavenly bodies, he asked them, as though standing in their presence, whether they wished to behold an empty soil, rather let them submerge it beneath the sea against the plunderers of the land. Avitus was impressed by this language, and said that people must submit to the rule of their betters, that the gods to whom they appealed had willed that the decision as to what should be given or taken from them was to rest with the Romans, who would allow none but themselves to be judges. This was his public answer to the Ampsivari. To Biocallus his reply was that in remembrance of past friendship he would cede the lands in question. Biocallus spurned the offer as the price of treason, adding, "We may lack a land to live in, we cannot lack one to die in." And so they parted with mutual exasperation. The Ampsivari now called on the Bructeri, the Tencteri, and yet more distant tribes to be their allies in war. Avitus, having written to Curtilius Mancia, commander of the upper army, asking him to cross the Rhine and display his troops in the enemy's rear, himself led his legions into the territory of the Tencteri, and threatened them with extermination unless they disassociated themselves from the cause. When, upon this, the Tencteri stood aloof, the Bructeri were cowed by a like terror. And so, as the rest too were for averting perils which did not concern them, the Ampsivarian tribe, in its isolation, retreated to the Usipi and Tubantes. Driven out of these countries, they sought refuge with the Chatti and then with the Cherusci, and after long wanderings, as destitute outcasts, received now as friends and now as foes, their entire youth were slain in a strange land, and all who could not fight were apportioned as booty. The same summer a great battle was fought between the Hermunduri, and the Chatti, both forcibly claiming a river which produced salt in plenty, and bounded their territories. They had not only a passion for settling every question by arms, but also a deep-rooted superstition that such localities are specially near to heaven, and that mortal prayers are nowhere more attentively heard by the gods. It is, they think, through the bounty of divine power that in that river and in those forests salt is produced, not, as in other countries, by the drying up of an overflow of the sea, but by the combination of two opposite elements, fire and water, when the latter had been poured over a burning pile of wood. The war was a success for the Hermunduri, and the more disastrous to the Chatti, because they had devoted, in the event of victory, the enemy's army to Mars and Mercury, a vow which consigns horses, men, everything indeed on the vanquished side to destruction. And so the hostile threat recoiled on themselves. Meanwhile, a state in alliance with us, that of the Ubii, suffered grievously from an unexpected calamity. Fires suddenly bursting from the earth seized everywhere on country houses, crops, and villages, and were rushing on to the very walls of the newly founded colony. Nor could they be extinguished by the fall of rain, or by river water, or by any other moisture, till some countrymen, in despair of a remedy and in fury at the disaster, flung stones from a distance, and then, approaching nearer, as the flames began to sink, tried to scare them away, like so many wild beasts, with the blows of clubs and other weapons. At last they stripped off their clothes and threw them on the fire, which they were the more likely to quench, the more they had been soiled by common use. That same year, the fact that the tree in the Comitium, which 840 years before had sheltered the infancy of Romulus and Remus, was impaired by the decay of its boughs and by the withering of its stem, was accounted a portent, till it began to renew its life with fresh shoots. End of Book 13.
Book 14, Part 1 of The Annals, by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leon Meyer. The Annals, by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 14, A.D. 59 to 62. Part 1. Nero murders his mother. In the year of the consulship of Caius Vipstanus and Caius Fonteius, Nero deferred no more a long-meditated crime. Length of power had matured his daring, and his passion for Poppaea daily grew more ardent. As the woman had no hope of marriage for herself, or of Octavia's divorce while Agrippina lived, she would reproach the emperor with incessant vituperation, and sometimes call him in jest a mere ward who was under the rule of others, and was so far from having empire that he had not even his liberty. Why, she asked, was her marriage put off? Was it, forsooth, her beauty and her ancestors, with their triumphal honors, that failed to please, or her being a mother and her sincere heart? No. The fear was that as a wife, at least she would divulge the wrongs of the Senate, and the wrath of the people at the arrogance and rapacity of his mother. If the only daughter-in-law Agrippina could bear was one who wished evil to her son, let her be restored to her union with Otho. She would go anywhere in the world, where she might hear of the insults heaped on the emperor, rather than witness them, and be also involved in the perils. These and the like complaints, rendered impressive by tears, and by the cunning of an adulteress, no one checked, as all longed to see the mother's power broken, while not a person believed that the son's hatred would steel his heart to her murder. Cluvius relates that Agrippina, in her eagerness to retain her influence, went so far that more than once at midday, when Nero, even at that hour, was flushed with wine and feasting, she presented herself attractively attired to her half-intoxicated son, and offered him her person; and that, when kinsfolk observed wanton kisses and caresses, portending infamy, it was Seneca who sought a female's aid against a woman's fascinations, and hurried in Acte, the freed girl, who, alarmed at her own peril and at Nero's disgrace, told him that the incest was notorious, as his mother boasted of it, and that the soldiers would never endure the rule of an impious sovereign. Fabius Rusticus tells us that it was not Agrippina but Nero who lusted for the crime, and that it was frustrated by the adroitness of that same freed girl. Cluvius's account, however, is also that of all other authors, and a popular belief inclines to it, whether it was that Agrippina really conceived such a monstrous wickedness in her heart, or perhaps because the thought of a strange passion seemed comparatively credible in a woman, who in her girlish years had allowed herself to be seduced by Lepidus in the hope of winning power, had stooped with a like ambition to the lust of Pallas, and had trained herself for every infamy by her marriage with her uncle. Nero accordingly avoided secret interviews with her, and when she withdrew to her gardens or to her estates at Tusculum and Antium, he praised her for courting repose. At last, convinced that she would be too formidable wherever she might dwell, he resolved to destroy her, merely deliberating whether it was to be accomplished by poison, or by the sword, or by any other violent means. Poison at first seemed best, but, were it to be administered at the imperial table, the result could not be referred to chance after the recent circumstances of the death of Britannicus. Again, to tamper with the servants of a woman who, from her familiarity with crime, was on her guard against treachery, appeared to be extremely difficult. And then, too, she had fortified her constitution by the use of antidotes. How again the dagger and its work were to be kept secret, no one could suggest. And it was feared, too, that whoever might be chosen to execute such a crime would spurn the order. An ingenious suggestion was offered by Anicetus, a freedman, commander of the fleet at Misenum, who had been tutor to Nero in boyhood, and had a hatred of Agrippina, which she reciprocated. He explained that a vessel could be constructed, from which a part might, by a contrivance, be detached, when out at sea, so as to plunge her unawares into the water. Nothing, he said, allowed of accidents so much as the sea, and should she be overtaken by shipwreck, who would be so unfair as to impute to crime an offence committed by the winds and waves? The emperor would add the honor of a temple and of shrines to the deceased ladies, with every other display of filial affection. Nero liked the device, favored as it was also by the particular time, for he was celebrating Minerva's 5 days' festivals at Baiae. Thither he enticed his mother by repeated assurances that children ought to bear with the irritability of parents, and to soothe their tempers, wishing thus to spread a rumor of reconciliation and to secure Agrippina's acceptance through the feminine credulity, which easily believes what joy. As she approached, he went to the shore to meet her. She was coming from Antium, welcomed her with outstretched hand and embrace, and conducted her to Bauli. This was the name of a country house, washed by a bay of the sea, between the promontory of Misenum and the lake of Baiae. Here was a vessel distinguished from others by its equipment, seemingly meant, among other things, to do honor to his mother, for she had been accustomed to sail in a trireme with a crew of marines, and now she was invited to a banquet that night might serve to conceal the crime. It was well known that somebody had been found to betray it, that Agrippina had heard of the plot, and in doubt whether she was to believe it, was conveyed to Baiae in her litter. There some soothing words allayed her fear. She was graciously received, and seated at table above the emperor. Nero prolonged the banquet with various conversation, passing from a youth's playful familiarity to an air of constraint, which seemed to indicate serious thought, and then, after protracted festivity, escorted her on her departure, clinging with kisses to her eyes and bosom, either to crown his hypocrisy, or because the last sight of a mother on the even of destruction caused a lingering even in that brutal heart. A night of brilliant starlight, with the calm of a tranquil sea, was granted by heaven seemingly to convict the crime. The vessel had not gone far, Agrippina having with her 2 of her intimate attendants, one of whom, Creperius Gallus, stood near the helm, while Asaronia, reclining at Agrippina's feet as she reposed herself, spoke joyfully of her son's repentance, and of the recovery of the mother's influence, when at a given signal the ceiling of the place, which was loaded with a quantity of lead, fell in, and Creperius was crushed and instantly killed. Agrippina and Asaronia were protected by the projecting sides of the couch, which happened to be too strong to yield under the weight. But this was not followed by the breaking up of the vessel, for all were bewildered, and those too who were in the plot were hindered by the unconscious majority. The crew then thought it best to throw the vessel on one side and so sink it, but they could not themselves promptly unite to face the emergency, and others, by counteracting the attempt, gave an opportunity of a gentler fall into the sea. Asaronia, however, thoughtlessly exclaiming that she was Agrippina, and imploring help for the emperor's mother, was dispatched with poles and oars, and such naval implements as chance offered. Agrippina was silent, and was thus the less recognized. Still she received a wound in her shoulder. She swam, then met with some small boats which conveyed her to Lucrine Lake, and so entered her house. There she reflected how for this very purpose she had been invited by a lying letter and treated with conspicuous honor, how also it was near the shore, not from being driven by winds or dashed on rocks, that the vessel had in its upper part collapsed, like a mechanism anything but nautical. She pondered too the death of Asaronia. She looked at her own wound, and saw that her only safeguard against treachery was to ignore it. Then she sent her freedman Agerinus to tell her son how by heaven's favor and his good fortune she had escaped a terrible disaster, that she begged him, alarmed as he might be by his mother's peril, to put off the duty of a visit, as for the present she needed repose. Meanwhile, pretending that she felt secure, she applied remedies to her wound, and fomentations to her person. She then ordered search to be made for the will of Asaronia, and her property to be sealed, in this alone throwing off disguise. Nero, meantime, as he waited for tidings of the consummation of the deed, received information that she had escaped with the injury of a slight wound, after having so far encountered the peril that there could be no question as to its author. Then, paralyzed with terror, and protesting that she would show herself the next moment, eager for vengeance, either arming the slaves or stirring up the soldiery, or hastening to the Senate and the people to charge him with the wreck, with her wound, and with the destruction of her friends, he asked what resource he had against all this, unless something could be at once devised by Burrus and Seneca. He had instantly summoned both of them, and possibly they were already in the secret. There was a long silence on their part. They feared they might remonstrate in vain, or believe the crisis to be such that Nero must perish, unless Agrippina were at once crushed. Thereupon Seneca was so far the more prompt as to glance back on Burrus, as if to ask him whether the bloody deed must be required of the soldiers. Burrus replied that the Praetorians were attached to the whole family of the Caesars, and remembering Germanicus would not dare a savage deed on his offspring. It was for Anicetus to accomplish his purpose. Anicetus, without a pause, claimed for himself the consummation of the crime. At those words, Nero declared that that day gave him empire, and that a freedman was the author of this mighty boon. "Go," he said, "with all speed, and take with you the men readiest to execute your orders." He himself, when he had heard of the arrival of Agrippina's messenger, Agerinus, contrived a theatrical mode of accusation, and, while the man was repeating his message, threw down a sword at his feet, then ordered him to be put in irons, as a detected criminal, so that he might invent a story how his mother had plotted the emperor's destruction, and in the shame of discovered guilt had by her own choice sought death. Meantime, Agrippina's peril being universally known, and taken to be an accidental occurrence, everybody, the moment he heard of it, hurried down to the beach. Some climbed projecting piers, some the nearest vessels. Others, as far as their stature allowed, went into the sea. Some, again, stood with outstretched arms, while the whole shore rung with wailings, with prayers and cries, as different questions were asked and uncertain answers given. A vast multitude streamed to the spot with torches, and as soon as all knew that she was safe, they at once prepared to wish her joy, till the sight of an armed and threatening force scared them away. Tacitus then surrounded the house with a guard, and having burst open the gates, dragged off the slaves who met him, till he came to the door of her chamber, where a few stood still, after the rest had fled in terror at the attack. A small lamp was in the room, and one slave girl with Agrippina, who grew more and more anxious, as no messenger came from her son, not even Agerinus, while the appearance of the shore was changed, a solitude one moment, then sudden bustle and tokens of the worst catastrophe. As the girl rose to depart, she exclaimed, "Do you too forsake me?" and looking round saw Anicetus, who had with him the captain of the trireme, Herculeus, and Oberitus, a centurion of marines. "If," said she, "you have come to see me, take back word that I have recovered. But if you are here to do a crime, I believe nothing about my son. He has not ordered his mother's murder." The assassins closed in round her couch, and the captain of the trireme first struck her head violently with a club. Then, as the centurion bared his sword for the fatal deed, presenting her person, she exclaimed, "Smite my womb," and with many wounds she was slain. So far our accounts agree. That Nero gazed on his mother after her death and praised her beauty, some have related, while others deny it. Her body was burnt that same night on a dining couch, with a mean funeral. Nor, as long as Nero was in power, was the earth raised into a mound, or even decently closed. Subsequently she received from the solicitude of her domestics a humble sepulchre on the road to Misenum, near the country house of Caesar the dictator, which from a great height commands a view of the bay beneath. As soon as the funeral pile was lighted, one of her freedmen, surnamed Nestor, ran himself through with the sword, either from love of his mistress or from the fear of destruction. Many years before, Agrippina had anticipated this end for herself, and had spurned the thought. For when she consulted the astrologers about Nero, they replied that he would be emperor and kill his mother. "Let him kill her," she said, "provided he is emperor." But the emperor, when the crime was at last accomplished, realized its portentous guilt. The rest of the night, now silent and stupefied, now and still oftener starting up in terror, bereft of reason, he awaited the dawn as if it would bring with him his doom. He was first encouraged to hope by the flattery addressed to him, at the prompting of Burrus, by the centurions and tribunes, who again and again pressed his hand and congratulated him on his having escaped an unforeseen danger and his mother's daring crime. Then his friends went to the temples, and an example having once been set, the neighboring towns of Campania testified their joy with sacrifices and deputations. He himself, with an opposite phase of hypocrisy, seemed sad and almost angry at his own deliverance, and shed tears over his mother's death. But as the aspects of places change not, as do the looks of men, and as he had ever before his eyes the dreadful sight of that sea with its shores, some too believed that the notes of a funereal trumpet were heard from the surrounding heights, and wailings from the mother's grave, he retired to Neapolis and sent a letter to the Senate, the drift of which was that Agerinus, one of Agrippina's confidential freedmen, had been detected with the dagger of an assassin, and that in the consciousness of having planned the crime she had paid its penalty. He even revived the charges of a period long past, how she had aimed at a share of empire, and at inducing the Praetorian cohorts to swear obedience to a woman, to the disgrace of the Senate and people. How, when she was disappointed, in her fury with the soldiers, the Senate, and the populace, she opposed the usual donative and largess, and organized perilous prosecutions against distinguished citizens. What efforts had it cost him to hinder her from bursting into the Senate house and giving answers to foreign nations? he glanced too with indirect censure at the days of Claudius, and ascribed all the abominations of that reign to his mother, thus seeking to show that it was the state's good fortune which had destroyed her. For he actually told the story of the shipwreck, but who could be so stupid as to believe that it was accidental, or that a shipwrecked woman had sent one man with a weapon to break through an emperor's guards and fleets? So now it was not Nero, whose brutality was far beyond any remonstrance, but Seneca who was in ill repute, for having written a confession in such a style. Still there was a marvellous rivalry among the nobles in decreeing thanksgivings at all the shrines, and the celebration with annual games of Minerva's festival, as the day on which the plot had been discovered. Also, that a golden image of Minerva, with the statue of the emperor by its side, should be set up in the Senate house, and that Agrippina's birthday should be classed among the inauspicious days. Thrasius Paetus, who had been used to pass over previous flatteries in silence or with brief assent, then walked out of the Senate, thereby imperiling himself, without communicating to the other senators any impulse towards freedom. There occurred too a thick succession of portents, which meant nothing. A woman gave birth to a snake, and another was killed by a thunderbolt in her husband's embrace. Then the sun was suddenly darkened, and the 14 districts of the city were struck by lightning. All this happened quite without any providential design, so much so that for many subsequent years Nero prolonged his reign and his crimes. Still, to deepen the popular hatred towards his mother, and prove that since her removal his clemency had increased, he restored to their ancestral homes 2 distinguished ladies, Junia and Calpurnia, with 2 ex-praetors, Valerius Capito and Licinius Gabellus, whom Agrippina had formerly banished. He also allowed the ashes of Lollia Paulina to be brought back and a tomb to be built over them. Iturius and Calvisius, whom he had himself temporarily exiled, he now released from their penalty. Silena, indeed, had died a natural death at Tarentum, whither she had returned from her distant exile, when the power of Agrippina, to whose enmity she owed her fall, began to totter, or her wrath was at last appeased. While Nero was lingering in the towns of Campania, doubting how he should enter Rome, whether he would find the Senate submissive and the populace enthusiastic, all the vilest courtiers, and of these never had a court a more abundant crop, argued against his hesitation by assuring him that Agrippina's name was hated, and that her death had heightened his popularity. He might go without a fear, they said, and experience in his person men's veneration for him. They insisted at the same time on preceding him. They found greater enthusiasm than they had promised, the tribes coming forth to meet him, the Senate in holiday attire, troops of their children and wives arranged according to sex and age, tiers of seats raised for the spectacle where he was to pass, as a triumph is witnessed. Thus elated and exulting over his people's slavery, he proceeded to the Capitol, performed the thanksgiving, and then plunged into all the excesses which, though ill restrained, some sort of respect for his mother had for a while delayed. He had long had a fancy for driving a 4-horse chariot, and a no less degrading taste for singing to the harp, in a theatrical fashion, when he was at dinner. This he would remind people was a royal custom, and had been the practice of ancient chiefs. It was celebrated too in the praises of poets, and was meant to show honor to the gods. Songs, indeed, he said, were sacred to Apollo, and it was in the dress of a singer that great and prophetic deity was seen in Roman temples as well as in Greek cities. He could no longer be restrained, when Seneca and Burrus thought it best to concede one point that he might not persist in both. A space was enclosed in the Vatican Valley, where he might manage his horses, without the spectacle being public. Soon he actually invited all the people of Rome, who extolled him in their praises, like a mob which craves for amusements and rejoices when a prince draws them the same way. However, the public exposure of his shame acted on him as an incentive instead of sickening him, as men expected. Imagining that he mitigated the scandal by disgracing many others, he brought on the stage descendants of noble families, who sold themselves because they were paupers. As they have ended their days, I think it due to their ancestors not to hand down their names. And indeed, the infamy is his who gave them wealth to reward their degradation, rather than to deter them from degrading themselves. He prevailed too on some well-known Roman knights, by immense presents, to offer their services in the amphitheatre. Only pay from one who is able to command carries with it the force of compulsion. Still, not yet wishing to disgrace himself on a public stage, he instituted some games under the title of juvenile sports, for which people of every class gave in their names. Neither rank nor age nor previous high promotion hindered anyone from practicing the art of a Greek or Latin actor, and even stooping to gestures and songs unfit for a man. Noble ladies, too, actually played disgusting parts, and in the grove with which Augustus had surrounded the lake for the naval fight, there were erected places for meeting and refreshment, and every incentive to excess was offered for sale. Money, too, was distributed, which the respectable had to spend under sheer compulsion, and which the profligate gloried in squandering. Hence a rank growth of abominations and of all infamy. Never did a more filthy rabble add a worse licentiousness to our long corrupted morals. Even with virtuous training, purity is not easily upheld. Far less amid rivalries and vice could modesty or propriety or any trace of good manners be preserved. Last of all, the emperor himself came on the stage, tuning his lute with elaborate care, and trying his voice with his attendants. There were also present, to complete the show, a guard of soldiers with centurions and tribunes, and Burrus, who grieved and yet applauded. Then it was that Roman knights were first enrolled under the title of Augustani, men in their prime and remarkable for their strength, some from a natural frivolity, others from the hope of promotion. Day and night they kept up a thunder of applause, and applied to the emperor's person and voice the epithets of deities. Thus they lived in fame and honor, as if on the strength of their merits. Nero, however, that he might not be known only for his accomplishments as an actor, also affected a taste for poetry, and drew round him persons who had some skill in such compositions, but not yet generally recognized. They used to sit with him, stringing together verses prepared at home, or extemporized on the spot, and fill up his own expressions, such as they were, just as he threw them off. This is plainly shown by the very character of the poems, which have no vigor or inspiration, or unity in their flow. He would also bestow some leisure after his banquets on the teachers of philosophy, for he enjoyed the wrangles of opposing dogmatists. And some there were who liked to exhibit their gloomy faces and looks as one of the amusements of the court. About the same time, the trifling beginning led to a frightful bloodshed between the inhabitants of Nuceria and Pompey, at a gladiatorial show exhibited by Livius Regulus, who had been, as I have related, expelled from the Senate. With the unruly spirit of townsfolk, they began with abusive language of each other, then they took up stones, and at last weapons, the advantage resting with the populace of Pompey, where the show was being exhibited. And so there were brought to Rome a number of the people of Nuceria, with their bodies mutilated by wounds, and many lamented the deaths of children or of parents. The emperor entrusted the trial of the case to the Senate, and the Senate to the consuls, and then again the matter being referred back to the senators, the inhabitants of Pompey were forbidden to have any such public gathering for 10 years, and all associations they had formed in defiance of the laws were dissolved. Livius and the others who had excited the disturbance were punished with exile. Publius Cornelius was also expelled from the Senate on the accusation of the people of Cyrene, that he had violated the treasure of Aesculapius and had tampered with a military levy by bribery and corruption. This same people prosecuted Acilius Strabo, who had held the office of praetor, and had been sent by Claudius to adjudicate on some lands which were bequeathed by King Apion, their former possessor, together with his kingdom to the Roman people, and which had been seized by the neighboring proprietors, who trusted to a long-continued license in wrong, as if it constituted right and justice. Consequently, when the adjudication was against them, there arose a bitter feeling towards the judge, but the Senate replied that they knew nothing of the instructions given by Claudius, and that the emperor must be consulted. Nero, though he approved Strabo's decision, wrote word that nevertheless he was for relieving the allies, and that he waived all claim to what had been taken into possession. Then followed the deaths of two illustrious men, Domitius Afer and Marcus Servilius, who had flourished through a career of the highest honors and great eloquence. The first was a pleader. Servilius, after long practice in the courts, distinguished himself by his history of Rome, and by the refinement of his life, which the contrast of his character to that of Afer, whom he equalled in genius, rendered the more conspicuous. In Nero's fourth consulship, with Cornelius Cossus for his colleague, a theatrical entertainment, to be repeated every 5 years, was established at Rome in imitation of the Greek festival. Like all novelties, it was variously canvassed. There were some who declared that even Cnaeus Pompeius was censured by the older men of the day for having set up a fixed and permanent theatre. Formerly, they said, the games were usually exhibited with hastily erected tiers of benches and a temporary stage, and the people stood to witness them, that they might not, by having the chance of sitting down, spend a succession of entire days in idleness. Let the ancient character of these shows be retained, whenever the praetors exhibited them, and let no citizen be under the necessity of competing. As it was, the morality of their fathers, which had by degrees been forgotten, was utterly subverted by the introduction of a lax tone, so that all which could suffer or produce corruption was to be seen at Rome, and a degeneracy bred by foreign tastes was infecting the youth who devoted themselves to athletic sports, to idle loungings and low intrigues, with the encouragement of the emperor and senate, who not only granted license to vice, but even applied a compulsion to drive Roman nobles into disgracing themselves on the stage, under the pretense of being orators and poets. What remained for them but to strip themselves naked, put on the boxing glove, and practice such battles instead of the arms of legitimate warfare? Would justice be promoted, or would they serve on the knights' commissions for the honorable office of a judge, because they had listened with critical sagacity to effeminate strains of music and sweet voices? Night, too, was given up to infamy, so that virtue had not a moment left to her, but all the vilest of that promiscuous throng dared to do in the darkness anything they had lusted for in the day. Many people liked this very license, but they screened it under respectable names. Our ancestors, they said, were not averse to the attractions of shows, on a scale suited to the wealth of their day, and so they introduced actors from the Etruscans, and horse races from Thurii. When we had possessed ourselves of Achaia and Asia, games were exhibited with greater elaboration, and yet no one at Rome of good family had stooped to the theatrical profession during the 200 years following the triumph of Lucius Mummius, who first displayed this kind of show in the capital. Besides, even economy had been consulted, when a permanent edifice was erected for a theatre, in preference to a structure raised and fitted up yearly at vast expense. Nor would the magistrates, as hitherto, exhaust their substance, or would the populace have the same motive for demanding of them the Greek contests, when once the state undertakes the expenditure. The victories won by orators and poets would furnish a stimulus to genius, and it could not be a burden for any judge to bestow his attention on graceful pursuits or on legitimate recreations. It was to mirth, rather than to profligacy, that a few nights every 5 years were devoted, and in these, amid such a blaze of illumination, no lawless conduct could be concealed. This entertainment, it is true, passed off without any notorious scandal. The enthusiasm, too, of the populace was not even slightly kindled, for the pantomimic actors, though permitted to return to the stage, were excluded from the sacred contests. No one gained the first prize for eloquence, but it was publicly announced that the emperor was victorious. Greek dresses, in which most people showed themselves during this festival, had then gone out of fashion. A comet meantime blazed in the sky, which in popular opinion always portends revolution to kingdoms. So people began to ask, as if Nero was already dethroned, who was to be elected. In everyone's mouth was the name of Rubellius Blandus, who inherited through his mother the high nobility of the Julian family. He was himself attached to the ideas of our ancestors, his manners were austere, his home was one of purity and seclusion, and the more he lived in retirement from fear, the more fame did he acquire. Popular talk was confirmed by an interpretation put with similar credulity on a flash of lightning. While Nero was reclining at dinner in his house named Subliquium on the Cimbruine lake, the table with the banquet was struck and shattered, and as this happened close to Tibur, from which town Plautus derived his origin on his father's side, people believed him to be the man marked out by divine providence, and he was encouraged by that numerous class, whose eager and often mistaken ambition it is to attach themselves prematurely to some new and hazardous cause. This alarmed Nero, and he wrote a letter to Plautus, bidding him consider the tranquillity of Rome and withdraw himself from mischievous gossip. He had ancestral possessions in Asia, where he might enjoy his youth safely and quietly. And so thither Plautus retired, with his wife Antistia and a few intimate friends. About the same time, an excessive love of luxurious gratification involved Nero in disgrace and danger. He had plunged for a swim into the source of the stream which Quintus Marcus conveyed to Rome, and it was thought that, by thus immersing his person in it, he had polluted the sacred waters, and the sanctity of the spot. A fit of illness which followed convinced people of the divine displeasure. End of Book 14, Part 1.
Book 14, Part 2 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 14, A.D. 59-62, Part 2. Corbulo's Bravery in Armenia. Corbulo, meanwhile, having demolished Artaxata, thought that he ought to avail himself of the recent panic by possessing himself of Tigranocerta, and either by destroying it increase the enemy's terror, or by sparing it win a name for mercy. Thither he marched his army, with no hostile demonstrations, lest might cut off all hope of quarter, but still without relaxing his vigilance, knowing, as he did, the fickle temper of the people, who are as treacherous when they have an opportunity as they are slow to meet danger. The barbarians, following their individual inclinations, either came to him with entreaties, or quitted their villages and dispersed into their deserts. Some there were who hid themselves in caverns with all that they held dearest. The Roman general accordingly dealt variously with them. He was merciful to suppliants, swift in pursuit of fugitives, pitiless towards those who had crept into hiding places, burning them out after filling up the entrances and exits with brushwood and bushes. As he was on his march along the frontier of the Mardi, he was incessantly attacked by that tribe which is trained to guerrilla warfare, and defended by mountains against an invader. Corbulo threw the Iberians on them, ravaged their country, and punished the enemy's daring at the cost of the blood of the foreigner. Both Corbulo and his army, though suffering no losses in battle, were becoming exhausted by short supplies and hardships, compelled as they were to stave off hunger solely by the flesh of cattle. Added to this was scarcity of water, a burning summer, and long marches, all of which were alleviated only by the general's patient endurance. He bore indeed the same or even more burdens than the common soldier. Subsequently they reached lands under cultivation, and reaped the crops, and of two fortresses in which the Armenians had fled for refuge, one was taken by storm, the other, which repulsed the first attack, was reduced by blockade. Thence the general crossed into the country of the Tauranites, where he escaped an unforeseen peril. Near his tent, a barbarian of no mean rank was discovered with a dagger, who divulged under torture the whole method of the plot, its contrivance by himself and his associates. The men who under a show of friendship planned the treachery were convicted and punished. Soon afterwards Corbulo's envoys, whom he had sent to Tigranocerta, reported that the city walls were open, and the inhabitants awaiting orders. They also handed him a gift denoting friendship, a golden crown, which he acknowledged in complimentary language. Nothing was done to humiliate the city, that remaining uninjured it might continue to yield a more cheerful obedience. The citadel, however, which had been closed by an intrepid band of youths, was not stormed without a struggle. They even ventured on an engagement under the walls, but were driven back within their fortifications, and succumbed at last only to our siege works and to the swords of furious assailants. The success was the easier, as the Parthians were distracted by a war with the Hyrcanians, who had sent to the Roman emperor, imploring alliance and pointing to the fact that they were detaining the Vologeses as a pledge of amity. When these envoys were on their way home, Corbulo, to save them from being intercepted by the enemy's piquets after their passage of the Euphrates, gave them an escort, and conducted them to the shores of the Red Sea, whence, avoiding Parthian territory, they returned to their native possessions. Corbulo, too, as Tiridates was entering the Armenian frontier through Media, sent on Verulanus, his lieutenant general with the auxiliaries, while he himself followed with the legions by forced marches, and compelled him to retreat to a distance and abandon the idea of war. Having harried with fire and sword all whom he had ascertained to be against us, he began to take possession of Armenia, when Tigranes arrived, whom Nero had selected to assume the sovereignty. Though a Cappadocian noble and grandson of King Archelaus, yet, from having long been a hostage at Rome, he had sunk into servile submissiveness. Nor was he unanimously welcomed, as some still cherished a liking for the Arsacids. Most, however, in their hatred of Parthian arrogance, preferred a king given them by Rome. He was supported, too, with a force of 1,000 legionaries, 3 allied cohorts and 2 squadrons of cavalry, that he might the more easily secure his new kingdom. Parts of Armenia, according to their respective proximities, were put under the subjection of Parasmenus, Polemo, Aristobulus, and Antiochus. Corbulo retired into Syria, which province, as being vacant by the death of its governor Ummidius, was entrusted to him. One of the famous cities of Asia, Laodicea, was that same year overthrown by an earthquake, and without any relief from us, recovered itself by its own resources. In Italy, meanwhile, the old town of Puteoli obtained from Nero the privileges of a colony, with an additional name. A further enrollment of veterans in Tarentum and Antium did but little for those thinly peopled places, for most scattered themselves in the provinces where they had completed their military service. Not being accustomed to tie themselves by marriage and rear children, they left behind them homes without families. For whole legions were no longer transplanted, as in former days, with tribunes and centurions and soldiers of every grade, so as to form a state by their unity and mutual attachment, but strangers to one another from different companies, without a head or any community of sentiment, were suddenly gathered together, as it might be out of any other class of human beings, and became a mere crowd rather than a colony. As at the elections for praetors, now generally under the Senate's control, there was the excitement of a particularly keen competition, the emperor quieted matters by promoting the 3 supernumerary candidates to legionary commands. He also raised the dignity of the Senate, by deciding that all who appealed from private judges to its house were to incur the same pecuniary risk as those who referred their cause to the emperor. Hitherto such an appeal had been perfectly open, and free from penalty. At the close of the year Vibius Secundus, a Roman knight, on the accusation of the Moors, was convicted of extortion, and banished from Italy, contriving, through the influence of his brother Vibius Crispus, to escape heavier punishment. In the consulship of Caesonius Paetus and Petronius Turpilianus, a serious disaster was sustained in Britain, where Aulus Didius, the emperor's legate, had merely retained for our existing possessions, and his successor Veranius, after having ravaged the Silures in some trifling raids, was prevented by death from extending the war. While he lived, he had a great name for manly independence, though, in his will's final words, he betrayed a flatterer's weakness, for after heaping adulation on Nero, he added that he should have conquered the province for him, had he lived for the next 2 years. Now, however, Britain was in the hands of Suetonius Paulinus, who in military knowledge and in popular favour, which allows no one to be without a rival, vied with Corbulo, and aspired to equal the glory of the recovery of Armenia by the subjugation of Rome's enemies. He therefore prepared to attack the island of Mona, which had a powerful population and was a refuge for fugitives. He built flat-bottomed vessels to cope with the shallows and uncertain depths of the sea. Thus the infantry crossed, while the cavalry followed by fording, or, where the water was deep, swam by the side of their horses. On the shore stood the opposing army with its dense array of armed warriors, while between the ranks dashed women, in black attire like the Furies, with hair dishevelled, waving brands. All around, the Druids, lifting up their hands to heaven, and pouring forth dreadful imprecations, scared our soldiers by the unfamiliar sight, so that, as if their limbs were paralyzed, they stood motionless, and exposed to wounds. Then, urged by their general's appeals and mutual encouragements not to quail before a troop of frenzied women, they bore the standards onwards, smote down all resistance, and wrapped the foe in the flames of his own brands. A force was next set over the conquered, and their groves, devoted to inhuman superstitions, were destroyed. They deemed it indeed a duty to cover their altars with the blood of captives, and to consult their deities through human entrails. Suetonius, while thus occupied, received tidings of the sudden result of the province. Prasutagus, king of the Iceni, famed for his long prosperity, had made the emperor his heir along with his 2 daughters, under the impression that this token of submission would put his kingdom and his house out of the reach of wrong. But the reverse was the result, so much that his kingdom was plundered by centurions, his house by slaves, as if they were the spoils of war. First, his wife Boudica was scourged, and his daughters outraged. All of the chief men of the Inici, as if Rome had received the whole country as a gift, were stripped of their ancestral possessions, and the king's relatives were made slaves. Roused by these insults and the dread of worse, reduced as they now were into the condition of a province, they flew to arms and stirred to revolt the Trinobantes and others who, not yet cowed by slavery, had agreed in secret conspiracy to reclaim their freedom. It was against the veterans that their hatred was most intense. For these new settlers in the colony of Camulodunum drove people out of their houses, ejected them from their farms, called them captives and slaves, and the lawlessness of the veterans was encouraged by the soldiers, who lived a similar life and hoped for a similar license. A temple also erected to the divine Claudius was ever before their eyes, a citadel, it seemed, of perpetual tyranny. Men chosen as priests had to squander their whole fortunes under the pretense of a religious ceremonial. It appeared to no difficult matter to destroy the colony, undefended as it was by fortifications, a precaution neglected by our generals, while they thought more of what was agreeable than of what was expedient. Meanwhile, without any evident cause, the statue of Victory at Camulodunum fell prostrate, and turned its back to the enemy, as though it fled before them. Women excited to frenzy prophesied impending destruction. Ravings in a strange tongue, it was said, were heard in their Senate house. Their theatre resounded with wailings, and in the estuary of the Tamisa had been seen the appearance of an overthrown town. Even the ocean had worn the aspect of blood, and when the tide ebbed, there had been left the likenesses of human forms, marvels interpreted by the Britons as hopeful, by the veterans as alarming. But as Suetonius was far away, they implored aid from the procurator, Catus Decianus. All he did was to send 200 men, and no more, without regular arms, and there was in the place but a small military force. Trusting to the protection of the temple, hindered too by secret accomplices in the revolt, who embarrassed their plans, they had constructed neither fosse nor rampart, nor had they removed their old men and women, leaving their youth alone to face the foe. Surprised as it were in the midst of peace, they were surrounded by an immense host of the barbarians. All else was plundered or fired in the onslaught. The temple where the soldiers had assembled was stormed after a 2 days' siege. The victorious enemy met Petilius Cerealis, commander of the 9th Legion, as he was coming to the rescue, routed his troops, and destroyed all his infantry. Cerealis escaped with some cavalry into the camp, and was saved by its fortifications. Alarmed by this disaster and by the fury of the province which he had goaded into war by his rapacity, the procurator Catus crossed over into Gaul. Suetonius, however, with wonderful resolution, marched amid a hostile population to Londinium, which, though undistinguished by the name of a colony, was much frequented by a number of merchants and trading vessels. Uncertain whether he should choose it as a seat of war, as he looked round on his scanty force of soldiers, and remembered with what a serious warning the rashness of Petilius had been punished, he resolved to save the province at the cost of a single town. Nor did the tears and weeping of the people, as they implored his aid, deter him from giving the signal of departure, and receiving into his army all who would go with him. Those who were chained to the spot by the weakness of their sex, or the infirmity of age, or the attraction of the place, were cut off by the enemy. Like ruin fell on the town of Verulamium, for the barbarians, who delighted in plunder and were indifferent to all else, passed by the fortresses with military garrisons, and attacked whatever offered most wealth to the spoiler and was unsafe for defence. About 70,000 citizens and allies, it appeared, fell in the places which I have mentioned. For it was not on making prisoners and selling them, or any of the barter of war, that the enemy was bent, but on slaughter, on the gibbet, the fire, and the cross, like men soon about to pay the penalty, and meanwhile snatching at instant vengeance. Suetonius had the 4th legion with the veterans of the 20th, and auxiliaries from the neighbourhood, to the number of about 10,000 armed men, when he prepared to break off delay and fight a battle. He chose a position approached by a narrow defile, closed in at the rear by a forest, having first ascertained that there was not a soldier of the enemy except in his front, where an open plain extended without any danger from ambuscades. His legions were in close array, round them the light-armed troops, and the cavalry in dense array on the wings. On the other side, the army of the Britons, with its masses of infantry and cavalry, was confidently exulting, a vaster host than they had ever assembled, and so fierce in spirit that they actually brought with them, to witness their victory, their wives riding in wagons, which they had placed on the extreme border of the plain. Boadicea, with her daughters before her in a chariot, went up to tribe after tribe, protesting that it was indeed usual for Britons to fight under the leadership of women. But now, she said, it is not as a woman descended from noble ancestry, but as one of the people that I am avenging lost freedom, my scourged body, the outraged chastity of my daughters. Roman lust has gone so far that not our very persons, nor even age or virginity, are left unpolluted. But heaven is on the side of a righteous vengeance. A legion which dared to fight has perished, the rest are hiding themselves in their camp, or are thinking anxiously of flight. They will not sustain even the din and the shout of so many thousands, much less our charge and our blows. If you weigh well the strength of the armies, and the causes of the war, you will see that in this battle you must conquer or die. This is a woman's resolve. As for men, they may live and be slaves. Nor was Suetonius silent at such a crisis. Though he confided in the valour of his men, he yet mingled encouragements and entreaties to disdain the clamours and empty threats of the barbarians. There, he said, you see more women than warriors. Unwarlike, unarmed, they will give way the moment they have recognized that sword and courage of the conquerors, which have so often routed them. Even among many legions, it is a few who really decide the battle, and it will enhance their glory that a small force should earn the renown of an entire army. Only close up the ranks, and having discharged your javelins, then with shields and swords continue the work of bloodshed and destruction, without a thought of plunder. When once the victory has been won, everything will be in your power. Such was the enthusiasm which followed the generals in dress, and so promptly did the veteran soldiery, with their long experience of battles, prepare for the hurling of the javelins, that it was with confidence in the result that Suetonius gave the signal of battle. At first the legion kept its position, clinging to the narrow defile as a defence. When they had exhausted their missiles, which they discharged with unerring aim on the closely approaching foe, they rushed out in a wedge-like column. Similar was the onset of the auxiliaries, while the cavalry, with extended lances, broke through all who offered a strong resistance. The rest turned their back in flight, and flight proved difficult, because the surrounding wagons had blocked retreat. Our soldiers spared not to slay even the women, while the very beasts of burden, transfixed by the missiles, swelled the piles of bodies. Great glory, equal to that of our old victories, was won on that day. Some indeed say that there fell little less than 80,000 of the Britons, with a loss to our soldiers of about 400, and only as many wounded. Boadicea put an end to her life by poison. Poenius Postumus, too, camp prefect of the 2nd legion, when he knew of the success of the men of the 14th and 20th, feeling that he had cheated his legion out of like glory, and had contrary to all military usage disregarded the general's orders, threw himself on his sword. The whole army was then brought together and kept under canvas to finish the remainder of the war. The emperor strengthened the forces by sending from Germany 2,000 legionaries, 8 cohorts of auxiliaries, and 1,000 cavalry. On their arrival the men of the ninth had their number made up with legionary soldiers. The allied infantry and cavalry were placed in new winter quarters, and whatever tribes still wavered or were hostile ravaged with fire and sword. Nothing, however, distressed the enemy so much as famine, for they had been careless about sowing corn, people of every age having gone to war, while they reckoned on our supplies as their own. Nations, too, so high-spirited inclined the more slowly to peace, because Julius Classicanus, who had been sent as successor to Catus and was at variance with Suetonius, let private animosities interfere with the public interest, and had spread an idea that they ought to wait for a new governor, who, having neither the anger of an enemy nor the pride of a conqueror, would deal mercifully with those who had surrendered. At the same time he stated in a dispatch to Rome that no cessation of fighting must be expected, unless Suetonius were superseded, attributing that general's disasters to perseverance and his successes to good luck. Accordingly, one of the imperial freedmen, Polyclitus, was sent to survey the state of Britain, Nero having great hopes that his influence would be able not only to establish a good understanding between the governor and the procurator, but also to pacify the rebellious spirit of the barbarians. And Polyclitus, who with his enormous suite had been a burden to Italy and Gaul, failed not, as soon as he had crossed the ocean, to make his progresses a terror even to our soldiers. But to the enemy he was a laughing-stock, for they still retained some of the fire of liberty, knowing nothing yet of the power of freedmen, and so they marvelled to see a general and an army who had finished such a war cringing to slaves. Everything, however, was softened down for the emperor's ears, and Suetonius was retained in the government, but as he subsequently lost a few vessels on the shore with the crews, he was ordered, as though the war continued, to hand over his army to Petronius Turpilianus, who had just resigned his consulship. Petronius neither challenged the enemy nor was himself molested, and veiled this tame inaction under the honourable name of peace. End of Book 14, Part 2.
Book 14, Part 3 of the Annals, by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Annals, by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 14, AD 59 to 62, Part 3. Nero marries Poppaea, murders Octavia. That same year, 2 remarkable crimes were committed at Rome, one by a senator, the other by the daring of a slave. Domitius Balbus, an ex-praetor, from his prolonged old age, his childlessness, and his wealth, was exposed to many a plot. His kinsman, Valerius Fabianus, who was marked out for a career of promotion, forged a will in his name with Vinicius Rufinus and Terentius Lentinus, Roman knights, for his accomplices. These men had associated with them Antonius Primus and Asinius Marcellus. Antonius was a man of ready audacity. Marcellus had the glory of being the great-grandson of Asinius Pollio, and bore a character far from contemptible, except that he thought poverty the greatest of all evils. So Fabianus, with the persons whom I have named, and some others less distinguished, executed the will. The crime was proved against them before the Senate, and Fabianus and Antonius, with Rufinus and Terentius, were condemned under the Cornelian law. Marcellus was saved from punishment rather than from disgrace. by the memory of his ancestors and the intercessions of the emperor. That same day was fatal also to Pompeius Aelianus, a young ex-quaestor, suspected of complicity in the villainies of Fabianus. He was outlawed from Italy, and from Spain, where he was born. Valerius Pontius suffered the same degradation for having indicted the defendants before the praetor to save them from being prosecuted in the court of the city prefect, purposing meanwhile to defeat justice on some legal pretext, and subsequently by collusion. A clause was added to the Senate's decree, that whoever bought or sold such a service was to be just as liable to punishment as if he had been publicly convicted of false accusation. Soon afterwards, one of his own slaves murdered the city prefect Pedanius Secundus, either because he had been refused his freedom, for which he had made a bargain, or in the jealousy of a love in which he could not brook his master's rivalry. Ancient custom required that the whole slave establishment which had dwelt under the same roof should be dragged to execution, when a sudden gathering of the populace, which was for saving so many innocent lives, brought matters to actual insurrection. Even in the Senate there was a strong feeling on the part of those who shrank from extreme rigour, though the majority were opposed to any innovation. Of these, Caius Cassius, in giving his vote, argued to the following effect: "Often have I been present, senators, in this assembly when new decrees were demanded from us, contrary to the customs and laws of our ancestors, and I have refrained from opposition, not because I doubted, but that in all matters the arrangements of the past were better and fairer, and that all changes were for the worse, but that I might not seem to be exalting my own profession out of an excessive partiality for ancient precedent. At the same time, I thought that any influence I possess ought not to be destroyed by incessant protests, wishing that it might remain unimpaired, should the state ever need my counsels. Today this has come to pass, since an ex-consul has been murdered in his house by the treachery of slaves, which not one hindered or divulged, though the Senate's decree, which threatens the entire slave establishment with execution, has been till now unshaken. Vote impunity in heaven's name, and then who will be protected by his rank, when the prefecture of the capital has been of no avail to its holder? Who will be kept safe by the number of his slaves, when 400 have not protected Pedanius Secundus? Which of us will be rescued by his domestics, who, even with the dread of punishment before them, regard not our dangers? Was the murderer, as some do not blush to pretend, avenging his wrongs because he had bargained about money from his father, or because a family slave was taken from him? Let us actually decide that the master was justly slain. Is it your pleasure to search for arguments in a matter already weighed in the deliberations of wiser men than ourselves? Even if we had now for the first time to come to a decision, do you believe that a slave took courage to murder his master without letting fall a threatening word or uttering a rash syllable? Granted that he concealed his purpose, that he procured his weapon without his fellow's knowledge, could he pass the night guard? Could he open the doors of the chamber, carry in a light, and accomplish the murder while all were in ignorance? there are many preliminaries to guilt. If these are divulged by slaves, we may live singly amid numbers, safe among a trembling throng. Lastly, if we must perish, it will be with vengeance on the guilty. Our ancestors always suspected the temper of their slaves, even when they were born on the same estates or in the same houses with themselves, and thus inherited from their birth an affection for their masters. But now that we have in our households nations with different customs to our own, with a foreign worship or none at all, it is only by terror you can hold in such a motley rabble. But, it will be said, the innocent will perish. Well, even in a beaten army, when every 10th man is felled by the club, the lot falls also on the brave. There is some injustice in every great precedent, which, though injurious to individuals, has its compensation in the public advantage. No one indeed dared singly to oppose the opinion of Cassius, but clamorous voices rose in reply from all who pitied the number, age, or sex, as well as the undoubted innocence of the great majority. Still, the party which voted for their execution prevailed, but the sentence could not be obeyed in the face of a dense and threatening mob, with stones and firebrands. Then the emperor reprimanded the people by edict, and lined with a force of soldiers the entire route by which the condemned had to be dragged to execution. Cingonius Varro had proposed that even all the freedmen under the same roof should be transported from Italy. This the emperor forbade, as he did not wish an ancient custom, which mercy had not relaxed, to be strained with cruel rigour. During the same consulship, Tarquitius Priscus was convicted of extortion on the prosecution of the Bithynians, to the great joy of the senators, who remembered that he had impeached Statilius, his own proconsul. An assessment was made of Gaul by Quintus Volusius, Sextius Africanus, and Trebellius Maximus. There was a rivalry on the score of rank between Volusius and Africanus. While they both disdained Trebellius, they raised him above themselves. In that year died Memmius Regulus, who from his solid worth and consistency was as distinguished as it is possible to be under the shadow of an emperor's grandeur. So much so, in fact, that Nero, when he was ill, with flatterers round him, who said that if aught befell him in the course of destiny, there must be an end of the empire, replied that the state had a resource, and on their asking where it was specially to be found, he added, in Memmius Regulus. Yet Regulus lived after this, protected by his retiring habits, and by the fact that he was a man of newly risen family and of wealth which did not provoke envy. Nero, the same year, established a gymnasium, where oil was furnished to knights and senators, after the lax fashion of the Greeks. In the consulship of Publius Marius and Lucius Asinius, Antistius, the praetor, whose lawless behaviour as tribune of the people I have mentioned, composed some libellous verses on the emperor, which he openly recited at a large gathering, when he was dining at the house of Astorius Scapula. He was upon this impeached of high treason by Cossutianus Capito, who had lately been restored to a senator's rank on the intercession of his father-in-law Tigellinus. this was the first occasion on which the law of treason was revived, and men thought that it was not so much the ruin of Antistius which was aimed at, as the glory of the emperor, whose veto as tribune might save from death one whom the Senate had condemned. Though Astorius had stated that he had heard nothing as evidence, the adverse witnesses were believed, and Junius Marulus, consul-elect, proposed that the accused should be deprived of his praetorship and be put to death in the ancient manner. The rest assented, and then Paetus Thrasea, after much eulogy of Caesar, and most bitter censure of Antistius, argued that it was not what a guilty prisoner might deserve to suffer, which ought to be decreed against him under so excellent a prince, and by a senate bound by no compulsion. The executioner and the halter, he said, we have long ago abolished. Still, there are punishments ordained by the laws, which prescribe penalties, without judicial cruelty and disgrace to our age. Rather send him to some island after confiscating his property. There, the longer he drags on his guilty life, the more wretched will he be personally, and the more conspicuous as an example of public clemency. Thrasea' free-spokenness broke through the civility of the other senators. As soon as the consul allowed a division, they voted with him, with but few exceptions. Among these, the most enthusiastic in his flattery was Aulus Vitellius, who attacked all the best men with abuse, and was silent when they replied, the usual way of a cowardly temper. The consuls, however, did not dare to ratify the Senate's vote, and simply communicated their unanimous resolution to the emperor. Hesitating for a while between shame and rage, he at last wrote to them in reply, that Antistius, without having been provoked by any wrong, had uttered outrageous insults against the sovereign, that a demand for punishment had been submitted to the Senate, and that it was right that a penalty should be decreed proportioned to the offence, that for himself, inasmuch as he would have opposed severity in the sentence, he would not be an obstacle to leniency. They might determine as they pleased, and they had free liberty to acquit. This, and more to the same effect, having been read out, clearly showing his displeasure, the consuls did not for that reason alter the terms of the motion, nor did Thrasea withdraw his proposal, or the Senate reject what it had once approved. Some were afraid of seeming to expose the emperor to odium. The majority felt safe in numbers, while Thrasea was supported by his usual firmness of spirit and a determination not to let his fame perish. A similar accusation caused the downfall of Fabricius Veiento. He had composed many libels on senators and pontiffs in a work to which he gave the title of Codicils. Tullius Geminus, the prosecutor, further stated that he had habitually trafficked in the emperor's favours and in the right of promotion. This was Nero's reason for himself undertaking the trial, and having convicted Veiento, he banished him from Italy, and ordered the burning of his books, which, while it was dangerous to procure them, were anxiously sought and much read. Soon, full freedom for their possession caused their oblivion. But while the miseries of the state were daily growing worse, its supports were becoming weaker. Burrus died, whether from illness or from poison was a question. It was supposed to be illness, from the fact that from the gradual swelling of his throat inwardly and the closing up of the passage, he ceased to breathe. Many positively asserted that by Nero's order his throat was smeared with some poisonous drug, under the pretence of the application of a remedy, and that Burrus, who saw through the crime, when the emperor paid him a visit, recoiled with horror from his gaze, and merely replied to his question, "I indeed am well." Rome felt for him a deep and lasting regret, because of the remembrance of his worth, because too of the merely passive virtue of one of his successors, and the very flagrant iniquities of the other. For the emperor had appointed 2 men to the command of the praetorian cohorts, Faenius Rufus, for a vulgar popularity, which he owed to his administration of the corn supplies without profit to himself, and Sophonius Tigellinus, whose inveterate shamelessness and infamy were an attraction to him. As might have been expected from their known characters, Tigellinus had the greater influence with the prince, and was the associate of his most secret profligacy, while Rufus enjoyed the favour of the people and of the soldiers, and this, he found, prejudiced him with Nero. The death of Burrus was a blow to Seneca's power, for virtue had not the same strength when one of its companions, so to say, was removed, and Nero too began to lean on worse advisers. They assailed Seneca with various charges, representing that he continued to increase a wealth which was already so vast as to be beyond the scale of a subject, and was drawing to himself the attachment of the citizens, while in the picturesqueness of his gardens and the magnificence of his country houses he almost surpassed the emperor. They further alleged against him that he claimed for himself alone the honours of eloquence, and composed poetry more assiduously as soon as a passion for it had seized on Nero. Openly inimical to the prince's amusements, he disparaged his ability in driving horses, and ridiculed his voice whenever he sang. When was there to be an end of nothing being publicly admired, but what Seneca was thought to have originated? Surely Nero's boyhood was over, and he was all but in the prime of youthful manhood. He ought to shake off a tutor, furnished as he was with sufficiently noble instructors in his own ancestors. Seneca, meanwhile, aware of these slanders, which were revealed to him by those who had some respect for merit, coupled with the fact that the emperor more and more shunned his intimacy, besought the opportunity of an interview. This was granted, and he spoke as follows: "It is 14 years ago, Caesar, that I was first associated with your prospects, and 8 years since you have been emperor. In the interval you have heaped on me such honours and riches, that nothing is wanting to my happiness but a right use of it. I will refer to great examples, taken not from my own, but from your position. Your great-grandfather, Augustus, granted to Marcus Agrippa the calm repose of Mytilene, to Caius Maecenas what was nearly equivalent to a foreign retreat in the capital itself. One of these men shared his wars, the other struggled with many laborious duties at Rome. Both received awards, which were indeed splendid, but only proportioned to their great merits. For myself, what other recompense had I for your munificence than a culture nursed, so to speak, in the shade of retirement, and to which a glory attaches itself, because I thus seem to have helped on the early training of your youth, an ample reward for the service. You, on the other hand, have surrounded me with vast influence and boundless wealth, so that I often think within myself, am I, who am but of an equestrian and provincial family, numbered among the chief men of Rome, among nobles who can show a long succession of glories, has my new name become famous? Where is the mind once content with a humble lot? Is this the man who is building up his garden terraces, who paces grandly through these suburban parks, and revels in the affluence of such broad lands and such widely spread investments? Only one apology occurs to me, that it would not have been right in me to have thwarted your bounty. And yet we have both filled up our respective measures, you in giving as much as a prince can bestow on a friend, and I in receiving as much as a friend can receive from a prince. All else only fosters envy, which, like all things human, sinks powerless beneath your greatness, though on me it weighs heavily. To me relief is a necessity, just as I should implore support if exhausted by warfare or travel. So in this journey of life, old as I am, and unequal even to the lightest cares, since I cannot any longer bear the burden of my wealth, I crave assistance. Order my property to be managed by your agents, and to be included in your estate. Still I shall not sink myself into poverty, but having surrendered the splendours which dazzle me, I will henceforth again devote to my mind all the leisure and attention now reserved for my gardens and country houses. You have yet before you a vigorous prime, and that on which for so many years your eyes were fixed, supreme power. We, your older friends, can answer for our quiet behaviour. It will likewise redound to your honour that you have raised to the highest places men who could also bear moderate fortune. Nero's reply was substantially this: my being able to meet your elaborate speech with an instant rejoinder is, I consider, primarily your gift, for you taught me how to express myself, not only after reflection, but at a moment's notice. My great-grandfather Augustus allowed Agrippa and Maecenas to enjoy rest after their labours, but he did it at an age carrying with it an authority sufficient to justify any boon, of any sort, he might have bestowed. But neither of them did he strip of the rewards he had given. It was by war and its perils they had earned them, for in these the youth of Augustus was spent, and if I had passed my years in arms, your sword and right hand would not have failed me. But, as my actual condition required, you watched over my boyhood, then over my youth, with wisdom, counsel, and advice. And indeed your gifts to me will, as long as life holds out, be lasting possessions, those which you owe to me, your parks, investments, your country houses, are liable to accidents. Though they seem much, many far inferior to you in merit have obtained more. I am ashamed to quote the names of freedmen who parade a greater wealth. Hence I actually blush to think that, standing as you do first in my affections, you do not as yet surpass all in fortune. Yours, too, is a still vigorous manhood, quite equal to the labours of business, and to the fruit of those labours, and, as for myself, I am but treading the threshold of empire. But perhaps you count yourself inferior to Vitellius, thrice a consul, and me to Claudius. Such wealth as long thrift has procured for Volusius, my bounty, you think, cannot fully make up to you. Why not rather, if the frailty of my youth goes in any respect astray, call me back and guide yet more zealously with your help the manhood which you have instructed? It will not be your moderation, if you restore me your wealth, not your love of quiet, if you forsake your emperor, but my avarice, the fear of my cruelty, which will be in all men's mouths. Even if your self-control were praised to the utmost, still it would not be seemly in a wise man to get glory for himself in the very act of bringing disgrace on his friend. To these words the emperor added embraces and kisses, for he was formed by nature and trained by habit to veil his hatred under delusive flattery. Seneca thanked him, the usual end of an interview with a despot. But he entirely altered the practices of his former greatness. He kept the crowds of his visitors at a distance, avoided trains of followers, seldom appeared in Rome, as though weak health or philosophical studies detained him at home. When Seneca had fallen, it was easy to shake the position of Finius Rufus by making Agrippina's friendship a charge against him. Tigellinus, who was daily becoming more powerful, and who thought that the wicked schemings which alone gave him strength would be better liked if he could secure the emperor's complicity in guilt, dived into Nero's most secret apprehensions, and, as soon as he had ascertained that Plautus and Sulla were the men he most dreaded, Plautus having been lately sent away to Asia, Sulla to Gallia Narbonensis, he spoke much of their noble rank, and of their respective proximity to the armies of the East and of Germany. "I have no eye," he said, "like Borus, to two conflicting aims, but only to Nero's safety, which is at least secured against treachery in Rome by my presence. As for distant commotions, how can they be checked? Gaul is roused at the name of the great dictator, and I distrust no less the nations of Asia, because of the renown of such a grandfather as Drusus. Sulla is poor, and hence comes his surpassing audacity. He shams apathy, while he is seeking an opening for his reckless ambition. Plautus again, with his great wealth, does not so much as affect a love of repose, but he flaunts before us his imitations of the old Romans, and assumes the self-consciousness of the Stoics, along with a philosophy which makes men restless and eager for a busy life. There was not a moment's delay. Sulla, 6 days afterwards, was murdered by assassins brought over to Massilia, while he was reclining at the dinner table, before he feared or heard of his danger. The head was taken to Rome, and Nero scoffed at its premature grey hairs as if they were a disfigurement. It was less of a secret that there was a design to murder Plautus, as his life was dear to many. The distance too by land and sea, and the interval of time, had given rise to rumours, and the popular story was that he had tampered with Corbulo, who was then at the head of great armies, and would be a special mark for danger, if illustrious and innocent men were to be destroyed. Again Asia, it was said, from its partiality for the young man, had taken up arms, and the soldiers sent to do the crime, not being sufficient in number or decided in purpose, and finding themselves unable to execute their orders, had gone over to the new cause. These absurdities, like all popular gossip, gathered strength from the idle leisure of a credulous society. As it was, one of Plautus's freedmen, thanks to swift winds, arrived before the centurion, and brought him a message from his father-in-law, Lucius Antistius. He was to avoid the obvious refuge of a coward's death, and in the pity felt for a noble name he would soon find good men to help him, and daring spirits would rally round him. Meantime, no resource was to be rejected. If he did but repel 60 soldiers, this was the number on the way, while tidings were being carried back to Nero, while another force was on its march, many events would follow which would ripen into war. Finally, by this plan he either secured safety, or he would suffer nothing worse by daring than by cowardice. But all this had no effect on Plautus. Either he saw no resource before him, an unarmed exile as he was, or he was weary of an uncertain hope, or was swayed by his love of his wife and of his children, to whom he thought the emperor, if harassed by no anxiety, would be more merciful. Some say that another message came to him from his father-in-law, representing that no dreadful peril hung over him, and that 2 teachers of philosophy, Coeranus from Greece and Musonius from Etruria, advised him to await death with firmness rather than lead a precarious and anxious life. At all events, he was surprised at midday when stripped for exercise. In that state the centurion slew him in the presence of Pelago, an eunuch, whom Nero had set over the centurion and his company, like a despot's minister over his satellites. The head of the murdered man was brought to Rome. At its sight the emperor exclaimed, I give his very words, "Why would you have been a Nero?" Then, casting off all fear, he prepared to hurry on his marriage with Poppaea, hitherto deferred because of such alarms as I have described, and to divorce his wife Octavia, notwithstanding her virtuous life, because her father's name and the people's affection for her made her an offence to him. He wrote, however, a letter to the Senate, confessing nothing about the murders of Sulla and Plautus, but merely hinting that both had a restless temper, and that he gave the most anxious thought to the safety of the state. On this pretext a thanksgiving was decreed, and also the expulsion from the Senate of Sulla and Plautus, more grievous, however, as a farce than as an actual calamity. Nero, on receiving this decree of the Senate, and seeing that every piece of his wickedness was regarded as a conspicuous merit, drove Octavia from him, alleging that she was barren, and then married Poppaea. The woman who had long been Nero's mistress, and ruled him first as a paramour, then as her husband, instigated one of Octavia's servants to accuse her an intrigue with a slave. The man fixed on as the guilty lover was one by name Euchaerus, an Alexandrine by birth, skilled in singing to the flute. As a consequence, her slave girls were examined under torture, and though some were forced by the intensity of agony into admitting falsehoods, most of them persisted in upholding the virtue of their mistress. One of them said, in answer to the furious menaces of Tigellinus, that Octavia's person was purer than his mouth. Octavia, however, was dismissed under the form of an ordinary divorce, and received possession of the house of Burrus and of the estates of Plautus, an ill-starred gift. She was soon afterwards banished to Campania under military surveillance. This led to incessant and outspoken remonstrances among the common people, who have less discretion and are exposed to fewer dangers than others from the insignificance of their position. Upon this Nero, though he did not repent of his outrage, restored to Octavia her position as wife. Then people in their joy went up to the Capitol, and at last gave thanks to the gods. They threw down the statues of Poppaea. They bore on their shoulders the images of Octavia, covering them with flowers and setting them up in the forum and in the temples. There was even a burst of applause for the emperor, men hailing the recalled Octavia. And now they were pouring into the palace in crowds with loud shoutings, when some companies of soldiers rushed out and dispersed the tumultuous throng with blows and at the point of the sword. Whatever changes had been made in the riot were reversed, and Poppaea's honours restored. Ever relentless in her hatred, she was now enraged by the fear that either the violence of the mob would burst on her with yet fiercer fury, or that Nero would be swayed by the popular bias, and so, flinging herself at his knees, she exclaimed that she was not in the position of a rival fighting for marriage, though that was dearer to her than life, but that her very life was brought into jeopardy by the dependents and slaves of Octavia, who had assumed the name of the people, and dared in peace what could hardly happen in war. "Those arms," she said, "have been taken up against the emperor. A leader only is wanting, and he will easily be found in a commotion. Only let her whose mere beck, though she is far away, stirs up tumult, quit Campania, and make her way in person to Rome. And again, what is my sin? What offence have I caused any one? Is it that I am about to give to the house of the Caesars a lawful heir? Do the people of Rome prefer that the offspring of an Egyptian flute player should be raised to the imperial throne? In a word, if it be expedient, Nero should of his own choice, rather than on compulsion, send for her who ruled him, or else secure his safety by a righteous vengeance. The beginning of a commotion has often been quieted by slight precautions. But if people once despair of Octavia being Nero's wife, they will soon find her a husband." Her various arguments, tending both to frighten and to enrage, at once alarmed and incensed her listener. But the suspicion about the slave was of little weight, and the torture of the slave girls exposed its absurdity. Consequently, it was decided to procure a confession from someone on whom could also be fastened a charge of revolutionary designs. Fittest for this seemed the perpetrator of the mother's murder, Anicetus, commander, as I have already mentioned, of the fleet at Misenum, who got but scant gratitude after that atrocious deed, and subsequently all the more vehement hatred, inasmuch as men look on their instruments in crime as a sort of standing reproach to them. The emperor accordingly sent for Anicetus, and reminded him of his former service. He alone, he said, had come to the rescue of the prince's life against a plotting mother. Close at hand was a chance of winning no less gratitude by ridding him of a malignant wife. No violence or weapons were needed. Only let him confess to an intrigue with Octavia. Nero then promised him a secret but ample immediate recompense, and some delightful retreat, while he threatened him with death in case of refusal. Anicetus, with the moral insensibility of his nature, and a promptness inspired by previous atrocities, invented even more than was required of him, and confessed before friends whom the prince had called in, as a sort of judicial council. He was then banished to Sardinia, where he endured exile without poverty, and died a natural death. Nero, meanwhile, declared by edict that the prefect had been corrupted into a design of gaining over the fleet, and added, in forgetfulness of his late charge of barrenness against Octavia, that, conscious of her profligacies, she had procured abortion, a fact he had himself ascertained. Then he confined her in the island of Pandateria. No exile ever filled the eyes of beholders with tears of greater compassion. Some still remembered Agrippina, banished by Tiberius, and the yet fresher memory of Julia, whom Claudius exiled, was present to men's thoughts. But they had life's prime for their stay. They had seen some happiness, and the horror of the moment was alleviated by recollections of a better lot in the past. For Octavia, from the first, her marriage day was a kind of funeral, brought as she was into a house where she had nothing but scenes of mourning. Her father, and an instant afterwards her brother, having been snatched from her by poison. Then a slave girl raised above the mistress. Poppaea married only to ensure a wife's ruin, and, to end all, an accusation more horrible than any death. And now the girl, in her 20th year, with centurions and soldiers around her, already removed from among the living by the forecast of doom, still could not reconcile herself to death. After an interval of a few days, she received an order that she was to die, although she protested that she was now a widow and only a sister, and appealed to their common ancestors, the Germanici, and finally to the name of Agrippina, during whose life she had endured a marriage which was miserable enough indeed, but not fatal. She was then tightly bound with cords, and the veins of every limb were opened. But as her blood was congealed by terror and flowed too slowly, she was killed outright by the steam of an intensely hot bath. To this was added the yet more appalling horror of Poppaea beholding the severed head which was conveyed to Rome. And for all this, offerings were voted to the temples. I record the fact with a special object. Whoever would study the calamities of that period in my pages or those of other authors, is to take it for granted that as often as the emperor directed banishments or executions, so often was there a thanksgiving to the gods, and what formerly commemorated some prosperous event was then a token of public disaster. Still, if any decree of the Senate was marked by some new flattery, or by the lowest servility, I shall not pass it over in silence. That same year Nero was believed to have destroyed by poison 2 of his most powerful freedmen, Doriphorus, on the pretext of his having opposed the marriage with Poppaea, Pallas, for still keeping his boundless wealth by a prolonged old age. Romanus had accused Seneca in stealthy calumnies of having been an accomplice of Caius Piso, but he was himself crushed more effectually by Seneca on the same charge. This alarmed Piso, and gave rise to a huge fabric of unsuccessful conspiracies against Nero. End of Book 14. Recording by Andrew Coleman.
Book 15, Part 1 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Broadrib. Book 5, A.D. 62–65, Part 1. Vologeses, king of Parthia, invades Armenia. Meanwhile, the Parthian king, Vologeses, when he heard of Corbulo's achievements and of a foreign prince, Tigranes, having been set over Armenia, though he longed at the same time to avenge the majesty of the Arsacids, which had been insulted by the expulsion of his brother Tiridates, was on the other hand drawn to different thoughts as he reflected on the greatness of Rome, and felt reverence for a hitherto unbroken treaty. Naturally irresolute, he was now hampered by a revolt of the Hyrcanians, a powerful tribe, and by several wars arising out of it. Suddenly, as he was wavering, fresh and further tidings of disgrace goaded him to action. Tigranes, quitting Armenia, had ravaged the Adiabeni, a people on its border, too extensively and continuously for mere plundering raids. The chief men of the tribes were indignant at having fallen into such contempt that they were victims to the inroads, not indeed of a Roman general, but of a daring hostage, who for so many years had been numbered among slaves. Their anger was inflamed by Monobazus, who ruled the Adiabeni, and repeatedly asked what protection he was to seek, and from what quarter. Already, he said, Armenia has been given up, and its borders are being wrested from us, and unless the Parthians help us, we shall find that subjection to Rome is lighter for those who surrender than for the conquered. Tiridates, too, exile as he was from his kingdom, by his silence or very moderate complaints made the deeper impression. It is not, he urged, by weak inaction that great empires are held together. There must be the struggle of brave men in arms. Might is right with those who are at the summit of power. And though it is the glory of a private house to keep its own, it is the glory of a king to fight for the possession of others. Moved by these considerations, Vologeses called a council, placed Tiridates by his side, and began to speak as follows. This man before you, born from the same father as myself, having waived in my favor, on the ground of age, the highest title of all, was established by me in the possession of Armenia, which is accounted the third grade of power. As for Media, Pacorus was already in possession of it. And I thought to myself that I had duly arranged our family and home as to guard against the old feuds and rivalries of brothers. The Romans thwart me, and though they never have with success to themselves disturbed the peace between us, they are now again breaking it to their own destruction. I will not attempt to deny one thing. It was by just dealing rather than by bloodshed, by having a good cause rather than by arms, that I had wished to retain what my ancestors had won. If I have sinned through irresolution, my valor shall make amends for it. Assuredly your strength and renown are at their height, and you have in addition the repute of obedience, which the greatest of mortals must not despise, and which the gods highly esteem. As he spoke, he encircled Tiridates' brow with a diadem, and to Monesis, a noble, he entrusted a highly efficient body of cavalry, which was the king's customary escort, giving him also some auxiliaries from the Adiabeni, and orders that Tigranes was to be driven out of Armenia. He would himself abandon his feud with the Hyrcanians, and raise his own national force in all its warlike strength by way of menace to the Roman provinces. When Corbulo had heard all this from messengers he could trust, he sent 2 legions under Veulanes Severus and Vettius Bolanus to the support of Tigranes, with secret instructions that they were to conduct all their operations with deliberation rather than despatch, as he would prefer to sustain rather than to make war. And indeed he had written to the emperor that a general was wanted especially for the defence of Armenia, and that Syria, threatened as it was by Vologeses, was in yet more imminent peril. Meanwhile he posted his remaining legions on the bank of the Euphrates, armed a hastily collected force of provincials, and occupied with troops the enemy's approaches. And as the country was deficient in water, he established forts to guard the wells, and concealed some of the streams with heaps of sand. While Corbulo was thus preparing for the defence of Syria, Monesis rapidly pushed on his forces to anticipate the rumour of his advance, but he did not any the more find Tigranes unaware of or unprepared for his movement. He had in fact occupied Tigranocerta, a city strong from the multitude of its defenders and the vastness of its fortifications. In addition, the river Nicephorus, the breadth of which is far from contemptible, circled a portion of its walls, and a wide fosse was drawn where they distrusted the protection of the stream. There were some soldiers too, and supplies previously provided. In the conveyance of these a few men had hurried on too eagerly, and having been surprised by a sudden attack from the enemy, had inspired their comrades with rage rather than fear. But the Parthian has not the daring in close combat needed for a successful siege. His thin showers of arrows do not alarm men within walls, and only disappoint himself. The Adiabeni, when they had begun to advance their scaling ladders and engines, were easily driven back, and then cut down by a sally of our men. Corbulo, however, notwithstanding his successes, thought he must use his good fortune with moderation, and sent Vologeses a message of remonstrance against the violence done to a Roman province, and the blockade of an allied and friendly king and of Roman cohorts. He had better give up the siege, or he, Corbulo too, would encamp in his territory as on hostile ground. Casparius, a centurion selected for this mission, had an interview with the king at the town Nisibis, 37 miles distant from Tigranocerta, and with fearless spirit announced his message. With Vologeses it was an old and deep conviction that he should shun the arms of Rome. Nor was the present going smoothly with him. The siege was a failure. Tigranes was safe with his troops and supplies. Those who had undertaken the storming of the palace had been routed. Legions had been sent into Armenia, and other legions were ready to rush to the attack on behalf of Syria, while his own cavalry was crippled by want of food. A host of locusts, suddenly appearing, had devoured every blade of grass and every leaf. And so, hiding his fear and presenting a more conciliatory attitude, he replied that he would send envoys to the Roman emperor for the possession of Armenia and the conclusion of a lasting peace. He ordered Moneses to leave Tigranocerta, while he himself retired. Many spoke highly of these results, as due to the king's alarm and the threats of Corbulo, and as splendid successes. Others explained them as a secret understanding, that with the cessation of war on both sides and the departure of Vologeses, Tigranes also was to quit Armenia. Why, it was asked, had the Roman army been withdrawn from Tigranocerta? Why had they abandoned in peace what they had defended in war? Was it better for them to have wintered on the confines of Cappadocia, in hastily constructed huts, than in the capital of a kingdom lately recovered? There had been, in short, a suspension of arms, in order that Vologeses might fight some other foe than Corbulo, and that Corbulo might not further risk the glory he had earned in so many years. For, as I have related, he had asked for a general exclusively for the defence of Armenia, and it was heard that Cassianus Paetus was on his way. And indeed he had now arrived, and the army was thus divided: the 4th and 12th legions, with the 5th which had lately been raised in Moesia, and the auxiliaries from Pontus, Galatia, and Cappadocia, were under the command of Paetus, while the 3rd, 6th, and 10th legions, and the old soldiery of Syria remained with Corbulo. All else they were to share or divide between them according to circumstances. But as Corbulo could not endure a rival, so Paetus, who would have been sufficiently honoured by ranking second to him, disparaged the results of the war, and said repeatedly that there had been no bloodshed or spoil, that the sieges of cities were sieges only in name, and that he would soon impose on the conquered tribute, and laws, and Roman administration, instead of the empty shadow of a king. About the same time the envoys of Vologeses, who had been sent, as I have related, to the emperor, returned without success, and the Parthians made open war. Nor did Paetus decline the challenge, but with 2 legions, the 4th and the 12th, the first of which was then commanded by Funicilanus Vetonianus, and the second by Calavius Sabinus, entered Armenia, with unlucky omen. In the passage of the Euphrates, which they crossed by bridge, a horse which carried the consul's official emblems took fright without any apparent cause, and fled to the rear. A victim, too, standing by some of the winter tents, which were being fortified, broke its way through them, when the work was but half finished, and got clear of the entrenchments. Then again, the soldiers' javelins gleamed with light, a prodigy the more significant because the Parthian foe fights with missiles. Paetus, however, despising omens, before he had yet thoroughly fortified his winter camp or provided for his corn supply, hurried his army across Mount Taurus, for the recovery, as he gave out, of Tigranocerta, and the ravaging of the country which Corbulo had left untouched. Some forts, too, were taken, and some glory as well as plunder had been secured, if only he had enjoyed his glory modestly and his plunder with vigilance. While he was overrunning in tedious expeditions districts which could not be held, the supplies which had been captured were spoiled, and as winter was now at hand, he led back his army and wrote a letter to the emperor, as if the war was finished, in pompous language, but barren of facts. Meanwhile Corbulo occupied the bank of the Euphrates, which he had never neglected, with troops at closer intervals. That he might have no hindrance in the throwing a bridge over it from the enemy's cavalry, which was already scouring the adjoining plains with a formidable display, he launched on the river some vessels of remarkable size, linked together by beams, with towers rising from their decks, and with catapults and ballistas he drove off the barbarians. The stones and spears penetrated their host at a range beyond the reach of the opposing volleys of arrows. The bridge was then completed, and the hills facing us were occupied by our auxiliary infantry, then by the entrenchments of the legions, with such rapidity and such a display of force that the Parthians, giving up their preparations for the invasion of Syria, concentrated all their hopes on Armenia. Paetus, ignorant of the impending danger, was keeping the 5th Legion at a distance in Pontus. The rest he had weakened by indiscriminate furloughs, till it was heard that Vologeses was approaching with a powerful force bent on war. He summoned the 12th Legion, and then it was discovered the numerical feebleness of the source from which he had hoped for the repute of an augmented army. Yet even thus the camp might have been held, and the Parthian foe baffled, by protracting the war, had Paetus stood firm either by his own counsels or by those of others. But though military men had put him on his guard against imminent disasters, still, not wishing to seem to need the advice of others, he would fall back on some quite different and inferior plan. So now, leaving his winter quarters, and examining that not the fosse or the rampart, but the men's bodies and weapons were given him for facing the foe, he led out his legions, as if he meant to fight a battle. Then, after losing a centurion and a few soldiers, whom he had sent on advance to reconnoitre the enemy's forces, he returned in alarm. And as Vologeses had not pressed his advantage with much vigour, Paetus once again, with a vain confidence, posted 3,000 chosen infantry on the adjacent ridge of the Taurus, in order to bar the king's passage. He also stationed some Pannonian troopers, the flower of his cavalry, in a part of the plain. His wife and son he removed to a fortress named Arsamosata, with a cohort for their defence, thus dispersing the troops which, if kept together, could easily have checked the desultory skirmishes of the enemy. He could, it is said, scarcely be driven to confess to Corbulo how the enemy was pressing him. Corbulo made no haste, that when the dangers thickened, the glory of the rescue might be enhanced. Yet he ordered 1,000 men from each of his 3 legions, with 800 cavalry, and an equal number of infantry, to be in instant readiness. Vologeses, meanwhile, though he had heard that the roads were blocked by Paetus, here with infantry, there with cavalry, did not alter his plan, but drove off the latter by the menace of an attack, and crushed the legionaries, only one centurion of whom, Tarquitius Crescens, dared to defend a tower in which he was keeping guard. He had often sallied out, and cut to pieces such of the barbarians as came up close to the walls, till he was overwhelmed with volleys of firebrands. Every foot soldier still unwounded fled to remote wilds, and those who were disabled returned to the camp, exaggerating in their terror the king's valour, and the warlike strength of his tribes, everything, in short, to the simple credulity of those who trembled with like fear. Even the general did not struggle against his reverses. He had indeed wholly abandoned all the duties of a soldier, and had again sent an entreaty to Corbulo, that he would come with speed to save the standards and eagles, and the name yet left to the unfortunate army. They, meantime, he said, would hold to their fidelity while life lasted. Corbulo, perfectly fearless, left half his army in Syria to retain the forts built on the Euphrates, and taking the nearest route, which also was not deficient in supplies, marched through the country of Commagene, then through Cappadocia, and thence into Armenia. Beside the other usual accompaniments of war, his army was followed by a great number of camels laden with corn, to keep off famine as well as the enemy. The first he met of the defeated army was Passius, a first-rank centurion, then many of the soldiers, whom, when they pleaded various excuses for flight, he advised to return to their standard and throw themselves on the mercy of Paetus. For himself, he said, he had no forgiveness but for the victorious. As he spoke, he went up to his legions, cheering them and reminding them of their past career, and pointing the way to new glory. It was not to villages or towns of Armenia, but to a Roman camp with 2 legions, a worthy recompense for their efforts, that they were bound. If each common soldier were to have bestowed on him by the emperor's hand the special honour of a crown for a rescued citizen, how wonderfully great the glory, when the numbers would be equal of those who had brought and of those who had received deliverance. Roused by these and like words into a common enthusiasm, and some too were filled with an ardour peculiarly their own by the perils of brothers and kinsfolk, they hurried on by day and night their uninterrupted march. All the more vigorously did Vologeses press the besieged, now attacking the legion's entrenchments, and now again the fortress, which guarded those whose years unfitted them for war. He advanced closer than is the Parthian practice, seeking to lure the enemy to an engagement by such rashness. They, however, could hardly be dragged out of their tents, and would merely defend their lives, some held back by the general's order, others by their own cowardice. They seemed to be awaiting Corbulo, and, should they be overpowered by force, they had before them the examples of Candium and Numantia. Neither the Samnites, Italian people as they were, nor the Carthaginians, the rivals of the Roman Empire, were, it seemed, equally formidable, and even the men of old, with all their strength and glory, whenever fortune was adverse, had taken thought for their safety. The general, although he was overcome by the despair of his army, first wrote a letter to Vologeses, not a suppliant petition, but in a tone of remonstrance against the doing of hostile acts on behalf of the Armenians, who always had been under Roman dominion, or subject to a king chosen by the emperor. Peace, he reminded him, was equally for the interest of both, and it would be well for him not to look only at the present. He indeed had advanced with the whole strength of his kingdom against 2 legions, while the Romans had all the rest of the world with which to sustain the war. To this Vologeses replied nothing to the purpose, but merely that he must wait for his brothers Pacorus and Tiridates, that the place and the time of their meeting had been fixed on as the occasion when they would decide about Armenia, and that heaven had granted him a further honour, well worthy of the Arsacids, the having to determine the fate of the Roman legions. Messengers were then dispatched by Paetus, and an interview requested with the king, who ordered Vessessus, the commander of the cavalry, to go. Thereupon Paetus dwelt on the memories of the Luculi and Pompey, and of all that the Caesars had done in the way of holding or giving away Armenia, while Vessesses declared that we had the mere shadow of possession and of bestowing, but the Parthians the reality of power. After much arguing on both sides, Monobasus of the Adiabeni was called the next day to be a witness to the stipulations into which they had entered. It was agreed that the legions should be released from the blockade, that all the troops should quit Armenian territory, and that the forts and supplies should be surrendered to the Parthians, and when all this had been completed, Vologeses was to have full permission to send envoys to Nero. Meanwhile Paetus threw a bridge over the river Arsanius, which flowed by the camp, apparently with the view of facilitating his march. It was the Parthians, however, who had required this, as an evidence of their victory, for the bridge was of use to them, while our men went a different way. Rumour added that the legions had been passed under the yoke, with other miserable disgraces, of which the Armenians had borrowed imitations. For they not only entered our lines before the Roman army began to retire, but also stood about the camp streets, recognizing and dragging off slaves or beasts of burden which we had previously captured. They even seized clothes and detained weapons, for the soldiers were utterly cowed and gave up everything, so that no cause for fighting might arise. Vologeses, having piled up the arms and bodies of the slain in order to attest our defeat, refrained from gazing on the fugitive legions. He sought a character for moderation after he had glutted his pride. Seated himself on an elephant, he crossed the river Arsanius, while those next to his person rushed through it at the utmost speed of their horses, for a rumour had gained ground that the bridge would give way, through the trickery of its builders. But those who ventured to go on it found it to be firm and trustworthy. As for the besieged, it appeared that they had such an abundance of corn that they fired the granaries, and Corbulo declared that the Parthians, on the other hand, were in want of supplies, and would have abandoned the siege from their fodder being all but exhausted, and that he himself was only 3 days' march distant. He further stated that Paetus had guaranteed by an oath, before the standards, in the presence of those whom the king had sent to be witnesses, that no Roman was to enter Armenia until Nero's reply arrived as to whether he assented to the peace. Though this may have been invented to enhance our disgrace, yet about the rest of the story there is no obscurity, that in a single day Paetus traversed 40 miles, leaving his wounded behind him everywhere, and that the consternation of the fugitives was as frightful as if they had turned their backs in battle. Corbulo, as he met him with his forces on the bank of the Euphrates, did not make such a display of his standards and arms as to shame them by the contrast. His men, in their grief and pity for the lot of their comrades, could not even refrain from tears. There was scarce any mutual salutation for weeping. The spirit of a noble rivalry and the desire of glory, emotions which stir men in success, had died away. Pity alone survived, the more strongly in the inferior ranks. Then followed a short conversation between the generals. While Corbulo complained that his efforts had been fruitless, and that the war might have been ended with the flight of the Parthians, Paetus replied that for neither of them was anything lost, and urged that they should reverse the eagles, and with their united forces invade Armenia, much weakened, as it was, by the departure of Vologeses. Corbulo said that he had no such instructions from the emperor; it was the peril of the legions which had stirred him to leave his province, and as there was uncertainty about the designs of the Parthians, he should return to Syria, and even as it was, he must pray for fortune under her most favourable aspect in order that the infantry, wearied out with long marches, might keep pace with the enemy's untiring cavalry, certain to outstrip him on the plains, which facilitated their movements. Paetus then went into winter quarters in Cappadocia. Vologeses, however, sent a message to Corbulo, requiring him to remove the fortresses on the further bank of the Euphrates, and to leave the river to be, as formerly, the boundary between them. Corbulo also demanded the evacuation of Armenia by the garrisons posted throughout it. At last the king yielded; all the positions fortified by Corbulo beyond the Euphrates were destroyed, and the Armenians too left without a master. At Rome, meanwhile, trophies for the Parthian war, and arches were erected in the centre of the Capitoline hill. These had been decreed by the Senate while the war was yet undecided, and even now they were not given up, appearances being consulted in disregard of known facts. And to hide his anxious fears about foreign affairs, Nero threw the people's corn, which was so old as to be spoilt, into the Tiber, with the view of keeping up a sense of security about the supplies. There was no addition to the price, although about 200 ships were destroyed in the very harbour by a violent storm, and 100 more, which had sailed up the Tiber, by an accidental fire. Nero next appointed 3 ex-consuls, Lucius Piso, Ducenius Geminus, and Pompeius Paulinus, to the management of the public revenues, and inveighed at the same time against former emperors whose heavy expenditure had exceeded their legitimate income. He himself, he said, made the state an annual present of 60 million sesterces. A very demoralizing custom had at this time become rife, of fictitious adoptions of children, on the eve of the elections or of the assignment of the provinces, by a number of childless persons, who, after obtaining along with real fathers praetorships in provinces, forthwith dismissed from paternal control the sons whom they had adopted. An appeal was made to the Senate under a keen sense of wrong. Parents pleaded natural rights and the anxieties of nurture against fraudulent evasions and the brief ceremony of adoption. It was, they argued, sufficient reward for the childless to have influence and distinction, everything, in short, easy and open to them, without a care and without a burden. For themselves they found that the promises held out by the laws, for which they had long waited, were turned into mockery, when one who knew nothing of a parent's solicitude or of the sorrows of bereavement could rise in a moment to the level of a father's long-deferred hopes. On this, a decree of the Senate was passed that a fictitious adoption should be of no avail in any department of the public service, or even hold good for acquiring an inheritance. Next came the prosecution of Claudius Timarchus of Crete, on such charges as often fall on very influential provincials, whom immense wealth has emboldened to the oppression of the weak. But one speech of his had gone into the extremity of a gross insult to the Senate, for he had repeatedly declared that it was in his power to decide whether the proconsuls who had governed Crete should receive the thanks of the province. Paetus Thrasea, turning the occasion to public advantage, after having stated his opinion that the accused ought to be expelled from Crete, further spake as follows: "It is found by experience, senators, that admirable laws and right precedents among the good have their origin in the misdeed of others. Thus the license of advocates resulted in the Cincian bill, the corrupt practices of candidates in the Julian laws, the rapacity of magistrates in the Calpurnian enactments. For in point of time guilt comes before punishment, and correction follows after delinquency. And therefore, to meet the new insolence of provincials, let us adopt a measure worthy of Roman good faith and resolution, whereby our allies may lose nothing of our protection, while public opinion may cease to say of us, that the estimate of a man's character is found anywhere rather than in the judgment of our citizens. Formerly it was not only a praetor or a council, but private persons also, who were sent to inspect the provinces, and to report what they thought about each man's loyalty. And nations were timidly sensitive to the opinion of individuals. But now we court foreigners and flatter them, and just as there is a vote of thanks at anyone's pleasure, so even more eagerly is a prosecution decided upon. Well, let it be decided on, and let the provincials retain the right of showing their power in this fashion. But as for false praise, which has been extorted by entreaties, let it be as much checked as fraud or tyranny. More faults are often committed while we are trying to oblige than while we are giving offence. Nay, some virtues are actually hated, inflexible strictness, for example, and a temper proof against partiality. Consequently, our magistrate's early career is generally better than its close, which deteriorates when we are anxiously seeking votes, like candidates. If such practices are stopped, our provinces will be ruled more equitably and more steadily. For as the dread of a charge of extortion has been a check to rapacity, so by prohibiting the vote of thanks will the pursuit of popularity be restrained. This opinion was hailed with great unanimity, but the Senate's resolution could not be finally passed, as the councils decided that there had been no formal motion on the subject. Then, at the emperor's suggestion, they decreed that no one was to propose to any councils of our allies that a vote of thanks ought to be given in the Senate to propraetors or proconsuls, and that no one was to discharge such a mission. During the same consulship a gymnasium was wholly consumed by a stroke of lightning, and a statue of Nero within it was melted down to a shapeless mass of bronze. An earthquake, too, demolished a large part of Pompeii, a populous town in Campania. And one of the Vestal virgins, Laelia, died, and in her place was chosen Cornelia, of the family of the Cossi. End of Book 15, Part 1. Book 15, Part 2 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Broadrib. Book 15, A.D. 62-65, Part 2. Poppaea bears Nero a daughter. During the consulship of Memmius Regulus and Virginius Rufus, Nero welcomed with something more than mortal joy the birth of a daughter by Poppaea, whom he called Augusta, the same title having also been given to Poppaea. The place of her confinement was the colony of Antium, where the emperor himself was born. Already had the Senate commended Poppaea's safety to the gods, and had made vows in the state's name, which were repeated again and again and duly discharged. To these was added a public thanksgiving, and a temple was decreed to the goddess of fecundity, as well as games and contests after the type of the ceremonies commemorative of Actium, and golden images of the two fortunes were to be set up on the throne of Jupiter of the Capitol. Shows, too, of the circus were to be exhibited in honor of the Claudian and Domitian families at Antium, like those at Bullivae in commemoration of the Julii. Transient distinctions, all of them, as within 4 months the infant died. Again there was an outburst of flattery, men voting the honors of deification, of a shrine, a temple, and a priest. The emperor, too, was as excessive in his grief as he had been in his joy. It was observed that when all the Senate rushed out to Antium to honor the recent birth, Thrasea was forbidden to go, and received with fearless spirit an affront which foreboded his doom. Then followed, as rumour says, an expression from the emperor, in which he boasted to Seneca of his reconciliation with Thrasea, on which Seneca congratulated him. And now, henceforth, the glory and the peril of those illustrious men grew together. Meanwhile, in the beginning of spring, Parthian envoys brought a message from King Vologeses, with a letter to the same effect. He did not, it was said, repeat his former and frequent claims to the holding of Armenia, since the gods who ruled the destinies of the most powerful nations had handed over its possessions to the Parthians, not without disgrace to Rome. Only lately he had besieged Tigranes; afterwards he let Paetus and his legions depart in safety, when he could have destroyed them. He had tried force with a satisfactory result; he had also given clemency a trial. Nor would Tiridates refuse a journey to Rome to receive the crown, were he not detained at home by the duties of a sacred office. He was ready to go to the emperor's image in the Roman headquarters, and there in the presence of the legions inaugurate his reign. As Paetus' dispatch contradicted this letter from Vologeses, and implied that matters were unchanged, the centurion who had arrived with the envoys was questioned as to the state of Armenia. He replied that all the Romans had quitted it. Then was perceived the mockery of the barbarians in petitioning for what they had wrested from us, and Nero consulted with the chief men of the state whether they should accept a dangerous war or a disgraceful peace. There was no hesitation about war. Corbulo, who had known our soldiers and the enemy for so many years, was appointed to conduct it, that there might be no more blunders through any other officer's incapacity, for people were utterly disgusted with Paetus. So the envoys were sent back without an answer, but with some presents, in order to inspire a hope that Tiridates would not make the same request in vain, if he only presented his petition in person. The administration of Syria was entrusted to Caius Itius, and the military forces to Corbulo, to which was added the 15th legion, under the leadership of Marius Celsus, from Pannonia. Written orders were sent to the tetrarchs, the tributaries, kings, prefects, and procurators, and all the praetors who governed the neighbouring provinces, to obey Corbulo's commands, as his powers were enlarged on much the same scale as that which the Roman people had granted to Cnaeus Pompeius on the eve of his war against the pirates. When Paetus returned and dreaded something worse, the emperor thought it enough to reproach him with a jest, to the effect that he pardoned him at once, lest one so ready to take fright might sink under prolonged suspense. Corbulo meantime transferred to Syria the 4th and the 12th legions, which, from the loss of their bravest men and the panic of the remainder, seemed quite unfit for battle, and led thence into Armenia the 3rd and 6th legions, troops in thorough efficiency, and trained by frequent and successive service. And he added to his army the 5th legion, which, having been quartered in Pontus, had known nothing of disaster, with men of the 15th, lately brought up, and picked veterans from Illyricum and Egypt, and all the allied cavalry and infantry, and the auxiliaries of the tributary princes, which had been concentrated at Melitene, where he was preparing to cross the Euphrates. Then, after the due lustration of his army, he called them together for an harangue, and began with grand allusions to the imperial auspices, and to his own achievements, while he attributed their disasters to the incapacity of Paetus. He spoke with much impressiveness, which in him, as a military man, was as good as eloquence. He then pursued the route opened up in former days by Lucius Lucullus, clearing away the obstructions of long years. Envoys who came to him from Tiridates and Vologeses about peace he did not repulse, but sent back with them some centurions with a message anything but harsh. Matters, he said, have not yet gone so far as to require the extremity of war. Many successes have fallen to the lot of Rome, some to that of Parthia, as a warning against pride. Therefore it is to the advantage of Tiridates to accept as a gift a kingdom yet unhurt by the ravages of war, and Vologeses would better consult the welfare of the Parthian people by an alliance with Rome than by mutual injuries. I know how much there is of internal discord, and over what untamably fierce tribes he reigns. My emperor, on the other hand, has undisturbed peace all around him, and this is his only war. In an instant Corbulo backed up his advice by a menacing attitude. He drove from their possessions the nobles of Armenia, who had been the first to revolt from us, destroyed their fortresses, and spread equal panic throughout the plain and the hill country, among the strong and among the weak. Against the name of Corbulo no rage, nothing of the hatred of an enemy was felt by the barbarians, and they therefore thought his advice trustworthy. Consequently, Vologeses was not implacable to the uttermost, and he even asked for a truce for some divisions of his kingdom. Tiridates demanded a place and a day for an interview. The time was to be soon, the place that in which Paetus and his legions had been lately besieged, for this was chosen by the barbarians in remembrance for their most prosperous fortune. Corbulo did not refuse, resolved that a widely different issue should enhance his renown. Nor did the disgrace of Paetus trouble him, as was clearly proved by the fact that he commanded Paetus' son, who was a tribune, to take some companies with him and cover up the relics of that ill-starred battlefield. On the day appointed, Tiberius Alexander, a distinguished Roman knight, sent to assist in the campaign, and Vinianus Annius, Corbulo's son-in-law, who, though not yet of a senator's age, had the command of the 5th legion as legatus, entered the camp of Tiridates, by way of compliment to him, and to reassure him against treachery by so valuable a pledge. Each then took with him 20 horsemen. The king, seeing Corbulo, was the first to dismount, and Corbulo hesitated not a moment, but both on foot joined their right hands. Then the Roman commended the young prince for abandoning rash courses, and adopting a safe and expedient policy. Tiridates first dwelt much upon the nobility of his race, but went on to speak in a tone of moderation. He would go to Rome, and bring the emperor a new glory, a suppliant Arcicid, while Parthia was prosperous. It was then agreed that Tiridates should lay down his royal crown before Caesar's image, and resume it only from the hand of Nero. The interview then ended with a kiss. After an interval of a few days there was a grand display on both sides. On the one, cavalry ranged in squadrons with their national ensigns; on the other stood the columns of our legions with glittering eagles and standards and images of deities, after the appearance of a temple. In the midst, on a tribunal, was a chair of state, and on the chair a statue of Nero. To this Tiridates advanced, and having slain the customary victims, he removed the crown from his head, and set it at the foot of the statue, whereupon all felt a deep thrill of emotion, rendered the more intense by the sight which yet lingered before their eyes, of the slaughter or siege of Roman armies. But now, they thought, the calamity is reversed. Tiridates is about to go, a spectacle to the world, little better than a prisoner. To military glory Corbulo added courtesy and hospitality. When the king continually asked the reason of whatever he noticed which was new to him, the announcements, for example, by a centurion of the beginnings of each watch, the dismissal of the guests by the sound of the trumpet, and the lighting by a torch from beneath of an altar in front of the headquarters, Corbulo, by exaggerating everything, filled him with admiration of our ancient system. Next day Tiridates begged for time which, as he was about to enter on so long a journey, might suffice for a previous visit to his brothers and his mother. Meanwhile he gave up his daughter as a hostage, and prepared a suppliant letter to Nero. He then departed, and found Pacorus in Media, and Vologeses at Ecbatana, who was by no means unconcerned for his brother. In fact, Vologeses had entreated Corbulo by special messengers, that Tiridates might not have to endure any badge of slavery, or have to deliver up his sword, or be debarred of the honor of embracing the governors of the provinces, or to have to present himself at their doors, and that he might be treated at Rome with as much respect as the consuls. Accustomed, forsooth, to foreign arrogance, he had no knowledge of us, who value the reality of empire and disregard its empty show. That same year the emperor put into possession of the Latin franchises the tribes of the maritime Alps. To the Roman knights he assigned places in the circus, in front of the seats of the people, for up to that time they used to enter in a promiscuous throng, as the Roscian law extended only to 14 rows in the theatre. The same year witnessed shows of gladiators as magnificent as those of the past. Many ladies of distinction, however, and senators disgraced themselves by appearing in the amphitheatre. In the year of the consulship of Caius Licinius and Marcus Licinius, a yet keener impulse urged Nero to show himself frequently on the public stage. Hitherto he had sung in private houses or gardens, during the juvenile games, but these he now despised, as being but little frequented, and on too small a scale for so fine a voice. As, however, he did not venture to make a beginning at Rome, he chose Neapolis, because it was a Greek city. From this as his starting point he might cross into Achaia, and there, winning the well-known and sacred garlands of antiquity, evoke, with increased fame, the enthusiasm of the citizens. Accordingly, a rabble of the townsfolk was brought together, with those whom the excitement of such an event had attracted from the neighbouring towns and colonies, and such as followed in the emperor's train to pay him honour for various objects. All these, with some companies of soldiers, filled the theatre at Neapolis. There an incident occurred, which many thought unlucky, though to the emperor it seemed due to the providence of auspicious deities. The people who had been present had quitted the theatre, and the empty building then fell in without harm to anyone. Thereupon Nero, in an elaborate ode, thanked the gods, celebrated the good luck which attended the late downfall, and as he was on his way to cross the Sea of Hadria, he rested a while at Beneventum, where a crowded gladiatorial show was being exhibited by Vatinius. The man was one of the most conspicuously infamous sights in the imperial court, bred as he had been in a shoemaker's shop, of a deformed person of vulgar wit, originally introduced as a butt. After a time he grew so powerful by accusing all the best men, that in influence, wealth, and ability to injure, he was preeminent even in that bad company. While Nero was frequently visiting the show, even amid his pleasures there was no cessation to his crimes. For during the very same period Torquatus Silanus was forced to die, because over and above his illustrious rank as one of the Junian family, he claimed to be the great-grandson of Augustus. Accusers were ordered to charge him with prodigality in lavishing gifts, and with having no hope but in revolution. They said, further, that he had nobles about him for his letters, books, and accounts, titles all and reversals of supreme power. Then the most intimate of his freedmen were put in chains and torn from him, till, knowing the doom which impended, Torquatus divided the arteries in his arms. A speech from Nero followed, as usual, which stated that though he was guilty and with good reason distrusted his defence, he would yet have lived, had he awaited the clemency of the judge. Soon afterwards, giving up Achaia for the present, his reasons were not certainly known, he returned to Rome, there dwelling in his secret imaginations on the provinces of the East, especially Egypt. Then, having declared in public a proclamation that his absence would not be long, and that all things in the state would remain unchanged and prosperous, he visited the temple of the Capitol for advice about his departure. There he adored the gods. Then he entered also the temple of Vesta, and there, feeling a sudden trembling throughout his limbs, either from terror inspired by the deity or because, from the remembrance of his crimes, he was never free from fear, he relinquished his purpose, repeatedly saying that all his plans were of less account than his love of his country. He had seen the sad countenances of the citizens, he heard their secret complainings at the prospect of his entering on so long a journey, when they could not bear so much as his brief excursions, accustomed as they were to cheer themselves under mischances by the side of the emperor. Hence, as in private relationships the closest ties were the strongest, so the people of Rome had the most powerful claims and must be obeyed in their wish to retain him. These and the like sentiments suited the people, who craved amusement, and feared, always their chief anxiety, scarcity of corn, should he be absent. The Senate and leading citizens were in doubt whether to regard him as more terrible at a distance or among them. After a while, as is the way with great terrors, they thought what happened the worst alternative. Nero, to win credit for himself of enjoying nothing so much as the Capitol, prepared banquets in the public places, and used the whole city, so to say, as his private house. Of these entertainments the most famous for their notorious profligacy were those furnished by Tigellinus, which I will describe as an illustration, that I may not have again and again to narrate similar extravagance. He had a raft constructed on Agrippa's lake, put the guests on board and set it in motion, by other vessels towing it. These vessels glittered with gold and ivory, the crews were arranged according to age and experience in vice. Birds and beasts had been procured from remote countries, and sea monsters from the ocean. On the margin of the lakes were set up brothels crowded with noble ladies, and on the opposite bank were seen naked prostitutes with obscene gestures and movements. As darkness approached, all the adjacent grove and surrounding buildings resounded with song, and shone brilliantly with lights. Nero, who polluted himself by every lawful or lawless indulgence, had not omitted a single abomination which could heighten his depravity, till a few days afterwards he stooped to marry himself to one of that filthy herd, by name Pythagoras, with all the forms of regular wedlock. The bridal veil was put over the emperor, people saw the witnesses of the ceremony, the wedding dower, the couch, and the nuptial torches, everything, in a word, was plainly visible, which, even when a woman weds, darkness hides. End of Book 15, Part 2. Book 15, Part 3 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodribb. Book 15, AD 62-65, Part 3. Rome burns. Nero suspected of arson. A disaster followed, whether accidental or treacherously contrived by the emperor is uncertain, as authors have given both accounts, worse, however, and more dreadful than any which have ever happened to this city by the violence of fire. It had its beginning in that part of the circus which adjoins the Palatine and Caelian hills, where, amid the shops containing inflammable wares, the conflagration both broke out and instantly became so fierce and so rapid from the wind that it seized in its grasp the entire length of the circus. For here there were no houses fenced in by solid masonry, or temples surrounded by walls, or any other obstacle to interpose delay. The blaze in its fury ran first through the level portions of the city, then rising to the hills, while it again devastated every place below them. It outstripped all preventative measures, so rapid was the mischief, and so completely at its mercy the city, with those narrow winding passages and irregular streets, which characterized old Rome. Added to this were the wailings of terror-stricken women, the feebleness of age, the helpless inexperience of childhood, the crowds who sought to save themselves or others, dragging out the infirm or waiting for them, and by their hurry in the one case, by their delay in the other, aggravating the confusion. Often, while they looked behind them, they were intercepted by flames on their side or in their face. Or if they reached a refuge close at hand, when this too was seized by the fire, they found that even places which they had imagined to be remote were involved in the same calamity. At last, doubting what they should avoid or whither betake themselves, they crowded the streets or flung themselves down in the fields, while some who had lost their all, even their very daily bread, and others out of love for their kinsfolk, whom they had been unable to rescue, perished, though escape was open to them. And no one dared to stop the mischief, because of incessant menaces from a number of persons who forbade the extinguishing of the flames, because again others openly hurled brands, and kept shouting that there was one who gave them authority, either seeking to plunder more freely, or obeying orders. Nero at this time was at Antium, and did not return to Rome until the fire approached his house, which he had built to connect the palace with the gardens of Maecenas. It could not, however, be stopped from devouring the palace, the house, and everything around it. However, to relieve the people, driven out homeless as they were, he threw open to them the Campus Martius and the public buildings of Agrippa, and even his own gardens, and raised temporary structures to receive the destitute multitude. Supplies of food were brought up from Ostia and the neighbouring towns, and the price of corn was reduced to 3 sesterces a peck. These acts, though popular, produced no effect, since a rumour had gone forth everywhere, that at the very time when the city was in flames, the emperor appeared on a private stage and sang the destruction of Troy, comparing present misfortunes with the calamities of antiquity. At last, after 5 days, an end was put to the conflagration at the foot of the Esquiline hill, by the destruction of all buildings on a vast space, so that the violence of the fire was met by clear ground and an open sky. But before people had laid aside their fears, the flames returned, with no less fury this second time, and especially in the spacious districts of the city. Consequently, though there was less loss of life, the temples of the gods and the porticos which were devoted to enjoyment fell in a yet more widespread ruin. And to this conflagration there attached the greater infamy, because it broke out on the Amalian property of Tigellinus, and it seemed that Nero was aiming at the glory of founding a new city, and calling it by his name. Rome, indeed, is divided into 14 districts, 4 of which remained uninjured, 3 were levelled to the ground, while in the other 7 were left only a few shattered, half-burnt relics of houses. It would not be easy to enter into a computation of the private mansions, the blocks of tenements, and of the temples which were lost. Those with the oldest ceremonial, as that dedicated by Servius Tullius to Luna, the great altar and shrine raised by the Arcadian Evander to the visibly appearing Hercules, the temple of Jupiter the Stayer, which was vowed by Romulus, Numa's royal palace, and the sanctuary of Vesta, with the tutelary deities of the Roman people, were burnt. So too were the riches acquired by our many victories, various beauties of Greek art, then again the ancient and genuine historical monuments of men of genius, and notwithstanding the striking splendor of the restored city, old men will remember many things which could not be replaced. Some persons observed that the beginning of this conflagration was on the 19th of July, the day on which the Senones captured and fired Rome. Others have pushed a curious inquiry so far as to reduce the interval between these 2 conflagrations into equal numbers of years, months, and days. Nero, meanwhile, availed himself of his country's desolation, and erected a mansion in which the jewels and gold, long familiar objects, quite vulgarized by our extravagance, were not so marvellous as the fields and lakes, with woods on one side to resemble a wilderness, and on the other open spaces and extensive views. The directors and contrivers of the work were Severus and Celer, who had the genius and the audacity to attempt by art even what nature had refused, and to fool away an emperor's resources. They had actually undertaken to sink a navigable canal from the Lake Avernus to the mouths of the Tiber along a barren shore or through the face of hills, where one meets with no moisture which could supply water, except the Pomptine marshes. The rest of the country is broken rock and perfectly dry. Even if it could be cut through, the labor would be intolerable, and there would be no adequate result. Nero, however, with his love of the impossible, endeavored to dig through the nearest hills to Avernus, and there still remain the traces of his disappointed hope. Of Rome, meanwhile, so much as was left unoccupied by his mansion was not built up, as it had been after its burning by the Gauls, without any regularity or in any fashion, but with rows of streets according to measurement, with broad thoroughfares, with a restriction on the height of houses, with open spaces and the further addition of colonnades, as a protection to the frontage of the blocks of tenements. These colonnades Nero promised to erect at his own expense, and to hand over the open spaces, when cleared of the debris, to the ground landlords. He also offered rewards proportioned to each person's position and property, and prescribed a period within which they were to obtain them on the completion of so many houses or blocks of building. He fixed on the marshes of Ostia for the reception of the rubbish, and arranged that the ships which had brought up corn by the Tiber should sail down the river with cargoes of this rubbish. The buildings themselves, to certain height, were to be solidly constructed, without wooden beams, of stone from Gabii or Alba, that material being impervious to fire. And to provide that the water which individual license had illegally appropriated might flow in greater abundance in several places for the public use, officers were appointed, and every one was to have in the open court the means of stopping a fire. Every building, too, was to be enclosed by its own proper wall, not by one common to others. These changes, which were liked for their utility, also added beauty to the new city. Some, however, thought that its old arrangement had been more conducive to health, inasmuch as the narrow streets with the evolution of the roofs were not equally protracted by the sun's heat, while now the open space, unsheltered by any shade, was scorched by a fiercer glow. Such indeed were the precautions of human wisdom. The next thing was to seek means of propitiating the gods, and recourse was had to the Sibylline books, by the direction of which prayers were offered to Vulcanus, Ceres, and Proserpina. Juno too was entreated by the matrons, first in the capital, then on the nearest part of the coast, whence water was procured to sprinkle the fane and image of the goddess. And there were sacred banquets and nightly vigils celebrated by married women. But all human efforts, all the lavish gifts of the emperor, and the propitiation of the gods, did not banish the sinister belief that the conflagration was the result of an order. Consequently, to get rid of the report, Nero fastened the guilt and inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations, called Christians by the populace. Christus, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilatus, and a most mischievous superstition, thus checked for the moment, again broke out not only in Judea, the first source of the evil, but even in Rome, where all things hideous and shameful from every part of the world find their centre and become popular. Accordingly, an arrest was first made of all who pleaded guilty. Then, upon their information, an immense multitude was convicted, not so much of the crime of firing the city, as of hatred against mankind. Mockery of every sort was added to their deaths. Covered with the skins of beasts, they were torn by dogs and perished, or were nailed to crosses, or were doomed to the flames and burnt, to serve as a nightly illumination when daylight had expired. Nero offered his gardens for the spectacle, and was exhibiting a show in the circus, when he mingled with the people in the dress of a charioteer or stood aloft on a car. Hence, even for criminals who deserved extreme and exemplary punishment, there arose a feeling of compassion, for it was not, as it seemed, for the public good, but to glut one man's cruelty, that they were being destroyed. Meanwhile, Italy was thoroughly exhausted by contributions of money, the provinces were ruined, as also the allied nations and the free states, as they were called. Even the gods fell victim to the plunder, for the temples in Rome were despoiled and the gold carried off, which for a triumph or vow the Roman people in every age had consecrated in their prosperity or their alarm. Throughout Asia and Achaia not only votive gifts, but the images of deities were received, Acratus and Secundus Carinus having been sent into those provinces. The first was a freedman ready for any wickedness. The latter, as far as speech went, was thoroughly trained in Greek learning, but he had not imbued his heart with sound principles. Seneca, it was said, to avert from himself the obliquity of sacrilege, begged for the seclusion of a remote rural retreat, and, when it was refused, feigning ill health, as though he had a nervous ailment, would not quit his chamber. According to some writers, poison was prepared for him at Nero's command by his own freedman, whose name was Cleonicus. This Seneca avoided through the freedman's disclosure or his own apprehension, while he used to support life on the very simple diet of wild fruits, with water from a running stream when thirst prompted. During the same time some gladiators in the town of Praeneste, who attempted to break loose, were put down by a military guard stationed on the spot to watch them, and the people, ever desirous and yet fearful of change, began at once to talk of Spartacus and of bygone calamities. Soon afterwards tidings of a naval disaster was received, but not from war, for never had there been so profound a peace. Nero, however, had ordered the fleet to return to Campania on a fixed day, without making any allowances for the dangers of the sea. Consequently the pilots, in spite of the fury of the waves, started from Formæ, and while they were struggling to double the promontory of Misenum, they were dashed by a violent southwest wind on the shores of Cumae, and lost, in all directions, a number of their triremes with some smaller vessels. At the close of the year people talked much about prodigies, presaging impending evils. Never were lightning flashes more frequent, and a comet too appeared, for which Nero always made a propitiation with noble blood. Human and other births with two heads were exposed to public view, or were discovered in those sacrifices which it is usual to immolate victims in a pregnant condition. And in the district of Placentia, close to the road, a calf was born with its head attached to its leg. Then followed an explanation of the diviners that another head was preparing for the world, which, however, would be neither mighty nor hidden, as its growth had been checked in the womb, and it had been born by the wayside. End of Book 15, Part 3.
Book 15, Part 4, A, of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 15, A.D. 62-65, Part 4a. Nero hated and conspired against. Silius Nerva and Atticus Vestinus then entered on the consulship, and now a conspiracy was planned, and at once became formidable, for which senators, knights, soldiers, even women, had given their names with eager rivalry, out of hatred of Nero, as well as a liking for Gaius Piso. A descendant of the Calpurnian house, and embracing in his connections through his father's noble rank many illustrious families, Piso had a splendid reputation with the people from his virtue, or semblance of virtue. His eloquence he exercised in the defense of fellow citizens, his generosity towards friends, while even for strangers he had a courteous address and demeanor. He had, too, the fortuitous advantages of tall stature and a handsome face, but solidity of character and moderation in pleasure were wholly alien to him. He indulged in laxity, in display, and occasionally in excess. This suited the taste of that numerous class who, when the attractions of vice are so powerful, do not wish for strictness or special severity on the throne. The origin of the conspiracy was not in Piso's personal ambition, but I could not easily narrate who first planned it, or whose prompting inspired a scheme into which so many entered. That the leading spirits were Subrius Flavus, tribune of a praetorian cohort, and Sulpicius Asper, a centurion, was proved by the fearlessness of their death. Lucanus Annaeus, too, and Plautius Laternus imported into it an intensely keen resentment. Lucanus had the stimulus of personal motives, for Nero tried to disparage the fame of his poems, and with the foolish vanity of a rival had forbidden him to publish them. As for Laturnus, a consul elect, it was no wrong, but love of the state which linked him with the others. Flavius Scaevinus and Afranius Quintianus, on the other hand, both of senatorian rank, contrary to what was expected of them, undertook the beginning of this daring crime. Scaevinus indeed had enfeebled his mind by excess, and his life accordingly was one of sleepy languor. Quintianus, infamous for his effeminate vice, had been satirized by Nero in a lampoon, and was bent on avenging the insult. So, while they dropped hints among themselves or among their friends about the emperor's crimes, the approaching end of empire, and the importance of choosing someone to rescue the state in its distress, they associated with them Tullius Senecio, Cervarius Proculus, Voctatius Auraricus, Julius Augurinus, Munatius Gratus, Antonius Natalis, and Marcius Festus, all Roman knights. Of these, Senecio, one of those who was specially intimate with Nero, still kept up a show of friendship, and had consequently to struggle with all the more dangers. Natalis shared with Piso all his secret plans. The rest built their hopes on revolution. Besides Suburius and Sulpicius, whom I have already mentioned, they invited the aid of military strength, of Gavius Silvanus and Statius Proximus, tribunes of praetorian cohorts, and of 2 centurions, Maximus Scarus and Venetius Paulus. But their mainstay, it was thought, was Phineas Rufus, the commander of the guard, a man of esteemed life and character, to whom Tigellinus, with his brutality and shamelessness, was superior in the emperor's regard. He harassed him with calumnies, and had often put him in terror by hinting that he had been Agrippina's paramour, and from sorrow at her loss was intent on vengeance. And so, when the conspirators were assured by his own repeated language that the commander of the Praetorian Guard had come over to their side, they once more eagerly discussed the time and place of the fatal deed. It was said that Suburius Flavus had formed a sudden resolution to attack Nero when singing on the stage, or when his house was in flames and he was running hither and thither unattended in the darkness. In one case was the opportunity of solitude, in the other the very crowd which would witness so glorious a deed had roused a singularly noble soul. It was only the desire of escape, that foe to all great enterprises, which held him back. Meanwhile, as they hesitated in prolonged suspense between hope and fear, a certain Epicharis, how she informed herself is uncertain, as she had never before had a thought of anything noble, began to stir and upbraid the conspirators. Wearied at last by their long delay, she endeavored, when staying in Campania, to shake the loyalty of the officers of the fleet at Misenum, and to entangle them in a guilty complicity. She began thus. There was a captain in the fleet, Volusius Proculus, who had been one of Nero's instruments in his mother's murder, and had not, as he had thought, been promoted in proportion to the greatness of his crime. Either as an old acquaintance of the woman, or on the strength of a recent intimacy, he divulged to her his services to Nero, and their barren result to himself, adding complaints, and his determination to have vengeance, should the chance arise. He thus inspired the hope that he could be persuaded, and could secure many others. No small help was to be found in the fleet, and there would be numerous opportunities, as Nero delighted in frequent enjoyments of the sea of Puteoli and Misenum. Epicharis accordingly said more, and began the history of all the emperor's crimes. The Senate, she affirmed, had no power left it, yet means had been provided whereby he might pay the penalty of having destroyed the state. Only let Proculus gird himself to do his part, and to bring over to their side his bravest soldiers, and then look for an adequate recompense. The conspirators' names, however, she withheld. Consequently, the information of Proculus was useless, even though he reported what he had heard to Nero, for Epicharis, being summoned and confronted with the informer, easily silenced him, unsupported as he was by a single witness. But she was herself detained in custody, for Nero suspected that even what was not proved to be true was not wholly false. The conspirators, however, alarmed by the fear of disclosure, resolved to hurry on the assassination at Baiae, in Piso's villa, whither the emperor, charmed by its loveliness, often went, and where, unguarded and without the cumbrous grandeur of his rank, he would enjoy the bath and the banquet. But Piso refused, alleging the odium of an act which would stain with an emperor's blood, however bad he might be, the sanctity of the hospitable board and the deities who preside over it. Better, he said, in the Capitol, in that hateful mansion which was piled up with the plunder of the citizens, or in public, to accomplish what, on the state's behalf, they had undertaken. So he said openly, with, however, a secret apprehension that Lucius Silanus might, on the strength of his distinguished rank and the teachings of Gaius Cassius, under whom he had been trained, aspire to any greatness and seize an empire which would be promptly offered him by all who had no part in the conspiracy, and who might pity Nero as the victim of a crime. Many thought that Piso shunned also the enterprising spirit of Vestinus, the consul, who might, he feared, rise up in the cause of freedom, or, by choosing another emperor, make the state his own gift. Vestinus, indeed, had no share in the conspiracy, though Nero on that charge grafted an old resentment against an innocent man. At last they decided to carry out their design, on that day of the circus games, which is celebrated in honor of Ceres, as the emperor, who seldom went out, and shut himself up in his house or gardens, used to go to the entertainments of the circus, and access to him was easier from his keen enjoyment of the spectacle. They had arranged the order of the plot, that Laternus was to throw himself at the prince's knee, in earnest entreaty, apparently craving relief for his private necessities, and, being a man of strong nerve and huge frame, hurl him to the ground and hold him down. When he was prostrate and powerless, the tribunes and centurions and all the others who had sufficient daring were to rush up and do the murder, the first blow being claimed by Scaevinus, who had taken a dagger from the Temple of Safety, or, according to another account, from that of Fortune, in the town of Ferentum, and used to wear the weapon as though dedicated to some noble deed. Piso, meanwhile, was wait in the sanctuary of Ceres, whence he was to be summoned by Phineus, the commander of the guard, and by the others, and then conveyed into the camp, and accompanied by Antonia, the daughter of Claudius Caesar, with a view to invoke the people's enthusiasm. So it was related by Gaius Pliny. Handed down, however, from another source, I had no intention of suppressing it, however absurd it may seem, either that Antonia should have lent her name at her life's peril to a hopeless project, or that Piso, with his well-known affection for his wife, should have pledged himself to another marriage, but for the fact that the lust of dominion inflames the heart more than any other passion. It was, however, wonderful how among people of different class, rank, age, sex, among rich and poor, everything was kept in secrecy till betrayal began from the house of Scaevinus. The day before the treacherous attempt, after a long conversation with Antonius Nautilus, Scaevinus returned home, sealed his will, and drawing from its sheath the dagger of which I had already spoken, and complaining that it was blunted from long disuse, he ordered it to be sharpened on a stone to a keen and bright point. This task he assigned to his freeman Milicus. At the same time, sat down to a more than usually sumptuous banquet, and gave his favorite slaves their freedom, and money to others. He was himself depressed, and evidently in profound thought, though he affected gaiety in desultory conversation. Last of all, he directed ligatures for wounds, and the means of staunching blood to be prepared by the same Milicus, who either knew of the conspiracy and was faithful up to this point, or was in complete ignorance and then first caught suspicions, as most authors have inferred from what followed. For when his servile imagination dwelt on the rewards of perfidy, he saw before him at the same moment boundless wealth and power. Conscience and care for his patron's life, together with the remembrance of the freedom he had received, fled from him. From his wife, too, he had adopted a womanly yet baser suggestion, for she even held over him a dreadful thought, that many had been present, both freedmen and slaves, who had seen what he had, that one man's silence would be useless, whereas the rewards would be for him alone who was first with the information. Accordingly, at daybreak, Milicus went to the Servilian gardens, and finding the doors shut against him, said again and again that he was the bearer of important and alarming news. Upon this he was conducted by the gatekeepers to one of Nero's freedmen, Epaphroditus, and by him to Nero, whom he informed of the urgent danger, of the formidable conspiracy, and of all else which he had heard or inferred. He showed him too the weapon prepared for his destruction, and bade him summon the accused. Scaevinus, on being arrested by the soldiers, began his defence with a reply that the dagger, about which he was accused, had of old been regarded with a religious sentiment by his ancestors, that it had been kept in his chamber, and been stolen by a trick of his freedmen. He had often, he said, signed his will without heeding the observance of particular days, and had previously given presents of money as well as freedom to some of his slaves. Only on this occasion he gave more freely, because, as his means were now impoverished, and his creditors were pressing him, he distrusted the validity of his will. Certainly his table had always been profusely furnished, his life luxurious, such as rigid censors would hardly approve. As to the bandages for wounds, none had been prepared at his order, but, as all the other man's charges were absurd, he added an accusation in which he might make himself alike informer and witness. He backed up his words by an air of resolution. Turning on his accuser, he denounced him as an infamous and depraved wretch, with so fearless a voice and look that the information was beginning to collapse, when Milicus was reminded by his wife that Antonius Natalis had had a long, secret conversation with Scaevinus, and that both were Piso's intimate friends. Natalis was therefore summoned, and they were separately asked what the conversation was, and what was its subject. Then a suspicion arose because their answers did not agree, and they were both put in irons. They could not endure the sight and threat of torture. Natalis, however, taking the initiative, knowing as he did more of the whole conspiracy, and being also more practised in accusing, first confessed about Piso, then adding the name of Annius Seneca, either as having been a messenger between him and Piso, or to win the favor of Nero, who hated Seneca, and sought every means for his ruin. Then Scaevinus, too, when he knew the discourse of Natalis, with like pusillanimity, or under the impression that everything was now divulged, and that there could be no more advantage in silence, revealed the other conspirators. Of these, Lucanus, Quintianus, and Senecio long persisted in denial. After a time, when bribed by the promise of impunity, anxious to excuse their reluctance, Lucanus named his mother Attila, Quintianus and Senecio their chief friends, respectively Glitius Gallus and Annius Pollio. Nero, meanwhile, remembering that Epicharis was in custody on the information of Volusius Proculus, and assuming that a woman's frame must be unequal to the agony, ordered her to be torn on the rack. But neither the scourge, nor fire, nor the fury of the men as they increased the torture that they might not be a woman's scorn, overcame her positive denial of the charge. Thus the first day's inquiry was futile. On the morrow, as she was being dragged back on a chair to the same torments, for with her limbs all dislocated she could not stand, she tied a band, which she had stripped off her bosom, in a sort of noose to the arched back of the chair, put her neck in it, and then, straining with the whole weight of her body, wrung out of her frame its little remaining breath. All the nobler was the example set by a freedwoman at such a crisis in screening strangers, and those whom she hardly knew, when free-born men, Roman knights, and senators, yet unscathed by torture, betrayed every one his dearest kinsfolk. For even Lucanus and Senecio and Quintianus failed not to reveal their accomplices indiscriminately, and Nero was more and more alarmed, though he fenced his person with a largely augmented guard. Even Rome itself he put, so to say, under custody, garrisoning its walls with companies of soldiers, and occupying with troops the coast and river banks. Incessantly were there flying through the public places, through private houses, country fields, and the neighboring villages, horse and foot soldiers, mixed with Germans, whom the emperor trusted as being foreigners. In long succession, troops of prisoners in chains were dragged along and stood at the gates of his gardens. When they entered to plead their cause, a smile of joy on any of the conspirators, a casual conversation, a sudden meeting, or the fact of having entered a banquet or a public show in company, was construed into a crime, while to the savage questionings of Nero and Tigellinus were added the violent menaces of Finius Rufus, who had not yet been named by the informers, but who, to get the credit of complete ignorance, frowned fiercely on his accomplices. When Subius Flavus, at his side, asked him by a sign whether he should draw his sword in the middle of the trial and perpetrate the fatal deed, Rufus refused, and checked the man's impulse as he was putting his hand to his sword hilt. Some there were who, as soon as the conspiracy was betrayed, urged Piso, while Milicus's story was being heard, and Scaevinus was hesitating, to go to the camp, or mount the rostra, and test the feelings of the soldiers and of the people. If, said they, your accomplices join your enterprises, those who are yet undecided will follow, and great will be the fame of the movement once started, And this and any new scheme is all-powerful. Against it Nero has taken no precaution. Even brave men are dismayed by sudden perils. Far less will that stage-player, with Tigellinus forsooth and his concubines in his train, raise arms against you. Many things are accomplished on trial which cowards think arduous. It is vain to expect secrecy and fidelity from the varying tempers and bodily constitutions of such a host of accomplices. Torture or reward can overcome everything. Men will soon come to put you also in chains, and inflict on you an ignominious death. How much more glorious will you die while you cling to the state, and invoke aid for liberty? Rather let the soldiers fail, the people be traitors, provided that you, if prematurely robbed of life, justify your death to your ancestors and descendants. Unmoved by these considerations, Piso showed himself a few minutes in public, then sought the retirement of his house, and there fortified his spirit against the worst, till a troop of soldiers arrived, raw recruits, or men recently enlisted, whom Nero had selected because he was afraid of the veterans, imbued though they were with a liking for him. Piso expired by having the veins of his arms severed. His will, full of loathsome flatteries of Nero, was a concession to his love of his wife, a base woman, with only a beautiful person to recommend her, whom he had taken away from her husband, one of his friends. Her name was Atria Galla, that of her former husband Domitius Silas. The tame spirit of the man, the profligacy of the woman, blazoned Piso's infamy. End of Book 15, Part 4a. Book 15, Part 4b of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 15, A.D. 62-65, Part 4b. Nero hated and conspired against. In quick succession, Nero added the murder of Plautius Lateranus, consul-elect, so promptly that he did not allow him to embrace his children, or to have the brief choice of his own death. He was dragged off to a place set apart for the execution of slaves, and butchered by the hand of the tribune Statius, maintaining a resolute silence, and not reproaching the tribune with complicity in the plot. Then followed the destruction of Annaeus Seneca, a special joy to the emperor, not because he had convicted him of the conspiracy, but anxious to accomplish with the sword what poison had failed to do. It was, in fact, Natalis alone who divulged Seneca's name, to this extent, that he had been sent to Seneca when ailing, to see him and remonstrate with him for excluding Piso from his presence, and it would have been better to have kept up their friendship by familiar intercourse. That Seneca's reply was that mutual conversations and frequent interviews were to the advantage of neither, but still that his own life depended on Piso's safety. Gavius Silvanus, tribune of a praetorian cohort, was ordered to report this to Seneca, and to ask him whether he had acknowledged what Natalis said and his own answer. Either by chance or purposefully, Seneca had returned on that day from Campania, and had stopped at a country house 4 miles from Rome. Thither the tribune came next evening, surrounded the house with troops of soldiers, and then made known the emperor's message to Seneca, as he was at dinner with his wife, Pompeia Paulina, and 2 friends. Seneca replied that Natalis had been sent to him, and had complained to him in Piso's name because of his refusal to see Piso, upon which he excused himself on the ground of failing health and the desire of rest. He had no reason, said he, for preferring the interest of any private citizen to his own safety, and he had no natural aptitude for flattery. No one knew this better than Nero, who had oftener experienced Seneca's free-spokenness than his servility. When the tribune reported this answer in the presence of Poppaea and Tigellinus, the emperor's most confidential advisers in his moments of rage, he asked whether Seneca was meditating suicide. Upon this the tribune asserted that he saw no signs of fear, and perceived no sadness in his words or in his looks. He was accordingly ordered to go back and to announce sentence of death. Fabius Rusticus tells us that he did not return the way he came, but went out of his course to Phineus, commander of the guard, and having explained to him the emperor's orders, asked whether he was to obey them, was by him admonished to carry them out, for a fatal spell of cowardice was on them all. For this very Silvanus was one of the conspirators, and he was now abetting the crimes which he had united with them to avenge. But he spared himself the anguish of a word or of a look, and merely sent in to Seneca one of his centurions, who was to announce to him his last doom. Seneca, quite unmoved, asked for tablets on which to inscribe his will, and on the centurion's refusal turned to his friends, protesting that, as he was forbidden to requite them, he bequeathed to them the only, but still the noblest possession yet remaining to him, the pattern of his life, which, if they remembered, they would win a name for moral worth and steadfast friendship. At the same time he called them back from their tears to manly resolution, now with friendly talk, and now with the sterner language of rebuke. Where, he asked again and again, are your maxims of philosophy, or the preparation of so many years' study against evils to come? Who knew not Nero's cruelty? After a mother's and a brother's murder, nothing remains but to add the destruction of a guardian and a tutor. Having spoken these and like words, meant, so to say, for all, he embraced his wife. Then, softening a while from the stern resolution of the hour, he begged and implored her to spare herself the burden of perpetual sorrow, and, in the compilation of a life virtuously spent, to endure a husband's loss with honourable consolations. She declared in answer that she too had decided to die, and claimed for herself the blow of the executioner. Thereupon Seneca, not to thwart her noble ambition, from an affection too which would not leave behind him for insult one whom he loved dearly, replied, "I have shown you the ways of smoothing life. You prefer the glory of dying. I will not grudge you such a noble example. Let the fortitude of so courageous an end be alike in both of us, but let there be more in your decease to win fame." Then by one and the same stroke they sundered with the dagger the arteries of their arms. Seneca, as his aged frame, attenuated by frugal diet, allowed the blood to escape but slowly, severed also the veins of his legs and knees. Worn out by cruel anguish, afraid too that his sufferings might break his wife's spirit, and that, as he looked on her tortures, he might himself sink into irresolution, he persuaded her to retire into another chamber. Even at the last moment his eloquence failed him not. He summoned his secretaries, and dictated much to them, which, as it has been published for all readers in his own words, I forbear to paraphrase. Nero, meanwhile, having no personal hatred against Paulina, and not wishing to heighten the odium of his cruelty, forbade her death. At the soldiers' prompting, her slaves and freedmen bound up her arms, and stanched the bleeding, whether with her knowledge is doubtful. For, as the vulgar are ever ready to think the worst, there were persons who believed that, as long as she dreaded Nero's relentlessness, she sought the glory of sharing her husband's death, but that after a time, when a more soothing prospect presented itself, she yielded to the charms of life. To this she added a few subsequent years, with a most praiseworthy remembrance of her husband, and with a countenance and frame white, to a degree of pallor which denoted a loss of much vital energy. Seneca, meantime, as the tedious process of death still lingered on, begged Statius Annius, whom he had long esteemed for his faithful friendship and medical skill, to produce a poison, with which he had some time before provided himself, some drug which extinguished the life of those who were condemned by a public sentence of the people of Athens. It was brought to him, and he drank it in vain, chilled as he was throughout his limbs, and his frame closed against the efficacy of the poison. At last he entered a pool of heated water, from which he sprinkled the nearest of his slaves, adding the exclamation, "I offer this liquid as a libation to Jupiter the deliverer." He was then carried into a bath, with the stream of which he was suffocated, and he was burnt without the usual funeral rites. So he had directed in a codicil of his will, when even in the height of his wealth and power he was thinking of his life's close. There was a rumour that Tiberius Flavus had held a secret consultation with the centurions, and had planned, not without Seneca's knowledge, that when Nero had been slain by Piso's instrumentality, Piso also was to be murdered, and the empire handed over to Seneca, as a man singled out for his splendid virtues by all persons of integrity. Even a saying of Flavius was popularly current, that it mattered not as to the disgrace if a harp player were removed and a tragic actor succeeded him. For, as Nero used to sing to the harp, so did Piso in the dress of a tragedian. The soldiers' part too in the conspiracy no longer escaped discovery, some in their rage becoming informers to betray Faenius Rufus, whom they could not endure to be both an accomplice and a judge. Accordingly Scaevinus, in order to his browbeating and menaces, said with a smile that no one knew more than he did, and actually urged him to show gratitude to so good a prince. Faenius could not meet this with either speech or silence. Halting in his words, and visibly terror-stricken with the rest, especially Cervarius Procillus, a Roman knight, did their utmost to convict him. He was, at the emperor's bidding, halting in his words, and visibly terror-stricken, while the rest, especially Cervarius Procillus, a Roman knight, did their utmost to convict him. He was, at the emperor's bidding, seized and bound by Cassius, a soldier, who, because of his well-known strength of limb, was in attendance. Shortly afterwards, the information of the same men proved fatal to Spurius Flavus. At first he grounded his defence on his moral contrast to the others, implying that an armed soldier like himself would never have shared such an attempt with unarmed and effeminate associates. Then, when he was pressed, he embraced the glory of a full confession. Questioned by Nero as to the motives which had led him to forget his oath of allegiance, "I hated you," he replied, "yet not a soldier was more loyal to you while you deserved to be loved. I began to hate you when you became the murderer of your mother and your wife, a charioteer, an actor, and an incendiary." I have given the man's very words, because they were not, like those of Seneca, generally published, though the rough and vigorous sentiments of a soldier ought to be no less known. Throughout the conspiracy nothing, it was certain, fell with more terror on the ears of Nero, who was as unused to be told of the crimes he had perpetrated as he was eager in their perpetration. The punishment of Flavus was entrusted to Veianus Niger, a tribune. At his direction a pit was dug in a neighbouring field. Flavus, on seeing it, censured it as too shallow and confined, saying to the soldiers around him, "Even this is not according to military rule." When bidden to offer his neck resolutely, "I wish," said he, "that your stroke may be as resolute." The tribune trembled greatly, and having only just severed his head at 2 blows, vaunted his brutality to Nero, saying that he had slain him with a blow and a half. Sulpicius Asper, a centurion, exhibited the next example of fortitude. To Nero's question why he had conspired to murder him, he briefly replied that he could not have rendered a better service to his infamous career. He then underwent the prescribed penalty. Nor did the remaining centurions forget their courage in suffering their punishment. But Faenius Rufus had not equal spirit. He even put his laments into his will. Nero waited in the hope that Vestinus also, the consul, whom he thought an impetuous and deeply disaffected man, would be involved in the charge. None, however, of the conspirators had shared their counsels with him, some from old feuds against him, most because they considered him a reckless and dangerous associate. Nero's hatred of him had its origin in intimate companionship. Vestinus, seeing through and despairing the emperor's cowardice, while Nero feared the high spirit of his friend, who often bantered him with that rough humour which, when it draws largely on facts, leaves a bitter memory behind it. There was too a recent aggravation in the circumstance of Vestinus having married Statilia Messalina without being ignorant that the emperor was one of her paramours. As neither judge nor accuser appeared, Nero, being thus unable to assume the semblance of a judge, had recourse to the sheer might of despotism, and dispatched Gerillanus, a tribune, with a cohort of soldiers, and with orders to forestall the designs of the consul, to seize what he might call his fortress, and to crush his train of chosen youths. For Vestinus had a house towering over the forum, and a host of handsome slaves of the same age. On that day he had performed all his duties as consul, and was entertaining some guests, fearless of danger, or perhaps by way of hiding his fears, when the soldiers entered and announced to him the tribune's summons. He rose without a moment's delay, and every preparation was at once made. He shut himself into his chamber. A physician was at his side. His veins were open. With life still strong in him, he was carried into a bath and plunged into warm water, without uttering a word of pity for himself. Meanwhile the guards surrounded those who sat at the table, and it was only at a late hour of the night that they were dismissed, when Nero, having pictured to himself and laughed over their terror at the expectation of a fatal end to their banquet, said that they had suffered enough punishment for the consul's entertainment. Next he ordered the destruction of Marcus Annius Lucanus. As the blood flowed freely from him, and he felt a chill creeping through his heart and hands, and the life gradually ebbing from his extremities, though the heart was still warm, and he retained his mental power, Lucanus recalled some poetry he had composed, in which he told the story of a wounded soldier dying a similar kind of death, and he recited the very lines. These were his last words. After him Senecio, Quintianus, and Scaevinus perished, not in the manner expected from the past effeminacy of their life, and then the remaining conspirators, without deed or word deserving record. Rome all this time was thronged with funerals, the capital with sacrificial victims. One after another, on the destruction of a brother, a kinsman, or a friend, would return thanks to the gods, deck his house with laurels, prostrate himself at the knees of the emperor, and weary his hands with kisses. He, in the belief that this was rejoicing, rewarded with impunity the prompt informations of Antonius Natulus and Carvarius Proculus. Milcius was enriched with gifts, and assumed in its Greek equivalent the name of Saviour. Of the tribunes, Gavius Silvanus, though acquitted, perished by his own hand. Statius Proximus threw away the benefit of the pardon he had accepted from the emperor by the folly of his end. Cornelius Martialis, Flavius Nepos, Statius Domitius were then deprived of the tribuneship, on the ground not of actually hating the emperor, but having the credit of it. Novius Priscus, as Seneca's friend, Glitius Gallus, and Annius Pollio, as men disgraced rather than convicted, escaped with sentences of banishment. Priscus and Gallus were accompanied respectively by their wives, Astoria Flacilla and Ignatia Maximilla. The latter possessed at first a great fortune, still unimpaired, and was subsequently deprived of it, both which circumstances enhanced her fame. Rufius Crispinus too was banished, on the opportune pretext of the conspiracy, but he was in fact hated by Nero, because he had once been Poppaea's husband. It was the splendor of their name which drove Virginius Flavius and Musonius Rufus into exile. Virginius encouraged the studies of our youth by his eloquence, Rufus by the teachings of philosophy. Cluvidianus Quietus, Julius Agrippa, Blitus Catulinus, Petronius Priscus, Julius Altinus, mere rank and file, so to say, had islands in the Aegean Sea assigned to them. Caedicia, the wife of Scaevinus, and Caesonius Maximus were forbidden to live in Italy, the penalty being the only proof they had of having been accused. Attilia, the mother of Annius Lucanus, without either acquittal or punishment, was simply ignored. All this having been completed, Nero assembled the troops and distributed 2,000 sesterces to every common soldier, with the addition of as much corn without payment, as they had previously the use of at the marketplace. Then, as if he was going to describe successes in war, he summoned the Senate, and awarded triumphal honours to Petronius Turpianus, an ex-consul, to Cocceius Nerva, praetor-elect, and to Tigellinus, commander of the praetorians. Tigellinus and Nerva he so distinguished as to place busts of them in the palace in addition to triumphal statues in the forum. He granted a consul's decorations to Nymphidius, on whose origin, as he now appears for the first time, I will briefly touch, for he too will be a part of Rome's calamities. The son of a freedwoman who had prostituted a handsome person amongst the slaves and freedmen of the emperors, he gave out that he was the offspring of Gaius Caesar, for he happened to be of tall stature and to have a fierce look, or possibly Gaius Caesar, who liked even harlots, had also amused himself with the man's mother. Nero meanwhile summoned the Senate, addressed them in a speech, and further added a proclamation to the people with the evidence which had been entered on records and the confessions of the condemned. He was indeed perpetually under the lash of popular talk, which said that he had destroyed men perfectly innocent out of jealousy or fear. However, that a conspiracy was begun, matured, and conclusively proved, was not doubted at the time by those who took pains to ascertain the truth, and is admitted by those who after Nero's death returned to the Capitol. When everyone in the Senate, those especially who had most cause to mourn, abased himself in flattery, Salianus Clemens denounced Junius Gallio who was terror-stricken at his brother Seneca's death, was pleading for his life. He called him an enemy and traitor to the state, till the unanimous voice of the senators deterred him from perverting public miseries into an occasion for a personal resentment, and thus importing fresh bitterness into what by the prince's clemency had been hushed up or forgotten. Then offerings and thanksgivings to the gods were decreed, with special honors to the sun, who has an ancient temple in the circus, where the crime was planned, as having revealed by his power the secrets of the conspiracy. The games, too, of Ceres and the circuits were to be celebrated with more horse races, and the month of April was to be called after the name of Nero. A temple was also to be erected to Safety, on the spot where Scaevinus had taken his dagger. The emperor himself dedicated the weapon in the temple of the Capitol, and inscribed on it, "To Jupiter the Avenger." This passed without notice at the moment, but after the war of Julius Vindex, it was construed as an omen and presage of impending vengeance. I find in the registers of the Senate that Cerealis Anicius, consul-elect, proposed a motion that a temple should as soon as possible be built at the public expense to the divine Nero. He implied indeed by this proposal that the prince had transcended all mortal grandeur and deserved the adoration of mankind. Some, however, interpreted it as an omen of his death, seeing that divine honors are not paid to an emperor till he has ceased to live among men. End of Book 15. Book 16, Part 1 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. Translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodribb. Book 16, AD 65 and 66. Part 1. Wild Prodigality of Nero. Fortune soon afterwards made a dupe of Nero through his own credulity and the promises of Caecilius Bassus, a Carthaginian by birth and a man of crazed imagination, who wrested a vision seen in the slumber of night into a confident expectation. He sailed to Rome, and, having purchased admission to the emperor, he explained how he had discovered on his land a cave of immense depth, which contained a vast quantity of gold, not in the form of coin, but in the shapeless and ponderous masses of ancient days. In fact, he said, ingots of great weight lay there, with bars standing near them in another part of the cave, a treasure hidden for so many ages to increase the wealth of the present. Phoenician Dido, as he sought to show by inference, after fleeing from Tyre and founding Carthage, had concealed these riches in the fear that a new people might be demoralized by a superabundance of money, or that the Numidian kings, already for other reasons hostile, might by lust of gold be provoked to war. Nero, upon this, without sufficiently examining the credibility of the author of the story, or of the matter itself, or sending persons through whom he might ascertain whether the intelligence was true, himself actually encouraged the report, and dispatched men to bring the spoil, as if it were already acquired. They had triremes assigned them, and crews specially selected to promote speed. Nothing else at the time was the subject of the credulous gossip of the people, and of the very different conversation of thinking persons. It happened, too, that the quinquennial games were being celebrated for the second time, and the orators took from this same incident their chief materials for eulogies on the emperor. Not only, they said, were there the usual harvests, and the gold of the mine with its alloy, but the earth now teemed with a new abundance, and wealth was thrust on them by the bounty of the gods. These and other servile flatteries they invented, with consummate eloquence and equal sycophancy, confidently counting on the faculty of his belief. Extravagance meanwhile increased on the strength of a chimerical hope, and ancient wealth was wasted, as apparently the emperor had lighted on treasures he might squander for many a year. He even gave away profusely from this source, and the expectation of riches was one of the causes of the poverty of the state. Bassus, indeed, dug up his land and extensive plains in the neighborhood, while he persisted that this or that was the place of the promised cave, and was followed not only by our soldiers, but by the rustic population who were engaged to execute the work, till at last he threw off his infatuation, and expressing wonder that his dreams had never before been false, and that now for the first time he had been deluded, he escaped disgrace and danger by a voluntary death. Some have said that he was imprisoned and soon released, his property having been taken from him as a substitute for the royal treasure. Meanwhile, the Senate, as they were now on the eve of the quinquennial contest, wishing to avert scandal, offered the emperor the victory in song, and added the crown of eloquence, that thus a veil might be thrown over a shameful exposure on the stage. Nero, however, repeatedly declared that he wanted neither favor nor the Senate's influence, as he was a match for his rivals, and was certain, in the conscientious opinion of the judges, to win the honor by merit. First, he recited a poem on the stage. Then, at the importunate request of the rabble that he would make public property of all his accomplishments, these were their words, he entered the theatre and conformed to all the laws of harp-playing, not sitting down when tired, nor wiping off the perspiration with anything but the garments he wore, or letting himself to be seen to spit or clear his nostrils. Last of all, on bended knee, he saluted the assembly with a motion of the hand, and awaited the verdict of the judges with pretended anxiety. And then the city populace, who were wont to encourage every gesture, even of actors, made the place ring with measured strains of elaborate applause. One would have thought that they were rejoicing, and perhaps they did rejoice, in their indifference to the public disgrace. All, however, who were present from remote towns, and still retained the Italy of strict morals and primitive ways, all too who had come on embassies or on private business from distant provinces, where they had been unused to such wantonness, were unable to endure the spectacle or sustain the degrading fatigue which wearied their unpractised hands, while they disturbed those who knew their part, and were often struck by soldiers, stationed in the seats, to see that not a moment of time passed with less vigorous applause, or in the silence of indifference. It was a known fact that several knights, in struggling through the narrow approaches and the pressure of the crowd, were trampled to death, and that others, while keeping their seats day and night, were seized with some fatal malady, for it was still worse danger to be absent from the show, as many openly and many more secretly made it their business to scrutinize names and faces, and to note the delight or the disgust of the company. Hence came cruel severities, immediately exercised on the humble, and resentments, concealed for the moment, but subsequently paid off, towards men of distinction. There was a story that Vespasian was insulted by Phoebus, a freedman, for closing his eyes in a doze, and that having with difficulty been screened by the intercessions of the well-disposed, he escaped imminent destruction through his grander destiny. After the conclusion of the games, Poppaea died from a casual outburst of rage in her husband, who felled her with a kick when she was pregnant. That there was poison I cannot believe, though some writers so relate, from hatred rather than from belief, for the emperor was desirous of children, and wholly swayed by love of his wife. Her body was not consumed by fire, according to Roman usage, but after the custom of foreign princes was filled with fragrant spices and embalmed, and then consigned to the sepulchre of the Julii. She had, however, a public funeral, and Nero himself from the rostra eulogized her beauty, her lot in having been the mother of a deified child, and fortune's other gifts, as though they were virtues. To the death of Poppaea, which, though a public grief, was a delight to those who recalled the past thought of her shamelessness and cruelty, Nero added fresh and greater odium by forbidding Gaius Cassius to attend the funeral. This was the first token of mischief, nor was it long delayed. Silanus was coupled with Cassius, no crime being alleged, but that Cassius was eminent for his ancestral wealth and dignity of character, Silanus for the nobility of his birth and the quiet demeanor of his youth. The emperor accordingly sent the Senate a speech, in which he argued that both ought to be removed from the Senate, and made it a reproach against Cassius, that among his ancestors' busts he had specially revered that of Gaius Cassius, which bore the inscription, "To the party leader." In fact, he had thereby sought to sow the seeds of civil war and revolt from the house of the Caesars, and that he might not merely avail himself of the memory of a hated name to stir up strife, he had associated with him Lucius Silanus, a youth of noble birth and reckless spirit, to whom he might point as an instrument of revolution. Nero then denounced Silanus himself in the same terms as he had his uncle Torquatus, implying that he had already arranged the details of imperial business, and setting freedmen to manage his accounts, papers, and correspondence, imputations utterly groundless and false. Silanus, in truth, was intensely apprehensive, and had been frightened into caution by his uncle's destruction. Nero then procured persons, under the name of informers, to invent against Lepida, the wife of Cassius and aunt of Silanus, a charge of incest with her brother's son, and of some ghastly religious ceremonial. Volcatius Tullinus and Marcellus Cornelius, senators, and Fabatus, a Roman knight, were drawn in as accomplices. By an appeal to the emperor, these men eluded an impending doom, and subsequently, as being too insignificant, escaped from Nero, who was busy with crimes on a far greater scale. The Senate was then consulted, and sentences of exile were passed on Cassius and Silanus. As to Lepida, the emperor was to decide. Cassius was transported to the island of Sardinia, and he was quietly left to old age. Silanus was removed to Ostia, whence, it was pretended, he was to be conveyed to Naxos. He was afterwards confined in a town of Apulia named Barium. There, as he was wisely enduring a most undeserved calamity, he was suddenly seized by a centurion sent to slay him. When the man advised him to sever his veins, he replied that, though he had resolved in his heart to die, he would not let a cutthroat have the glory of the service. The centurion, seeing that, unarmed as he was very powerful, and more an enraged than a frightened man, ordered his soldiers to overpower him, and Silanus failed not to resist and to strike blows, as well as he could with his bare hands, till he was cut down by the centurion, as though in battle, with wounds in his breast. With equal courage, Lucius Vetus, his mother-in-law Sextia, and his daughter Polutia submitted to death. They were hated by the emperor because they seemed a living reproach on him for the murder of Rubilius Plautus, son-in-law of Lucius Vetus. But the first opportunity of unmasking his savage wrath was furnished by Fortunatus, a freedman, who, having embezzled his patron's property, deserted him to become his accuser. He had as his accomplice Claudius Domanius, whom Vetus, when proconsul of Asia, had imprisoned for his gross misdeeds, and whom Nero now released as a recompense for the accusation. When the accused knew this, and saw that he and his freedmen were pitted against each other on an equal footing, he retired to his estate at Formiae. There he was put under the secret surveillance of soldiers. With him was his daughter, who, to say nothing of the now imminent peril, had all the fury of a long grief ever since she had seen the murders of her husband Plautus. She had clasped his bleeding neck, and still kept by her the blood-stained apparel, clinging to her widowhood in perpetual sorrow, and using only such nourishment as might suffice to avert starvation. Then, at her father's bidding, she went to Neapolis. As she was forbidden to approach Nero, she would haunt his doors, and implore him to hear an innocent man, and not to surrender to a freedman who had once been his colleague in the consulship, now pleading with the cries of a woman, now again forgetting her sex and lifting up her voice in a tone of menace, till the emperor showed himself unmoved alike by entreaty and reproach. She therefore told her father by message that she had cast hope aside and yielded to necessity. He was at the same time informed that judicial proceedings in the Senate and a dreadful sentence were hanging over him. Some there were who advised him to name the emperor as his chief heir, and so secure the remainder for his grandchildren. But he spurned the notion, and unwilling to disgrace a life which had clung to freedom by a final act of servility, he bestowed on his slaves all his ready money, and ordering each to convey away for himself whatever he could carry, leaving only 3 couches for the last scene. Then, in the same chamber, with the same weapon, they sundered their veins, and speedily hurried into a bath, covered each, as delicacy required, with a single garment, the father gazing intently on his daughter, the grandmother on her grandchild, she again on both, while with rival earnestness they prayed that the ebbing life might have a quick departure, each wishing to leave a relative still surviving, but just on the verge of death. Fortune preserved the due order. The oldest died first, then the others according to the priority of age. They were prosecuted after their burial, and the sentence was that they should be punished in ancient fashion. Nero interposed his veto, allowing them to die without his interference. Such were the mockeries added to murders already perpetrated. Publius Gallus, a Roman knight, was outlawed for having been intimate with Faenius Rufus, and somewhat acquainted with Vetus. To the freedman, who was the accuser, was given, as a reward for his service, a seat in the theatre among the tribune's officers. The month too following April, or Neronius, was changed from Maius into the name of Claudius, and Junius into that of Germanicus. Cornelius Orfitius, the proposer of the motion, publicly declaring that the month Junius had been passed over because the execution of the two Torquati for their crimes had now rendered its name inauspicious. A year of shame, and so many evil deeds, heaven also marked by storms and pestilence. Campania was devastated by a hurricane, which destroyed everywhere country houses, plantations, and crops, and carried its fury into the neighborhood of Rome, where a terrible plague was sweeping away all classes of human beings, without any such derangement of the atmosphere as to be visibly apparent. Yet the houses were filled with lifeless forms, and the streets with funerals. Neither age nor sex was exempt from peril. Slaves and the free-born population alike was suddenly cut off, amid the wailings of wives and children, who were often consumed on the very funeral pile of their friends by whom they had been sitting and shedding tears. Knights and senators perished indiscriminately, and yet their deaths were less deplored because they seemed to forestall the emperor's cruelty by an ordinary death. That same year levies of troops were held in Narbonne Gaul, Africa, and Asia to fill up the legions of Illyricum, all soldiers in which, worn out by age or ill health, were receiving their discharge. Lugdunum was consoled by the prince for a ruinous disaster by a gift of 4,000,000 sesterces, so that what was lost to the city might be replaced. Its people had previously offered the same amount for the distresses of Rome. In the consulship of Gaius Suetonius and Lucius Telesinus, Anistius Socianus, whom, as I have stated, had been punished with exile for repeated satires on Nero, having heard that there was such honor for informers, and that the emperor was so partial to bloodshed, being himself too of a restless temper and quick to seize opportunities, made a friend of a man in like condition with himself, one Pamennes, an exile in the same place, noted for his skill as an astrologer, and consequently bound to many in close intimacy. He thought that there must be a meaning in the frequent messages and the consultations, and he learned at the same time that an annual payment was furnished him by Publius Antoninus. He knew, too, that Antoninus was hated by Nero for his love of Agrippina, and that his wealth was sufficiently conspicuous to provoke cupidity, and that this was the cause of the destruction of many. Accordingly, he intercepted a letter from Antaeus, and having also stolen some notes about the day of his nativity and his future career, which were hidden away among Pamennes' secret papers, and having further discovered some remarks on the birth and life of Ostorius Scapula, he wrote to the emperor that he would communicate important news which would contribute to his safety, if he could but obtain a brief reprieve of his exile. Antaeus and Ostorius were, he hinted, grasping at empire, prying into the destinies of themselves and of the prince. Some swift galleys were then dispatched, and Socianus speedily arrived. On the disclosure of his information, Antaeus and Ostorius were classed with condemned criminals rather than with men on their trial, so completely indeed that no one would attest the will of Antaeus, till Tigellinus interposed to sanction it. Antaeus had been previously advised by him not to delay this final document. Then he drank poison, but, disgusted by its slowness, he hastened death by severing his veins. Ostorius was living at the time on a remote estate on the Ligurian frontier. Thither a centurion was dispatched to hurry on his destruction. There was a motive for promptitude arising out of the fact that Ostorius, with his great military fame and the civic crown that he had won in Britain, possessed too, as he was of huge bodily strength and skill in arms, had made Nero, who was always timid and now more frightened than ever by the lately discovered conspiracy, fearful of a sudden attack. So the centurion, having barred every exit from the house, disclosed the emperor's orders to Ostorius. That fortitude which he had shown in fighting the enemy, Ostorius now turned against himself. And as his veins, though severed, allowed but a scanty flow of blood, he used the help of a slave, simply to hold up a dagger firmly, and then pressing the man's hands toward him, he met the point with his throat. Even if I had to relate foreign wars and deaths encountered in the service of the state with such monotony of disaster, I should myself have been overcome by disgust, while I should look for weariness in my readers, sickened as they would be by the melancholy and continuous destruction of our citizens, however glorious to themselves. But now, a servile submissiveness, and so much wanton bloodshed at home, fatigue the mind and paralyze it with grief. The only indulgence I would ask from those who will acquaint themselves with these horrors is that I be not thought to hate men who perish so tamely. Such was the wrath of heaven against the Roman state, that one may not pass over it with a single mention, as one might the defeat of armies and the capture of cities. Let us grant this privilege to the posterity of illustrious men, that just as in their funeral obsequies such men are not confounded in a common burial, so in the record of their end they may receive and retain a special memorial. Within a few days, in quick succession, Annaeus Mela, Carilius Anicius, Rufius Crispinus, and Petronius fell, Mela and Crispinus being Roman knights with senatorian rank. The latter had once commanded the praetorians, and had been rewarded with the decorations of the consulate. He had lately been banished to Sardinia on the charge of conspiracy, and on receiving a message that he was doomed to die, had destroyed himself. Mela, son of the same parents as Gallio and Seneca, had refrained from seeking promotion out of a perverse vanity, which wished to raise a Roman knight to an equality with ex-consuls. He also thought that there was a shorter road to the acquisition of wealth through offices connected with the administration of the emperor's private business. He had, too, in his son, Annaeus Lucanus, a powerful aid in rising to distinction. After the death of Lucanus, he rigorously called in the debts due to his estate, and thereby provoked an accuser in the person of Fabius Romanus, one of the intimate friends of Lucanus. A story was invented that the father and son shared between them a knowledge of the conspiracy, and a letter was forged in Lucanus's name. This Nero examined, and ordered it to be conveyed to Mela, whose wealth he ravenously desired. Mela, meanwhile, adopting the easiest mode of death then in fashion, opened his veins, after adding a codicil to his will, bequeathing an immense amount to Tigellinus and his son-in-law, Cossutanius Capito, in order to save the remainder. In this codicil he is also said to have written, by way of remonstrance against the injustice of his death, that he died without any cause for punishment, while Rufius Crispinus and Anicius Carilius still enjoyed life, though bitter foes to the prince. It was thought that he had invented this about Crispinus, because the man had already been murdered, about Carilius, with the object of procuring his murder. Soon afterwards Carilius laid violent hands on himself, and received less pity than the others, because men remembered that he had betrayed a conspiracy to Gaius Caesar. With regards to Gaius Petronius, I ought to dwell a little on his antecedents. He passed his days in sleep, his nights in the business and pleasures of life. Indolence had raised him to fame, as energy raises others, and he was reckoned not a debauchee and spendthrift, like most of those who squander their substance, but a man of refined luxury. And indeed his talk and his doings, the freer they were, and the more show of carelessness they exhibited, were the better liked, for their look of natural simplicity. Yet as proconsul of Bithynia, and soon afterwards as consul, he had showed himself a man of vigor and equal to business. Then, falling back into vice, or affecting vice, he was chosen by Nero to be one of his few intimate associates, as a critic in matters of taste, while the emperor thought nothing charming or elegant in luxury unless Petronius had expressed to him his approval of it. Hence jealousy on the part of Tigellinus, who looked on him as a rival and even as a superior in the science of pleasure. And so he worked on the prince's cruelty, which dominated every other passion, charging Petronius with having been the friend of Scaevinus, bribing a slave to become an informer, robbing him of his means of defense, and hurrying into prison the greater part of his domestics. It happened at the time that the emperor was on his way to Campania, and that Petronius, after going as far as Cumae, was there detained. He bore no longer the suspense of fear or hope, yet he did not fling away his life with precipitate haste, but having made an incision in his veins, and then, according to his humor, bound them up again, he again opened them, while he conversed with his friends, not in a serious strain, or on topics that might win for him the glory of courage, and he listened to them as they repeated, not thoughts on the immortality of the soul, or on the theories of philosophers, but light poetry and playful verses. To some of his slaves he gave liberal presents, a flogging to others. He dined, indulged himself in sleep, that death, though forced on him, might have a natural appearance. Even in his will he did not, as many in their last moments, flatter Nero or Tigellinus, or any other of the men in power. On the contrary, he described fully the prince's shameful excesses, with the names of his male and female companions, and their novelties in debauchery, and set the account under seal to Nero. Then he broke his signet ring, that it might not be subsequently available for imperiling others. When Nero was in doubt how the ingenious varieties of his nightly revels became notorious, Cilia came to his mind, who, as a senator's wife, was a conspicuous person, and who had been his chosen associate in all his profligacy, and was very intimate with Petronius. She was banished for not having, as was suspected, kept secret what she had seen and endured, a sacrifice to his personal resentment. Mecunius Thermus, an ex-praetor, he surrendered to the hate of Tigellinus, because a freedman of Thermus had brought criminal charges against Tigellinus, such that the man had to atone for them himself by the torture of the rack, his patron by an undeserved death. End of Book 16, Part 1. Book 16, Part 2 of the Annals by Publius Cornelius Tacitus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Annals of Publius Cornelius Tacitus, translated by Alfred John Church and William Jackson Brodrib. Book 16, A.D. 65 and 66, Part 2. Nero despises Thrasea for his virtue. Nero, after having butchered so many illustrious men, at last aspired to extirpate virtue itself by murdering Thrasea and Barrius Serranus, both men he had hated of old. Thrasea, on additional grounds, because he had walked out of the Senate when Agrippina's case was under discussion, as I have already related, and had not given the juvenile games any conspicuous encouragement. Nero's displeasure at this was the deeper, since this same Thrasea had sung in a tragedian's dress at Patavium, his birthplace, and in some games instituted by the Trojan Antenor. On the day, too, on which the praetor Anticius was being sentenced to death for libels on Nero, Thrasea proposed and carried a more merciful decision. Again, when divine honors were decreed to Poppaea, he was purposely absent and did not attend her funeral. All this Capito Cusutianus would not allow to be forgotten. He had a heart eager for the worst wickedness, and he also bore ill will to Thrasea, the weight of whose influence had crushed him, while envoys from Cilicia, supported by Thrasea's advocacy, were accusing him of extortion. He alleged, too, against him the following charges. Thrasea, he said, at the beginning of the year always avoided the usual oath of allegiance. He was not present at the recital of the public prayers, though he had been promoted to the priesthood of the 15. He had never offered a sacrifice for the safety of the prince or his heavenly voice. Though formerly he had been assiduous and unwearied in showing himself a supporter, or an opponent even, of the most ordinary motions of the senators, he had not entered the Senate house for 3 years, and very lately, when all were rushing thither with rival eagerness to put down Silanus and Vetus, he had attended by preference to the private businesses of his clients. This was political schism, and they should not dare to do the like. It was actual war. Capito further added, the country, in its eagerness for discord, is now talking of you, Nero, and of Thrasea, as it talked once of Gaius Caesar and Marcus Cato. Thrasea has his followers, or rather his satellites, who copy, not indeed, as yet, the audacious tone of his sentiments, but only his manners and his looks, a sour and gloomy set, bent on making your mirthfulness a reproach to you. He is the only man who cares not for your safety, honors not your accomplishments. The prince's prosperity he despises. Can it be that he is not satisfied with your sorrows and griefs? It shows the same spirit not to believe in Poppaea's divinity as to refuse to swear obedience to the acts of the divine Augustus and the divine Julius. He contemns religious rites. He annuls laws. The daily records of the Roman people are read attentively in the provinces and the armies, that they may know what Thracia has not done. Either let us go over to his system, if it is better than ours, or let those who desire change have their leader and adviser taken from them. That sect of his gave birth to the Tuberones and the Favonii, names hateful even to the old republic. They make a show of freedom to overturn the empire. Should they destroy it, they will attack freedom itself. In vain have you banished Cassius, if you are going to allow rivals of the Bruti to multiply and flourish. Finally, write nothing yourself about Thracia. Leave the Senate to decide for us. Nero further stimulated the eager wrath of Justinianus, and associated with him the pungent eloquence of Marcellus Epirus. As for the impeachment of Barea Soranus, Astorius Sabinus, a Roman knight, had already claimed it for himself. It arose out of his proconsulate of Asia, where he increased the prince's animosity by his uprightness and diligence, as well as having bestowed pains on opening the port of Ephesus, and passed over without punishment the violence of the citizens of Pergamos, in their efforts to hinder Acritus, one of the emperor's freedmen, from carrying off statues and pictures. But the crime imputed to him was friendship with Plautus, and intrigues to lure the province into thoughts of revolt. The time chosen for the fatal sentence was that at which Tiridates was on his way to receive the sovereignty of Armenia, so that the crime at home might be partially veiled amid rumors on foreign affairs, or that Nero might display his imperial grandeur by the murder of illustrious men, as though it were a kingly exploit. Accordingly, when all Rome rushed out to welcome the emperor and see the king, Thracia, though forbidden to appear, did not let his spirit be cast down, but wrote a note to Nero, in which he demanded to know the charges against him, and asserted that he would clear himself if he were informed of the crimes alleged and had an opportunity of refuting them. This note Nero received with eagerness, in the hope that Thracia in dismay had written something to enhance the emperor's glory and to tarnish his own honor. When it turned out otherwise, and he himself, on the contrary, dreaded the glance and the defiant independence of the guiltless man, he ordered the Senate to be summoned. Thracia then consulted his most intimate friends whether he should attempt or spurn defense. Conflicting advice was offered. Those who thought it best for him to enter the Senate house said that they counted confidently on his courage, and were sure that he would say nothing but what would heighten his renown. It was for the feeble and timid to invest their last moments with secrecy. Let the people behold a man who can meet death. Let the Senate hear words almost of divine inspiration, more than human. It was possible that the very miracle might impress even a Nero, but should he persist in his cruelty, posterity would at least distinguish between the memory of an honorable death and the cowardice of those who perished in silence. Those, on the other hand, who thought that he ought to wait at home, though their opinion of him was the same, hinted that mockeries and insults were in store for him. "Spare your ears," they said, "taunts and revilings. Not only are Cositianus and Epirus eagerly bent on crime, there are numbers more, daring enough, perchance, to raise the hand of violence in their brutality. Even good men through fear do the like. Better save the Senate, which you have adorned to the last, the infamy of such an outrage, and leave it a matter of doubt what the senators would have decided, had they seen Thracia on his trial. It is with a vain hope we are aiming to touch Nero with the shame of his abominations. We have far more cause to fear that he will vent his fury on your wife, your household, on all others dear to you. And therefore, while you are yet stainless and undisgraced, seek to close life with the glory of those in whose track and pursuits you have passed it." Present at this deliberation was Rusticus Arulenus, an enthusiastic youth, who, in his ardor for renown, offered, as he was tribune of the people, to protest against the sentence of the Senate. Thracia checked his impetuous temper, not wishing him to attempt what would be as futile and useless to the accused as it would be fatal to the protester. "My days," he said, "are ended, and I must not now abandon a scheme of life in which for so many years I have persevered. You are at the beginning of a career of office, and your future is not yet clear. Weigh thoroughly with yourself beforehand, at such a crisis as this, the path of political life on which you enter. He then reserved for his own consideration the question whether it became him to enter the Senate. The next day, however, 2 praetorian guards under arms occupied the temple of Venus Genetrix. A group of ordinary citizens with swords which they did not conceal had blocked the approach to the Senate. Through the squares and colonnades were scattered bodies of soldiers, amid whose looks of menace the senators entered their house. A speech from the emperor was read by his quaestor. Without addressing anyone by name, he censured the senators for neglecting their public duties, and drawing by their example the Roman knights into idleness. "For what wonder is it," he asked, "that men do not come from remote provinces when many, after obtaining the consulate or some sacred office, give all their thoughts by choice to the beauty of their gardens?" Here was, so to say, a weapon for the accusers on which they fastened. Cossutianus made a beginning, and then Marcellus in more violent tones exclaimed that the whole commonwealth was at stake. "It is," he said, "the stubbornness of inferiors which lessens the clemency of our ruler. We senators have hitherto been too lenient in allowing him to be mocked with impunity by Thracia, throwing off allegiance, by his son-in-law, Helvidius Priscus, indulging similar frenzies, by Peconius Agrippinus, the inheritor of his father's hatred towards emperors, and by Curtius Montanus, the habitual composer of abominable verses. I miss the presence of an ex-consul in the Senate, of a priest when we offer our vows, of a citizen when we swear obedience, unless indeed, in defiance to the manners and rights of our ancestors, Thracia has openly assumed the part of a traitor and an enemy. In a word, let the man, wont to act the senator, and to screen those who disparage the prince, come among us. Let him propose any reform or change he may desire. We shall more readily endure his censure of details than we can now bear the silence by which he condemns everything. Is it the peace throughout the world, or victories won without loss to our armies, which vex him? A man who grieves at the country's prosperity, who treats our public places, theatres, and temples as if they were a desert, and who is ever threatening us with exile, let us not enable such a one to gratify his perverse vanity. To him the decrees of this house, the offices of state, the city of Rome seem as nothing. Let him sever his life from a country, all love for which he has long lost, and the very sight of which he has now put from him." While Marcellus, with the savage and menacing look he usually wore, spoke these and like words with rising fury in his voice, countenance, and eye, that familiar grief to which a thick succession of perils had habituated the Senate gave way to a new and profounder panic as they saw the soldiers' hands on their weapons. At the same moment the venerable form of Thracia rose before their imagination, and some there who had pitied Helvidius too, doomed as he was to suffer for an innocent alliance. What again, they asked, was the charge against Agrippinus, except his father's sad fate, since he too, though guiltless as his son, fell beneath the cruelty of Tiberius? As for Montanus, a youth without blemish, author of no libellous poem, he was positively driven out in exile because he had exhibited genius. And meanwhile Ostorius Sobinus, the accuser of Serranus, entered, and began by speaking of his friendship with Rubilius Plautus, and of his proconsulate in Asia, which he had, he said, adapted to his own glory rather than to the public welfare, by fostering seditious movements in the various states. These were bygones, but there was a fresh charge involving the daughter in the peril of the father, to the effect that she had lavished money on astrologers. This indeed had really occurred, through the filial affection of Servilia, that was the girl's name, who, out of love for her father and the thoughtlessness of youth, had consulted them, only, however, about the safety of her family, whether Nero could be appeased, and the trial before the Senate have no dreadful result. She was accordingly summoned before the Senate, and there they stood facing one another before the consul's tribunal, the aged parent, and opposite to him the daughter, in the 20th year of her age, widowed and forlorn, her husband, Annius Pollio, having lately been driven into banishment, without so much as a glance at her father, whose peril she seemed to have aggravated. Then, on the accuser asking her whether she had sold her bridal presents, or stripped her neck of its ornaments to raise money for the performance of magical rites. She at first flung herself on the ground and wept long in silence. After a while, clasping the altar steps and altar, she exclaimed, "I have invoked no impious deities, no enchantments, nor aught else in my unhappy prayers, but only that thou, Caesar, and you, senators, might preserve unharmed this best of fathers. My jewels, my apparel, and the signs of my rank I gave up, as I would have given up my life blood had they demanded it. They must have seen this, those men before unknown to me, both as the name they bear and the arts they practice. No mention was made by me of the emperor, except as one of the divinities, but my most unhappy father knows nothing, and if it is a crime, I alone am guilty." While she was yet speaking, Soranus caught up her words, and exclaimed that she had not gone with him into the province, that from her youth she could not have been known to Plautus, and that she was not involved in the charges against her husband. "Treat separately," he said, "the case of one who is guilty only of an exaggerated filial piety, and as for myself, let me undergo any fate." He was rushing, as he spoke, into the embraces of his daughter, who hurried towards him, but the lictors interposed and stopped them both. Place was then given to the witnesses, and the appearance among them of Publius Ignatius provoked as much indignation as the cruelty of the prosecution had excited pity. A client of Soranus, and now hired to ruin his friend, he professed the dignified character of a Stoic, and had trained himself in demeanour and language to exhibit an ideal of virtue. In his heart, however treacherous and cunning, he concealed greed and sensuality. As soon as money had brought those vices to light, he became an example, warning us to beware just as much those who under the guise of virtuous tastes are false and deceitful in friendship, as of men wholly entangled in falsehoods and stained with every infamy. That same day brought with it a noble pattern in Cassius Asclepiodotus, whose vast wealth made him the foremost man in Bithynia. He had honoured Soranus in his prosperity with respect which he did not cast off in his fall, and he was now stripped of all his property and driven into exile, so impartially indifferent is heaven to examples of virtue and vice. Thracia, Soranus, and Servilia were allowed the choice of death. Helvidius and Peconius were banished from Italy. Montanus was spared by his father's intercessions on the understanding that he was not to be admitted to political life. The prosecutors, Epirus and Cossutianus, received each 5,000,000 sesterces, Ostorius 1,200,000, with the decorations of the quaestorship. Then, as evening approached, the consul's quaestor was sent to Thracia, who was passing his time in his garden. He had had a crowded gathering of distinguished men and women, giving special attention to Demetrius, a professor of the Cynic philosophy. With him, as might be inferred from his earnest expression of the face, and from words heard when they raised their voices, he was speculating on the nature of the soul, and the separation of the spirit from the body, till Domitius Caecilianus, one of his intimate friends, came to him, and told him in detail what the Senate had decided. When all who were present wept and bitterly complained, Thracia urged them to hasten their departure, and not to mingle their own perils with the fate of a doomed man. Arria, too, who aspired to follow her husband's end and the example of Arria, her mother, he counseled to preserve her life, and not rob the daughter of their love of her only stay. Then, as he went into a colonnade, where he was found by the quaestor, joyful rather than otherwise, as he had learnt that Helvidius, his son-in-law, was merely excluded from Italy. When he heard the Senate's decision, he led Helvidius and Demetrius into a chamber, and having laid bare the arteries of each arm, he let the blood flow freely, and he sprinkled it on the ground. He called the quaestor to his side and said, "We pour out a libation to Jupiter the deliverer. Behold, young man, and may the gods avert the omen. But you have been born into times in which it is well to fortify the spirit with examples of courage." Then, as the slowness of his end brought with it grievous anguish, turning his eyes on Demetrius. At this point, the annals are broken off. Much remained to be told about the last 2 years of Nero's reign. End of Book 16. End of Tacitus's Annals, Volume 2.